What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a wonderful day. Today is not just like any other day. Today is a fantastic day. Now, part of the reason why I will tell you in a brief moment when I tell you about my personal news, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, right? This is where I tell you all that stuff, all that good stuff for the parasocialists. Obviously, part of the reason why it's a beautiful, fantastic day, despite the fact that it's raining out here, is because, you know, it's just another day. It's yet another day. It is what it is, right? That's what you might be thinking. But of course, one might even consider that today's a big, beautiful, fantastic day, specifically because Donald Trump might get arrested today. But that's not the reason. The real reason why today is a fucking beautiful day. Just like any other fucking day, right? Not because of the fucking drama in it. Not because of the fucking debates happening on a fucking broadcast. Happening on a fucking platform, yeah? Not because of Donald Trump, the fucking big guy, finally hitting the fucking can, yeah? That's not the reason either, innit? It's because it's a fucking Tuesday. That's right. It is fucking Tuesday, lads. A day, a jubilee, if you will. A day of celebration. Tuesday, March 21st, 2023, 11:30 a.m. I'm a little late. Sorry about that. But I will not be apologizing for what comes next. That's right. We put a fucking crew together, right? And we're going to be fucking doing a prison break from the can, yeah? Donald Trump, the big guy, he hired me and a bunch of lads. And he wants us to fucking get him out, yeah? Get him out of the fucking can, yeah? It's right, he's a ping ting. You know it, I know it. He's innocent. He's not even in fucking jail yet. And we're still doing a prison break. I got my best guys with me. Big Tony. Right? Tony Two-Tone. He's got a two-tone penis. That's why we call him that. And of course, myself, HasanAbi. Right? We're going to be free and Donny today. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, get better humor than doing accents. It's repetitive and you look like a moron. Yeah, my favorite type of person is the motherfucker who's like, bro, I woke up this morning early to be a hater. It's like, are you having fun? Are you having fun, dude? Well, fuck you, okay? I'm in here not having a good time, you fucking asshole. Well, guess what, dude? We're having fun. No matter what you fucking say, yeah? You fucking Angloid. Right? Bunch of fucking Americans out here telling me, a fucking Englishman, what I can and can't do. We did fucking Brexit, you dolt. You fucking mental. Don't fucking test me. That's right. I'll have you know I've got fucking pigs back there in my mansion, right? You know why I have a bunch of fucking pigs back there, right? It's because they eat everything. And you know who they eat? My fucking opposition, lad. You don't want to fucking cross me and be a fucking grey name hater in this fucking chat. You don't want to test the porky pig, right? The fucking pen. Because they are fucking hungry. They're fucking famished, lad. All right, enough. Okay, I will never stop doing accents. You're out of your mind. Someone's been watching Snatch. Old Guy Ritchie is my favorite director, and Snatch is my favorite movie of all time. So yes, if you couldn't tell, I do love that, despite the fact that I also love shitting on the Oibrubs. Anyway, to be fair, you're about as bald as Chev Chelios. Fuck you, mate. God, you're so cringe. Anyway. What personal updates you got, dude? You were live from 11 to 11. Yeah, honestly, I don't really have a lot of personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you what's going on in my life. But like, honestly, in between the time period where I hit stop streaming and hit start streaming, nothing really happened other than the fact that it was raining really bad. I couldn't go to sleep because I was so overstimulated. These young guns, dude, they made me stay up way later than I normally would, okay? Made me fucking debate for like 8 hours. But I saw a lot of value in that, honestly. I think it's important to have conversations like that, so with the hopes that maybe, you know, these massive audiences that normally would not consider me in a charitable light could possibly see me in a different light. And also the things I advocate for. I hope I was able to change people's minds. That's always my goal, right? So, that is the, that was the main thing. I mean, obviously we'll do a little bit of a recap on that, maybe a little bit later down the line, but there's more pressing matters that are happening currently, like, you know, Donald Trump. XQC chat was agreeing with you there for a second. Yeah, which is really interesting because XQC himself was rarely agreeing with me. Mr. Moderator literally said at a certain point, I shit you not, at a certain point he said, unfortunately, we found evidence that Hasan was in the right. I was like, unfortunately? Motherfucker, you're supposed to be the mediator. I'm the referee, dude. But yeah, no, it was funny overall. It was funny overall. It was entertaining overall. I think that we'll probably put the debate up as well. That was not a debate. Trainwrecks didn't really add anything to the debate except his grievances. It's fine. So anyway, yeah, we'll cover that stuff. But like, obviously, I was so overstimulated from that experience that I couldn't go to sleep until like 2 a.m. Or when you bring facts to light, they didn't like that. Yeah. I thought it wasn't a debate. It wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be like, well, but like XG said he was going to be the mediator. But anyway, you know, we had a lot of conversations, a lot of back and forth. It's ultimately whatever. But now I hope a lot of people have developed a newfound understanding of why I do certain things like that every now and then. When you're like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Like, you get why I'm doing it, right? Like, there's a lot of people that just have a false understanding of what socialism is. There's a lot of people who have a false understanding of like what I do personally, and like obviously my job for it to be, and I have a very fulfilling and very, very mentally stimulating, fulfilling job. But for it to be successful, I have to be able to convince people. For me to be able to convince people, I need charitability. A lot of people on the right, not saying that Train or XUC is, but a lot of people on the right willingly and deliberately, knowingly try to erode that charitability. So I have to do everything I can to, you know, fight back tooth and nail so I can at least make arguments that people are open-minded towards, you know, instead of thinking, dude, you're a fucking piece of shit. You know, regardless though, I will say that I think overall it was productive. And, you know, every now and then you got to do stuff like that. But other than that, like I said, it left me so overstimulated that I couldn't fucking go to sleep. Don't want to sound like a condescending 38 millennial, but I must say I'm proud of how you handled that last night, bro. You did well. Thank you. So other than that, though, other than that, by the way, if you think they weren't getting talking points like last time, you're crazy. I know disingenuous talking points when I hear them. I know where it comes from. It doesn't matter. Because like I do feel like I do everything I can. I'm obviously a human being and I fuck up every now and then, right? But like the main thing is like I know that there is an insane, unimaginable amount of like uncharitability towards what I do. People think that like, oh, you advocate for anti-capitalism. Like you literally, quite literally have to be socialist Jesus, right? And you know, I try. I'm not. Clearly, I'm not. You know, I have my issues. Like I'm wearing a fucking Gucci suit right now. You know what I mean? This shit's expensive. I'm definitely rich, and I definitely do buy a lot of fancy, expensive shit. I love fashion. I'm a hedonist personally, and I've been one when I was broke, and I've been one now, right? So like all that stuff is very real, right? But people constantly use that as a aesthetic marker to say like, oh, socialism is fucking fraudulent and bad and wrong, and I can't stand that. How's that $10 million ad Twitch contract? Yeah. There were a lot of funny moments where like Train thought that I had $6 million in my bank account that I thought was funny. Like that he was just like minimum. Like that was the lowest number he arrived at. I was like, bro, we are on different playing fields is what I understood. Like very clearly in that moment, I understood that like we are literally on different playing fields. Or when they were talking about 50K not being like a fucking big deal. And you know, that was incredible. That was funny. So shit. Bro, how did you see that? It's like invisible. It's not even hair. I think it's literally like a fabric from like a pillow or something. That's insane. Anyway. But you know, we'll do that. We'll do that coverage as well. All I'll say, yeah, the 50K joke part was like fucking wild. But all I'll say is this, okay? I need everyone I talk to. I need everyone I talk to always be open-minded. Always be open-minded, okay? That's it. That's the main thing. That's all I need. And I feel like I lose that on the grander scheme of things. A lot of people on Twitch just don't fucking like I've lost that over the course of many years of like, you know, calling out people when they deserve to be called out, shit like that. You also barely do ads and sponsors. They don't realize how much money you turn down. Yeah, I didn't lie about that, by the way. I turned down $500,000 to play poker on stream. Like literally that morning. It's the first and last time I will ever bring that up as far as like how much money comes in that I just don't do. But that is just straight up real. And I don't even have a fucking issue with poker. I just like don't know how to play poker. And all that shit. But regardless, man, you were way too accepting of Train's bullshit definitions of socialism and main character syndrome. Okay, you're gonna have issues with the way I conduct myself, no matter what. But all things considered, I think it was like a relatively difficult situation to navigate towards, to navigate through, and that's it. We were supposed to watch the fucking. We were supposed to watch the dog adoption vlog that Ostinox whipped up in a frenzy, literally overnight, like stayed up overnight to fucking put together. But unfortunately, we didn't have time to do that. So I apologize, but we will have time to do that today. I'm very excited to watch it. I literally wanted to watch it, but I chose purposely to not watch it. I wanted to watch it for the first time ever with you guys. So Alex Jones was on Crowder this AM and he mentions you so dank timestamp. Wait, really?
Which you used to.
Wait, why? Anyway, we'll talk about that as well. I did not know that, but I do love when Alex Jones, my fucking legend, my goat, he mentions me. Train baptizing charity as a system was pretty funny. Yeah, there was some funny ass moments in there. Maybe not even like on purpose. But you were incredibly charitable the whole time. You have to be. You literally have to be. No matter what you do, you have to be charitable. You have to maintain your composure, because the moment that you lose that, Like I did, and I certainly did. The moment that you lose your composure, like you've lost, everyone's gonna say you're fucking wrong. You got owned. You're emotional, therefore you lose. You know, that kind of thing. But why are you dressed up is a question I'm seeing in the chat. And that is because Donald Trump's arrest day, baby. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to stop me from appreciating, celebrating, enjoying it. We are certainly going to do a lot of hog watch today because the hogs are oinking, brother. They're going, that's what's happening everywhere around the country. Now, even if we are, your half a car joke, you made that, see that went straight over his head was gold. Yeah, I could have delivered that a little bit funnier, I think. Whatever. So yeah, we'll talk about all that in a second. But yeah, I went to sleep at like 2 a.m. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you, for all my parasocials, I tell you a little bit about what's going on in my life. Like I said, I went to sleep at 2 a.m. I woke up at 7 or almost 3 a.m. actually. And it was raining pretty fucking hard this morning. So I thought to myself, maybe I shouldn't go to the gym. I was like, you know what? Because my gym's outdoors. My trainer's gym is outdoors. For those of you who don't know, like, come on. I woke up with a headache, and you know that's not good. When you wake up with a fucking throbbing headache, you're like, oh no, I fucked up. This day's gonna be awful. But honestly, I sucked it the fuck up, and I ended up going. You know, hit the Versa climber, and you know, obviously a double shot of espresso helped too. But hit the motherfucking Versa climber, and after that, did a push day today, and it was great overall. I feel fucking fantastic. The rain stopped in between that too, which was great. But yeah, ultimately, it was a good move to just continue and push through it. You know what I mean? I hope you guys can do that as well. If there's any kind of inspiration I can give you, it's always that you will always 100%, without a shred of doubt in my mind, you will always feel better if you push through some of the issues that you have and then hit the gym. Not to be like Super Sigma grind set or anything, but yeah. What jacket is that? This was sent to me. It's another Gucci jacket. I don't even know how to like cut this shit off. A while ago, it's like actually too small, which is why I never wore it. But today I wanted to wear it to fucking, you know, because it's a day of celebration, right? Gym is for rich people. That's not true. I was the most shredded and hit the gym the most when I was the most broke. So you're not right about that. You're wrong. Anyway. You look like day one from Chromeo with the sunnies. Thank you, lad. But yeah, no, it is too small. You can see that it's too small. It's like my biceps are cutting off circulation. But what else was I gonna say? Oh, I'm gonna update. I'm gonna post on my Insta. I'm gonna post a fit pic on my Insta, I think. So I'm gonna do that right now real quick before we blast off. Have you ever reacted to Rich Piana on stream? I don't think so. So what's happening? Is he actually getting arrested? No. Hold on. Boom. Posted this shit on my Insta. Okay. Do I think he's gonna get actually arrested? No. You got to get a soundboard and run the stream like a game show with your suit on. Okay, that's too much work. Okay. Looked for clips of you commenting on Train and I couldn't find anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because it doesn't exist, Little Bear. And Little Bear is like literally the quintessential HasanAbi lore master. Bro, the funniest one was this. Hold on, where is it? There was like, XQC was like, I'm asking my bots. Okay. You know, he like where is it? When XQ says like I was asking my fucking bots. It's funny, MHUD found clips of me. This is from 2018 when I was doing reacts. Literally 2018, reacting to live television. Okay, while also fucking getting my ass beat on Fortnite. Like I've literally never not been a React Andy. Okay. Little Bear couldn't find a clip. Nobody could fucking find a clip of me apparently like shitting on Train for. You can't see? What do you mean? It's right here. It's like I'm on the corner. I had to get creative with it, brother. That's what I mean. This is literally my actual PlayStation camera that I put in front of my laptop where I was live streaming the congressional fucking hearings. I know what clip Train is talking about, by the way. Drag Me? What do you mean? And the funniest part is like, the funniest part is like, if I actually had talked about it, like if I had like made fun of him or something, or not made fun of him, but like genuinely was like calling for his cancellation or something for doing that, like I would literally apologize. You know what I mean? I said it. I said it then. I was like, bro, look, I think you're wrong about your recollection. Like if that's the case, if I like literally did this, don't play dumb. I know you said it. My demons told me you did. Oh my God, I thought you were being serious for a second. It was just like, I don't know. It did feel a little bad at first, but it ultimately devolved into, as it does with Train, just a fun, you know, conversation where he was basically an anarcho-communist talking about how we need to abolish the government and no more centralized planning, but also like implement public education through mutual aid and like collectives, which is wild. Like he literally is he is like, if he read Kropotkin, it'd be over. He'd be the smelliest fucking anarcho-communist you've ever seen, okay? He would be so goddamn crusty. He would be a crust punk. Like he would literally be, oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. One of the funniest things though, that I personally consider hilarious here. Hold on here. I'll post too. Let me just real quick. Let me post up real quick on my blast off because we got to do that. We got to get that out of the way. But one of the funniest things was basically that he has OCD. I don't think smelly. No. I'm not saying he's smelly. I'm saying that, and it's a joke. It's a joke in our community that like, we make fun of anarchists and we say anarchists don't shower because showers are an unjustifiable hierarchy. There's a lot of memes, motherfucker. Everyone always knows that, like, you know, there is a million different. Oh, guys, all of you made Hoskare memes. Holy shit. Listen, there's a lot of memes in fucking Forsen, in the Forsen community. There's a lot of memes in the XQC community, but motherfuckers like don't understand. We have memes too, okay? Like we have memes too. They're just like a little bit more political. That's it. So sometimes when you don't understand something, it's not as serious. It's just most likely a meme. Okay. Anyway, so let's do it. Drama recap. Trump arrest day is upon us. Why didn't you? Is that why you didn't go back to the Anarchist Cafe in Japan? No, I really wanted to go. It just like I didn't have time. You know what I mean? Boom. Isn't that anarchists don't wash themselves the most played out joke from the right, or is it just a Greece thing? No, it's because like there have been people who unironic. Oh my god, I don't want to get into it. The meme is right-wing people don't even know what a fucking anarchist is to make that joke. What are you talking about? Right-wing people think anarchists are like terrorists, okay? And the meme itself is real. If you've ever fucking actually attended one of these things, if you've ever actually gone outside to go to a protest, like, you know, you'd know that the crust punk shit is real. You're getting shit on for apparently shitting on Train for watching MasterChef and also not setting up a healthcare charity was so funny, especially considering that you paid for a MasterChef contestant surgery after reacting to the show. Yeah, that is... I didn't even think about bringing that up. Because then if it would have literally been, you know, I'm doing it for clout or something. Anyway, we're blasting off. We're going crazy. Here it is. The funniest part about it is that, like, we make fun of, this is a leftist community. There's a lot of anti-capitalists from all different walks of life, all different, you know, creeds, backgrounds, shapes, and sizes, right? Which is precisely the reason why we do the most leftist fucking thing. And that is shit on other leftists internally and make jokes about it. Like, that's the point. Ultimately, I think people will realize that, like, ultimately, I think people will realize that it's not all that serious, okay? Anyway. I think this might be the clip about Train. You found it? You found a clip? I love that my own community possibly found it, if that's the case. But anyway, here, let's blast off first. You were spreading it to other people's places of work. The nurse at my job saw my computer before I closed the tabs and said, "Is this what that guy's name is, Hasan Piker? It's cooked for me over, Dunzo. I cannot walk into my place of work again." Why? Nurses love me. What the fuck? I am in the pocket, much like Bernie Sanders of big nurse. Everybody fucking knows that. You know what I mean? Everybody knows that. I'm in the pocket of big nurse. Everybody knows that. Anyway, here's the memes. Here are the memes. We're gonna do Hoss Care. If there was a clip, there's no way your CIA chatters wouldn't have found it yesterday. This shit's more secure than classified government documents. So you're telling me that he needs solid proof to feel the way he does? Not everything's a fucking debate, dude. Jesus Christ. But what we can debate that is the top of the hour and Train was right. Fuck you! That's crazy. This is allegedly the clip that Train is thinking of. There's 0% chance that, like, the clip itself is real, for the record. Like, as in, Train actually saw that and crafted it up after we know for a motherfucking fact that nothing got posted on LSF. I don't even know what this is about. Let's see what it is. Well, first of all, we'll this has 277 views. Holy shit. That clip is from the Pepela community who posted it on Reddit. Okay. This man was so hard in the paint. It was in 2017. Well, the reality is that in the year 2017, unfortunately for everybody else, I was actually not on the platform. So that kind of undermines his position. But here's the other thing. Trainwrecks actually shit on literally every other community, like openly. He shit on XQC for calling him out. He shit on Destiny for calling him out at a certain point, I believe. He shit on a lot of people. I don't know if they actually even called him out. But notice how he has been adamant about making sure that it was actually me and me alone that was pushing for this, evangelizing the reactions. When I myself am a reaction streamer. What is this? Oh yeah, I forgot. Top of the hour ad break, by the way. Gotta fucking put that up. Train kept incrementing the dates from 2017 to 2020. Yeah. Anyway. I gotta fucking hit that ad break real quick, of course, as always. You know, dirty, rugged capitalist man, big boy. We'll do the whole recap and then we'll get to this. Your merch in front of Trump Hotel? Let's go. I'm not going to be there, unfortunately, but like he said I was exploiting the Fox News workers or something. Which is a laughable notion. I don't think I've ever said that. Dude, bastard, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I desperately need you to look at this clip. No, we're not going to do that yet. Hold on. I also had my absolute best banger ad break segue last night. It will never be topped. It's probably the highest rated ad break segue of all time as well. Refuse to believe that there will ever be another ad break segue that is as good. I will be forever chasing that high. It was a 991. Anyway, but like I said, if you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free, or get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay, we're moving on from that. We have blasted off officially. Okay. Here you go. The pegging ad segue got a 998. Really? His critique, which was wrong, was that you had said he was exploiting the Fox TV workers for reacting to MasterChef. Yeah, I have peaked. I don't think I'll be able to top that. Okay, so there's a lot of fucking clips on it, but originally we started off the conversation by talking about my editor, Ostinox. Ostinox, as everyone in this community knows, notoriously is sometimes, you know, I mean, he's an independent person. He's an independent person in and of itself. He is the type of person that he's the type of person that sometimes even pops off on me, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The whole thing that he represents you is not true. He's just an editor. I mean, he is my editor, right? I mean, he works with me most frequently. He's a member of this community. Okay, I will own up to that. And if Ostinox was saying something that was that I had an issue with, that I saw and had an issue with and covered, I would personally, openly fucking wait. What is this? Caught in 4K? Okay, we'll look at this in a second. But I would personally, you know, talk to him. Right? So that's the thing. That's the reality. He was upset because Ostinox had made an assertion that the timing of his charity corresponded to him, you know, getting a lot of flack for the Gamba stuff, which is his own assertion to make. I'm not going to fucking yell at him for that. But my own personal opinion on the matter is, regardless of whether or not it was for PR or whatever the fuck, it's still a good thing overall. Okay? Obviously, it's understandable that people will have criticisms if it's directly contributing to the problem. But regardless, I would not sit there and fucking check my editor or tell him to shut the fuck up or anything like that. That is, like, profoundly against what I believe. Okay? I think this is something that Train and XQC, if they want to, should have a conversation directly with him if they want to do that. If Ostinox is even up for it, I don't know. If he wants that kind of smoke, I would not. Right? So yeah, it was it is what it is, you know. But apparently, this was one of the things. This was
just
one
like
of the clips that
and
he
my
posted.
number one, which is like my head mod or head editor, was spewing dog shit and derailing shit and just spewing.
Like Art has like talked shit about me, made jokes about me before. You know what I mean? That's XQC's like, you know, main editor. He's a funny dude. He talks shit about me all the fucking time as a joke, which is fine. You know what I mean? I don't really give a shit. XQC's entire fucking community does that. Like, you know, I would wish for him to be at least a little bit more, you know, moderate a little bit more in his community when they're like going off the fucking rails saying that I'm a scumbag piece of shit. You know what I mean? But a lot of my mods are even fans of Felix too. Regardless.
Absolute dog shit out of his mouth, right? And attacking other streamers and derailing their programs. I would be like, yo, bro, like the fuck are you doing? That charity should be separate. That charity is a system that you would think you and even people that do not like me would support. It's not my charity. It's a system created to
wait. Hold on. I'm lost.
So when I announced the mental health...
You originally were talking about like Ostinox doing the gamble video, right? Like that. That's what I thought he was mad about.
We're talking on the derailment we're talking the derailment of the mental health care program, right? All the slander, the pumping of disinformation onto Twitter and onto Reddit and onto...
His editor titled the original sexual assault debate you had with XC and Train and named the Hasan argues in bad faith. Yeah, dude. I mean, oh, that's an even better one, actually. God damn, where was this last night when I needed you, okay? Yeah, dude, you're right. Did he change that? Yeah, look. Look at this. Look at this. XG's own editor literally posted this saying, Hasan argues in bad faith, backfires when Adriana and Train show up. 300,000 people almost watched that shit. Come on, dog. I mean, listen. I think that's like fucked up for XQC to you know, put out there because I think it's false. You know what I mean? XQC is right. Hasan is a snake. Discussion. I mean, come on. He doesn't ever look at his YouTube? Well, I literally control what Ostinox says on his own fucking free time significantly less than XG does with his editor, so. But they also shit on X2. Yes, they are unhinged. Yes. Anyway. So, that's a brief aside. None of this matters ultimately, okay? The Hasans are... Yeah, the Hasan shit is whatever. Part of these titles is just clickbait because you're such a target for a certain demographic. I know. And I've actually talked to XC about this privately. About how every time he like brings up something disingenuous, what happens in the background to me and to my loved ones is very different. That was one of the conversations. That was one of the private conversations that I had. It's not something I like to talk about personally. And publicly, but what ends up happening doesn't just like end up with like him being like, you're fucking biased and you're a socialist hypocrite or whatever, when even he just admit when you're wrong. It's not that hard. Are you telling me that? I admit that I'm wrong all the time. People bully me for it. Anyway, people will say I'm backtracking, and I get very upset at that too when people say, oh, you're backtracking. Even as an XQC fan, I typed in chat defending you, and then multiple juices DM me threatening to dox me, lol. Yeah, juices go a little wild. But ultimately, like, I don't think I'm going to get any charitability from LSF or Reddit in general. But I think part of it is because, like, they found someone that they hate more than me, which was which was of course Train, and that like it was objectively an unhinged conversation that was supposed to be like I was trying to be as you know, as understanding and as like calm as possible. I'm a 25 months old XC and I was in there literally with him pulling me up. You should see how they almost keylogged my Discord. What? I just don't know why juicers fucking hate me as much when like their juice lord is not as big as a hater. I mean, he pops off whenever I call him out or whatever, which ironically some of those juice lords also agree with me when I call him out. But they just like they're like obsessively and aggressively fucking being like, no, you can't even like this person. And I don't know what it is. Anyway. I missed it, but why'd you talk to Train? This doesn't seem worth it. I mean, there was a couple things that I did want to address, like you know, him trying to implicate me in covering up like sexual assault or like minimizing sexual assault or something like that, which he did apologize for, which, you know, we got that out of him. So that's, you know, fair is fair. That's great. You know, I'm glad that he did that. There was some other stuff that that like is a non-stop ongoing thing. The thing is, like, this idea that I'm a snake, this idea that I'm a hypocrite, this idea that I'm fucking just like an awful person has been ongoing on Twitch for a while now. And it does diminish my capacity to get people to understand the things that I advocate for. So I have to do whatever I can to combat that. You know what I mean? Like any kind of forum that I can get in front of where those audience members are going to be like a little bit more charitable to what I'm saying. Bro said you streamed in 2017. Yeah, I know. I never did, but it's fine. Ultimately, I got to take any fucking opportunity I can. There's nothing I can do. Like I'm always facing an uphill battle. Not to say that like oh my God, my life is so difficult. It's not. It's awesome, right? But I am firmly aware that I will always be facing an uphill battle no matter what happens. So you just sometimes got to fucking suit up and boot up and have these kinds of conversations where, you know, the mediator might not necessarily be on your side all that much, or the other side might be there to like try to humiliate me or pick apart anything I do for the sake of like feeling better about themselves or something. So it is what it is. It's just the reality. I recognize that. But there was some funny moments that came out of that, especially one of the best parts about it was like, I think towards the end when we were just having a normal conversation, which is my favorite type of shit, is just having a normal ass conversation where we're just like fucking around, XGC, not realizing, but like accidentally advocating for eugenics or something. You know what I mean? But like, it's not serious, obviously, and don't take it seriously. But that kind of shit was great. Trainwrecks advocating for fucking anarcho-syndicalism or anarcho-communism, right? But I do want to go back to that. I do want to have the conversation again with both of them, as a matter of fact, because I thought it was really good. I want to talk to both of them about like what kind of right-wing ideas they think should be implemented. Because one of the best parts, and this is like, one of the best parts. Yeah, this was, I think, the first time Train was like talking shit about me. That was literally 4 years ago. One of the best parts was, it's basically the same belief that I have that like most people have like leftist anti-capitalist values, right? As long as you just don't communicate it as anti-capitalist. Like, the moment that they would bring up like a right-wing value, it was like an objectively left-wing value, especially in like the American sense. And they would go, wait, the moment that I would say like, well, that's not right-wing at all, they would go, oh, well, fuck, I don't know. So that's always like, that's always a really funny thing that I think blows open the understanding, the understanding of the American sensibilities of politics. That's why it's so much like Red Scare is so successful and has been so successful. Like a century of anti-communist, anti-socialist propaganda has been so successful that people literally believe in like left-wing things internally, like sharing is caring, right? But then they fucking despise it when you call, yeah, here, this is it. This is when you call it left-wing. They go, no, fuck that. You know, America's the most propagandized country in history because everyone hates their boss, hates their job, and thinks the government is completely in the pocket of big business, and yet everyone still claims to love capitalism. What Americans do end up hating is not the capitalist who lords over us or the politician who colludes with them, but a secret third thing, the Chinese. Yeah, exactly. Like, people basically have made up their minds that socialism is such a bad thing, it's such a bad word, it's such a no word, and that capitalism is so good that like they're literally terrified that they're gonna come out as like someone who's an SJW or a liberal. HasanAbi, the right-wing issues is tried feeding him was abortion and immigration and excuse probably to the left on those issues. Yeah, of course. That's why I said, what kind of right-wing issues do you believe in? You look like you stole that suit from your dad. This would imply that my dad is much smaller than me because this suit is ill-fitting, but not in the way that it would be someone who is, someone who's larger. Anyway, this was probably the Ostinox stuff was whatever. It was one thing. We didn't really come to a conclusion on that.
Your community on Twitch.
You're upset that Ostinox said that you set up your charity to whitewash your reputation after people were criticizing you for gambling. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I told him to sue him if he thinks it's defamatory. But Ostinox said just heard Train got on a 5-hour customer service call to the manager to complain that I'm not nice enough to him on Twitter. He could always unblock me to DM and explain where I misrepresented him with funding a mental health care fund while promoting a gambling addiction. It's pretty funny to see Train believe so deeply that you are responsible for your opinions and actions of the people you employ. While I'm watching Aiden Ross on his kick contract, pay a kid $10K to piss in a bowl and pour it on his sister on the other tab. Luckily, an exec at Kick texted Aiden that piss was too far, so we had to settle for condiments and spit instead, which to me indicates someone's been watching Aiden do all this Nazi shit and thought, no need to intervene. The biggest mental health care investment Trainwreck could make is to pay me to never open Kick again. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on Aiden's side like that is worthy of an entirely different conversation, which I also brought up in our combo as well. But the Ostinox thing ultimately didn't fucking go anywhere because, you know, I'm not in the business of like of implementing editorial control on people that I work with, right? That's not going to happen. Like, this motherfucker literally made a YouTube compilation of all the times he canceled me out of spite, knowing full well, like, canceled me as a joke, knowing full well that, like, it damages me internally and mentally. Also, I don't think anyone thinks their employer should control their speech either, for the record. But yeah, then we moved on. That was the first issue. Second issue was Trainwreck saying, like, you definitely... Trainwreck saying that I definitely was, like, leading the cause of, like, shitting on him you know, for Gordon Ramsay reacts. And I think this was it. Okay, but if you, like, you gotta bring something here because I am telling you,
I'm bringing my memory.
God,
that's what I'm bringing.
No, you can't do that, man. You
expected me to have clips from 6 years ago on hand.
I said this on stream. If I've said this on stream, you should be able to, like, literally, you've been talking about it since. Wait, did you say 2017?
I said like end of 2017, 2018. It was when I was still living with Mitch. That's when I watched.
I literally started streaming like consistently in the second half of 2018. I started my first day streaming was 2018, I think March. I did not know who you were back then. Yeah, I had no idea who you were. That's what I'm saying.
I was so when I started.
Why would I have talked about you? I don't know who you are. I didn't know anything about Twitch.
The Gordon Ramsay.
He had his Papagan army, and the entirety of DGG. I saw that as well. Look up clips to try and find me shitting on Train to be like, if we find one thing, like, it's over, right? Which also personally doesn't even like make sense, because I literally fucking said, if I have said that, I'm in the wrong. If I have said that, if they found a clip, I'd be like, I'm very sorry for saying that. I don't think that this is as like big of an evangelist as you thought I was. Like, the gambling shit is like, you know, consistent. But if I like made, if you think I like weaponized my audience or something, you tried. Like, if I didn't try, they tried. Okay, for someone who doesn't play poker, you called that bluff. It's not even a bluff. I don't think it's a bluff. I don't think you guys understand. One thing I do think is that Train is genuine in his opinions. Whether it's his own demons that told him that, like, I was doing this to him, or whether he, like, read an offhanded remark and he, like, immediately likened it to, immediately said Hasan is responsible for this. I think he's genuine. I think he genuinely thinks that I, like, have been doing this. Okay? Which is funny because, like, back then I had, you know, who is your core audience from 2017? I was not on Twitch on 2017. I didn't even know what the fucking platform was. But in 2018, it was like fucking, you know, I was maxing out on like 200 viewers. You know what I mean? 2019, I mean. So that notion is like, is wild. And maybe it's like a Mandela effect or something. Bro, you are a gaslight victim and you believe it. Ha ha ha. I don't believe it. I don't remember. I don't recall. You know, I'm doing 10-hour streams non-fucking stop for the past couple of years now. It's gonna be hard for me to remember every single thing that I said. And by the way, during that time, I had like 15 appearances on Scuffed. A lot of people don't remember this, but I literally would go on his podcast all the time because I was a small streamer, you know, up and coming. Obviously, you know, I took advantage of any opportunity I had to like speak to a larger audience. But not only that, but I would literally do like 3 of his shows in 1 week. I'd be like doing advice. I'd be doing fucking, you know, Scuff podcast. I'd be doing a lot of shit, right? So, what is this? This subreddit, this post on XCC. This post on XCC subreddit actually sums up how Juicers felt. XCC's editors had enough of it. Someone tell little bro it's time for games. No one cares about this dead ass. Anyway, so yeah, I even brought Felix Biederman on Scuff, which was funny, and totally separate. But you know, it's just like this was crazy. Like he tried as hard, like everybody tried as hard as they could to find something, and they couldn't. But even if they had found something, in the off chance that like there was literally a video out there of me shitting on Train, like objectively, like being like, fuck Train, he's a bad guy, whatever. Okay, like I can't believe he did this or anything like that. And then I would apologize for it, right?
I started the reacting stuff like 2017, end of 2017, beginning of 2018, all the way through to 2019, right? And that's when you guys, you and other streamers, pushed on to the hate because I was getting a lot of attention.
Okay, but so that was like the main point of contention here, which I think everyone basically once they couldn't find anything, they were like, all right, fuck this shit, right? Comments surprisingly were on my side, which is wild. There were some really funny moments in there, though. Like, I think where he was saying, like, facts? Why are you bringing facts? Like, why are you saying, I don't need evidence is the funniest thing I've seen in a while? You're trying to disprove my memory with facts. You know, there was some great moments there. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Train is unintentionally and sometimes intentionally very funny. Okay? This is, like, even if the situation at hand is, like, super serious, or not so serious because it's just basically me like trying to defend my history, okay, in a 2v1 scenario. You know, ultimately, like I just want to correct the record and if it was supposed to be about like making amends, like I want to correct the record and you know, apologize if I said something that was like fucked up. Okay. Said something that I think like truly conflicts with my values, because I might fuck up. I'm a human being. You know what I mean? The worst part is like people I know are never going to be charitable. Even if I fuck up and apologize for something, people are just going to be like, no, you're a hypocrite. Like we found it. We found the one moment where you were hypocritical or something. Anyway, but yeah, this was pretty funny.
Then to intake an idea from the get-go. It's just how it is. It's why what? Okay. Now we can move on from that. I think you apologize for that. That was fine because you made more about you guys than the topic at hand. I had to apologize for that initially a while back. I think the whole site was fucking absolutely shit, dumbhead. I think I'm not gonna blame the people, but I think things escalated and make things that since they're live made things like completely just getting things crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, he went a little wild on this one. He went Winston main mode pretty hard. I didn't even understand what the fuck was going on here.
People say says you. I mean, I tried to pull out, and people saying, "Oh, so silent now." So I think it was so cooked up. Okay, who am I talking to? I don't know. I think these are watching comments on Reddit. I don't.
Anyway, there was a funny. I don't know. One of my favorite moments was literally when XQC brought up. There was like a, you know, both sides have some rights and both sides have some wrongs. I was like, what do you mean both sides? Like, what the fuck? I've made like I brought like so many pieces of evidence to the fucking table. Like, I don't know what else I can do in that situation. Where was it? Oh yeah, here. This is it. This is the one where that was actually funny. There's no evidence, but agree to disagree.
Actually, on this issue, there's no supporting evidence of Train's point and a little bit of supporting of Hasan's counterpoints. That he's they're a little bit, brother. Saying, yo guys, I'm kind of a React Andy it's not a big stance, okay?
Well,
it's a little bit...
that's not what I showed. I showed you consistently a long, verifiable, documented history of like being an advocate for abolishing IP, showing you consistently that I have abolished my own IP restrictions in my own community with the own content that I personally create, shown you that like other people have criticized me for reacting to shit, showed you that I even got DMCA'd with a false DMCA claim for reacting to Gordon Ramsay, showed you a Twitter thread where I actually defended Trainwrecks being the original MasterChef React Andy.
Years after. That was the year you guys began watching it. You understand?
So
okay.
I haven't switching you guys.
Let's agree.
And then like that, it ended with let's
disagree, and we can move on.
Wait, what? No,
you can't do that. You can't do that. I'm trying to. You can't.
Like that was wild, dude. Come on, brother. I know. Look, I know exactly what Felix was doing here, and I know what he's gonna say tomorrow. Okay, listen, dude. Listen, I know, dude, that Hasan was in the right, dude. Okay, but I wanted to make amends, dude. So I was trying to help out Train a little bit, dude. Okay. Otherwise, he's gonna feel like you know how he is. And then chat starts spamming schizo in the fucking chat. You know how he is, dude. Listen, dude. He's just gonna start getting derailed, dude. And then it's gonna be really difficult. So I was just trying to do my very best by just you know, helping him out when he needed it. Okay. That's what he's gonna say. Like straight up, that is the fucking thing that he's gonna say. That's what he thought he was doing, okay? You know, chat is gonna, like I said, spam fucking schizo, spam 2v1 still lost, that kind of thing, all that shit, okay? But I mean, it was ultimately fine. Worst impression, I understood everything you just said. Yeah, whatever. What is this? It's funny because your pattern of behavior regarding IP isn't applicable, but your pattern of behavior that doesn't exist against Train is. Yeah, he was definitely not doing a good job mediating, which even the juicers understood and were like getting, you know, making fun of XCC for. But Anyway. Last night was the first time I ever saw X's chat being partial to you until you said something about it and they stopped. Yeah, I know. The juicers were like, hold up. We are fucking defending this dirty commie who has disrespected our juicer at a certain point. Anyway, it is what it is. I think I can reach out to the juicers. Okay. I'm a believer. I'm still a believer. You nailed it calling things Reddit energy when you flipped the script, and that was the moment that immediately called you overreacting or something. Apparently, it's only crazy when you do it to defend yourself. Yeah. So, but it was extremely Reddit to just like pull all of these talking points directly from Reddit while also simultaneously talking about how I have an outsized audience on Reddit, like hitting him. You know what I mean? So we didn't really come to a close on me supposedly like running the crusade against Train. There was one clip from, does anyone have that? Does anyone have the Trainwreck subreddit post of me making a joke about Greek? Oh, shameless fuckingness, Hasan caught in 4K. This is many years after, by the way. This is a year ago when I think Train was still claiming that I was like making fun of him.
They can do it full time.
This is a show that no longer exists, for the record, where I'm having this conversation and I'm literally making fun of Greek personally. Okay, are you ready for this?
They can do it full time.
The bad thing
Yeah,
about
it's quite
streaming
easy. Just do a few squatties here or there, and you should be a job mate.
Full time.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Greek.
instead you should take a book out of Greek's page here and just watch YouTube videos all day and go.
Hey,
Oh god.
Aloha!
They were like caught in this was their evidence that I was like shitting on. This was the evidence that I was like shitting on React Andy and shitting on Train, I think. That's what they were saying. Okay, they were like this joke. Okay, this joke against Greek, not even, and Train is right there. Why am I not shitting on Train if this is like something I care about? But this joke was what, like this meme on a show that no longer exists, but if you know what I mean, this meme was conclusive evidence that I was like fucking shitting on the concept of React Andy being a React Andy when I myself have been a React Andy from the fucking jump. Okay. But yeah, apparently they found, the Brain Trust finally found a fucking clip. This is the one that they're talking about. Apparently, this is it. This is the smoking gun. And I'm ready to apologize if this is the smoking gun that they think it is. So let's take a look at what this clip is.
Apologize for that.
What do you mean? I'm not your fucking favorite React streamer, okay? Go watch Trainwrecks if you want him to watch. If you want to watch uninterrupted cooking streams, okay?
That's it?
Jesus Christ. My bad, bro.
I'm literally reacting. It's a joke. That's not the fucking, there's no way Train saw this and he thought this is the reason.
Watch me. 15K Andy. 15K has, or that was even more than that. 15K. That's, she was in here typing unless during the Daft Chip stream though. Yeah, but that was 15K. That's different. 15K Andy. 15K has, or that was even more than that. 15K Hasan is a total.
This VOD was recently uploaded 3 weeks ago. Yeah, finally. Yeah, this VOD is from this VOD's from 2019. Recently uploaded 3 weeks ago. This is the crusade. This is what they're saying.
Really different beast. Okay.
Someone is just shitting on me pausing. That's it. Like they're like while I'm reacting to a video and I'm making a joke. That's it. That's the big crusade. It's a HasanAbi joke. That is crazy that they thought that this is the smoking gun. This is what y'all got. I mean, hey man, I'm so sorry. Guys, I can't believe it. The Brain Trust found it. They got me in 4 fucking K. Now, ultimately, like I said, there might actually be a fucking clip out there. I don't know. Okay? I don't think so. But I've been fucking gaslit so hard. Maybe there is one. I don't even fucking know. And if there is one, I will apologize. This, unfortunately, is not it.
Changes people.
Leave this on
That's
your
not
screen.
just like a pokey thing. It's just like everyone watches 15K streams. Come on, bro.
I'm literally saying, I'm talking about
that 15K be hitting different, dude. You pause so fucking much.
I'm sorry.
All right, bitch. I'm sorry.
I apologize for that.
What do you mean? I'm not your fucking favorite React streamer, okay? Go watch Trainwrecks if you want him to watch. If you want to watch uninterrupted cooking streams, okay?
By the way, I think I was already reacting to Gordo at this point too. Like I think I had already started reacting to Gordo before this even. What the fuck gives Train the authority to tell you what socialists should do? He didn't read any theory, nor does he have any understanding of history or how systematic change accrues. So it doesn't matter. Train is closer to like the average American's lack of understanding of what socialism is. So I will use him as a perfect example.
Jesus Christ. My bad, bro. We're fucking doing transformative content here. All right?
This is what is known as a joke, by the way, guys. I hope everybody understands that. This is what is known as a joke, considering that I'm also reacting. Like I said, I know that one of the number one things that people love doing this, one of the number one things that people like to do is like, well, my interlocutor clearly has no capacity to make a joke, so I'm going to take everything he says 100% seriously in order to stretch and extend as aggressively as I can. But again, like, we went down to the minutia. We are looking at literally fucking, like, we're looking at literally fucking, like, scouring through hours and hours and hours of fucking VOD content to try to find something at this point. No content creator on the fucking planet has ever been subjected to this level of scrutiny. Okay? I'm sorry. That's not a real thing. We are having an unironic witch hunt about like a joke that I'm making about pausing that is being misconstrued in this circumstance, and it doesn't fucking make sense. It doesn't make sense that like this is so normalized that like even then when you can't find anything, it doesn't matter. I'm still angry. It sucks. It sucks. I just want to, two things I want. If you fucking hate me, just leave me alone. Okay? And the second thing is, if you don't hate me, but you have people in your fucking communities that hate me, then, you know, be a little bit more charitable if you see something. Because in a lot of instances, people are just like very disingenuously clipping shit. Okay? Obviously, I'm talking about like my own community. My own community clearly doesn't have anything. My own core community unironically understands why people hold the grudges and the way that they hold the grudges and how aggressively hold it. I think it's a little bit. I think it's you're literally doing the Jon Stewart on Crossfire. I'm a content creator defense. Train as Tucker Lamau. What? Kind of wild. You're having to do the Jon Stewart on Crossfire. I'm a content creator defense. I mean, it's not even that. It's just it sucks that like the world of public perspective. Well, what ended up? It's popular to hate you. That happened on my own. I did that. I played a role in creating that by responding to so many people. Okay. By responding to every single disingenuous remark over and over again. I definitely played a role in that. Okay? I banned a lot of people that would come in here and chirp. Okay? And ultimately, it created like a massive community of haters. Obviously, some people also make money off of that, right? Like shitting on me. There's a big community of you know, haters who pop off every time I'm mentioned anywhere. Okay? But you know, there's a litany of different things. I mean, there's people who disagree with me politically. All I'm asking for is charitability. That's it. In a year of watching you, the only 2 times a community organized outside of charities is r/place, and you getting banned off the other place. I'm sorry, this is a ghost hunt. Yeah. But yeah. Haven't made a cent from lying about you hating gays. I mean, yeah, that's true. There is not a lot of money there because a lot of people hate the gays, actually. So yeah. So, I mean, ultimately, it basically came to two points here, okay? 2 main points before we got to, like, the fun shit, okay? Which another incredibly disingenuous comment was brought up, which I'm going to get to, but, I mean, I popped off a little bit, and not in a positive way. I think this was a weak moment for me, and I shouldn't have, like, gone this far.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's not
You're not selling
socialism.
false hope? Yeah, because you said
I'm not,
what?
no.
That gambling is bad? Whoa, book, gambling is bad. Meanwhile,
Yes.
like, he was trying to tell me as
generate-
a socialist, like, or as an anti-capitalist, like, I'm profiting off of, like, selling false hope to people as though I'm just like a fucking gospel preacher, like a prosperity gospel preacher, when in fact I'm very pessimistic and really, really honest, perhaps too brutally honest about how difficult things are. What do I always say? Society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. It will be an emotionally fulfilling cause for you, even if you do not see the actual benefits, the tangible benefits, right? You are Joel Osteen argument. Exactly. It's very frustrating because nobody in here thinks that giving me $5 to subscribe is actually going to yield like immediate benefits for them in any meaningful capacity beyond not seeing ads at the top of the hour and also just financially supporting this broadcast and maintaining my editorial independence and allowing me to fucking go and do different kinds of content, whatever the fuck I want to do, right? Nobody, I'm not doing an ad break right now. I'm not. I'm just stating facts. Like, people don't voluntarily donate $5 or not even donate, like literally subscribe, because they think that like this is going to bring about revolutionary socialism through the vanguard. No one does that. It is a made up thing, and I totally fucking despise how much I have to address like schizophrenic fucking talking points that people have come up with on their own minds in the same exact way that Train was doing here, but also in the same exact fucking way. Hasan Lurker, Strumdog, and Jolene Jojo, thank you for the 5 get the subs, by the way. But in the same exact way that, like, you know, people who chirp on Twitter, like the anarchists, the crusty anarchists, the rad libs on Twitter do. And you generate hundreds almost of millions of dollars, maybe half of that now.
I get paid for exclusivity. I don't get paid off of others losing.
Totally, dude. Totally. Exactly. Also, on top of that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do.
Yo, it's
Pipes. Thank you for the 10 gift the subs.
I
want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall better. But make no mistake, ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful. And now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Wait. Let me respond to that. First of all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago.
Were you tired playing with Train? No, I mean, the reason why I fucking popped off on him here was because, like, I was sick and tired of, like, talking to a fucking brick wall, dude. Like, it took me hours and hours to describe one single fucking point about socialism, right? And Train would not listen to me. He would turn around, okay? Train would not listen to me. And he would just basically turn around and go, oh, well, you know, fucking systems. Which is not a charity. He would just say, no, systems does not equal charity, but let me describe to you a charity by calling it a system. And at a certain point, like when he started like, you know, using disingenuous talking points to try and like pick apart every little thing I do, when I gave him examples of like how I actually work, how I actually operate, you know, he just, like, it got to a point where I was like, it built up to a point where I basically was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, this is crazy. I feel like I've taken crazy pills. I feel like I'm arguing against, I'm arguing in the direction of a brick wall, and I cannot do anything. I cannot describe anything to him. You know what I mean? But when you give any amount to charity, you're just giving a percentage of your income to charity. You're such a dumb fuck. Yeah, that was another talking point that I consider to be a little disingenuous as well, which was the pocket watching in regards to the pocket watching in regards to the charity thing, which was like they considered this to be an alt.
This is very important. No, hold on. This is very important to address.
Yes.
What you're doing right now is not genuine criticism. It's just pocket watching and also undermining something that I did that
The pocket
it wasn't
watching
even
is
supposed to.
justified based on what you preach.
No, hold on. No, that's bullshit. You're just pocket
not?
watching and then claiming that it's actually adequate to do so because you claim you're a socialist. No, I already described to you numerous fucking times what socialism is. Charity is not that. Pocket watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the
Why
time to
is
me,
that
and I
example-
yell at them. Just because
Why
you're
is
not...
that example the comeback, some extreme rebuttal of
Because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You gotta
Brother.
stop.
brother.
Pocket watching for me means something else. How are you using it? Pocket watching is like is like what you are spending your money on, like looking at someone else and like calculating their expenditure, which ironically this subreddit also engaged in. I read the comments, but some of them were really funny because again, whenever you deal with a content creator, regardless of whether you're disingenuous or regardless of whether you're genuine or not, there's always going to be members of other communities that despise you, that go to work to be like, I'm going to prove that he's actually a hypocrite. So what did the people find? This is a good question, right? What did they find to go back and say, oh, it's pocket watching? First and foremost, I just want to mention something. I want to mention something really quickly. $50,000 is a lot of money by every metric, okay? I think, personally. Regardless of how much you make, it's a lot of money. It's more money than most average people fucking make. It's more money than I made the first 2 years that I worked the job, okay? So that's number one. Do I make a lot more than that now? Absolutely, okay? $50,000 for one charity that I am putting together, one fundraiser that I'm putting together, is just $50,000. In between that $50,000 since the turkey fundraiser, I've already dropped more than $25,000 in the adoption thing that I was doing this weekend. So like clearly, it's just one fundraiser out of many fundraisers. Since then, and I do have the capacity to be able to do this sort of thing, okay? Since then, I donated another, like, I hate this. I hate, like, talking about where I fucking donate. It's so annoying. Yes, since then, I also gave $10,000 to Juniper's Trans Lifeline charity as well, Trevor Project Trans Lifeline charity as well, when I went on her stream to I'm not even remembering this shit, and you're remembering it for me. Whether it be Ludwig's charity or whether it be my other friends' charities, I donate a lot. Just because I'm not fucking constantly chirping about it doesn't change anything. And I don't like it. I don't like that, like, we're talking about this shit, and it's very, very, very frustrating, okay? But the funniest thing that people found, people think if you don't virtue signal and post everything you do, it doesn't happen. Exactly. When I did it privately, okay, when I did it privately, people would constantly, the very same people who now say that, I'm doing it for a flex, used to say, I don't do it. Why doesn't he do it publicly so we can get other people on board, so we can do fundraising, so we can actually boost these charities? It would be great. So I started doing some of it publicly, okay? So I started doing some of it publicly. Now they say it's just a flex. Okay? It's just a flex. You're doing it to do PR. Ultimately, it doesn't fucking matter. Elden Ring Ukraine charity was huge too. People remember what you've done, even if you don't think so. Keep going. Yeah, abortion funds, bail funds. You know, this community has raised a lot of money. I've given a lot of money out of pocket as well to a lot of charities, both publicly and privately. It ultimately doesn't fucking matter. Strike funds. There's so much. Union funds. I do practice what I preach, even though that part of it is just, you know, that I have the capacity to do so. That's it. Because I have the capacity to do so, I'm doing it. Not because I think that's socialism. And I cannot stress this enough. Okay? I'm not a politician. I'm not a fucking CEO. I'm not like socialist Jesus. And charity is not socialism. You have privately donated to my union. I got receipts if you need, fam. Which union are you? I don't even remember. I don't know. Which union are you talking about? Police. He's gonna be like, police union. Anyway, so the thing is, that's a lot higher proportion of your income than XC and Train assume based on theirs. They assume that you make close to the amount of money they make, and that's simply not true. Yeah, exactly. That was the final culmination, I think. But ultimately, listen. None of that matters, because the hypocrisy argument is fucking silly as well. The hypocrisy argument is ridiculous, but people still do it because they think it's a very effective way to do it. Okay? There are people who like made arguments as to like how much money I'm generating, how much revenue I'm generating, and how tiny of a proportion that is. But one of the funniest ones was a tweet that a tweet that I had about Mark Zuckerberg doing PR, okay, for himself, for his new 501c4 that he had established to dump all of his funds into, so it was non-taxable, so he could keep churning revenue for himself, but without any sort of fucking taxes, so he could trade favors, right? So this guy said, and here it is, I always remember these types of tweets when he donates a small percentage of his money. Okay? No, you don't understand. He's a billionaire, so it's different. Hasan is only a multimillionaire. That's pretty much nothing. Okay? And the tweet is this. The tweet is this. So that would be 0.05% of his wealth. Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan and Bill Gates fund 25 million coronavirus research group. Imagine if your friend who made $75,000 last year gave $33 to a coronavirus charity and then wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. The PR push behind this is the billionaire version. Also, the proportions are the same. Now, the $50,000 in this circumstance, okay, and I'm more so talking about how billionaires love doing PR, right? It's like they do press releases. Nah, many years ago in Atlanta. Oh, okay. Anyway, I don't remember, but I hope you're doing all right. Anyway, listen. I literally don't remember. But the point is this, okay? It's not even necessarily the fact that these guys like gave such a small, minuscule percentage, right? It's more so the fact that they are getting earned media and paid media out of it. They're doing it so that New York Times writes about it. They're doing it so that CBS News writes about it, okay? That's the point. Okay, it does look a little hypocritical. Well, if you think that that's a little hypocritical, then let me explain to you a little bit further. They do this specifically, it's a minuscule percentage of their wealth overall, but they do it specifically with the express purpose of either literally putting their entire funds into a 501c4, which Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan did, right, in order to literally motivate politicians to do whatever the fuck they want and have it not as a tax write-off in the way that you guys understand it, because a lot of people will say, oh, dude, you made a contribution, that's a tax write-off. You guys have no idea what this is. This is something entirely different. This is the actual tax avoidance. It's not a tax write-off. When you take all of your stocks and move it in to a 501c4, which is a political operation, okay, you could just use the 501c4 funds to do whatever the fuck you want. You can buy a yacht. You can buy whatever the fuck you want, okay?
but it's non-taxable. It's a tax shelter, okay? Now, not only do they do that, very famously so, we've covered it a lot of times on this broadcast, okay? But they also do it to get PR on it, right? Good press. You can say, Hasan, you are pocket watching in this circumstance. What the fuck? And to that I would respond, and someone did the math for me so I don't have to do it because they thought that this was a funny own. Okay? For me to have donated the equivalent of my percentage of wealth, if 50,000 was all I donated this year, which we already established that that's not the case. It's going to be much more than that, but it doesn't matter. But if you put that into percentage of income for me, that would mean I'm making $125 million a year. So, like, they are trying to compare me to Mark Zuckerberg's $25 million charity fund that he established, which I don't even have a problem with that. At the time, I said, that's great. That's awesome. I'm glad that they're doing it. But it's the PR coverage that I'm talking about surrounding it. Okay? So you're conflating net worth and income point stands, but not the same thing. If you consider the difference between a percentage of my overall net worth, whatever you think that my net worth is, I don't have any fucking assets, dog. I have a house that I pay a fucking mortgage on, and that's it. Every single other thing is just my yearly wages that come from the fucking subscriptions, which people voluntarily give me to avoid the top of the hour ad break, by the way, okay? Which comes at the top of every hour. But you think my net worth is $125 million? Is that what you think? And that's just one. That's just one charity. Anyway. And this is another good one. 50,000 is 2.5% of his pre-tax income. Now let's take the median income of an individual, 45K. An equivalent median American tax bracket would be a $1,125 donation. I don't know about you, but that's a lot of fucking money. Yeah. So that's it. That's it. That is the point. The point is that, like, people are, like, they're shocked. No shot, you're pretending like Hasan's subs are his only income source. The overwhelming majority of my income, almost the entirety of it, comes from subscriptions. Okay? From voluntary subscriptions that people don't even have to fucking give or gift or buy. Everything is free. This entire content is free. Every single part of this content is free. It's not only free, but it's free to literally turn around. You can turn around and actually make content out of it and make your own money at this point. And yet people still fucking yell. Dubtech, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Jolene Kujojo for the 5. Matty Codes for the 20 gifted. Infantryman, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Now, this is before we even talk about the actual socialism, okay? The socialism part of this conversation revolves around Mark Zuckerberg's main form of making money, okay? The main way that he makes money is through exploiting his workers, which I have shown time and time again. I try my very best not to engage in any kind of exploitative practices when I am creating commentary and creating entertainment. Okay? So even then, which was surprising, but even then a lot of people were basically looking at this and going, yeah, I think it's fucking ridiculous that, like, people are shitting on Hasan for this. So it was wild to see Reddit even doing pocket watching while still simultaneously being relatively charitable. Okay? I will always be infantryman instead of Infinite Ryman. Oh, sorry, Infinite Ryman. I read your name wrong. Okay?
Just want to say for anyone who thinks Twitch ad pays are all delusional, YouTube pays 10x, Twitch and always has. And YouTube pays 10x that Twitch pays and always has if you're not a fucking political content creator, okay? That's the other side of this equation. Your CPMs are insanely low when you're doing politics because it's considered controversial content. On top of that, I curse a lot too. Okay? Stop justifying yourself and stop debating with downvoted Redditors. I'm not saying you don't hear this all the time, but you don't have to justify yourself on your finances. I know. I don't have to. And I'm doing this one time, and we're not going to have to do that, okay? I'm just doing it one time. But ultimately, this is where it came. This is where I actually fucking recognized what was going on when they had this reaction.
Train meant, yo, bruh, 2 mil is dank. Nobody says 2 mil is not dank. 2 mil is dank. Thank you very much for Turkey. That's very sweet. It was absolutely colossal.
It's a net positive.
50K for somebody like you is a fucking joke, Hasan. It's a joke. Why only 50K?
There's a disagreement there. I don't think it's a joke.
Train meant, yo, bro.
Anyway, what is he saying is not a lot? Yes. They're saying it's not a lot.
Bruh.
Well, he wasn't even saying that personally. I think he was saying like this is what Train is saying. But that is it. That was the moment because the conversation that we had after that made me understand. The conversation that we had after that made me understand. Oh shit! Like these guys actually aren't. You know, these guys actually don't know. Like they are thinking in their minds that it's
Train
like literally.
Yo,
here, you'll see.
Okay, Train meant, yo, bruh, 2 mil is dank. Nobody
I gotta
says
pee. I'll
2
be
mil
back
is
in a
not
second.
dank. 2 mil is dank. Thank you very much for Turkey. That's very sweet. It was absolutely colossal.
It's a net positive.
50K for somebody like you is a fucking joke, Hasan. It's a joke. Why only 50K?
There's a disagreement there. I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a little amount of money.
Based on your ad incentive deal with Twitch, wouldn't you argue that the days you ran those ads on those days, along with what you made, don't they add? I mean, didn't you make
when I originally started?
I had to go for it. I had to go for it. I'm sorry.
You're wrong.
I'm sorry.
You're
I have to
wrong.
do it.
No, it's not.
Was it close to that amount?
Insane. No, not even remotely close.
Okay. At the end of the day, listen. I don't want to listen. What you did was phenomenal. The effect was phenomenal. Do you understand?
So, but hold on. This is very important to address.
Yes.
What you're doing right now is not genuine criticism. It's just pocket watching and also undermining something that I did that
the pocket
it wasn't even supposed to.
Based on what you preach.
No, hold on. No, that's bullshit. You're just pocket watching and then claiming that it's actually adequate to do so because you claim you're a socialist. No, I already described to you numerous fucking times what socialism is. Charity is not that. Pocket watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the time to me, and I yell at them. Just because you're not...
Why is that example the comeback, some extreme rebuttal of,
because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You gotta stop.
Brother, that blue hair. Okay, let's not go to insults.
But they do that. They do that too.
Community,
they do that exact same shit that you're doing right now. They do it to Mr. Beast. They do it to me all the fucking time. They, I'm sure, would do it to you if they thought that you were like a person who would like listen and respond to them. You're doing the exact same shit. You are crying like a fucking SJW.
I'm not crying like an SJW. I'm pointing
yes, you are.
I'm pointing out.
You are.
Can't wait for Lovey to react to Train thinking you make 10 million. Yeah. So I mean, a lot of that basically turned into that. I feel like the way they think is such a reflection of how the general populace thinks too. Such a bummer how fundamentally misunderstood what systematic support is versus individual charity. Yeah. One thing that I routinely keep going, you start spitting around at 526.
I've been so charitable to you from the jump.
Oh
the only reason why we've had this conversation is so that you can try and make me look bad over and over again. I've gone above and beyond trying to describe some. I've gone above and beyond because, like, ultimately this is good content. I've gone above and beyond describing things to you.
There is no gotcha moments here. We're having a discussion for the things that.
Yeah, by the way, that is a good point. I was going to mention that. I forgot to mention it there, but like 50K compared to how much I make versus 150K compared to what Train makes is insane. Train is very charitable, okay? And that's great. I think that's a great thing. I'm not going to shit on him for that, okay? But the idea that like Trainwreck and I, if we look at like how much money I have versus how much money he has, is unimaginable. And as a matter of fact, I think that that was a big point of contention that we didn't personally understand. This guy is obviously doing like 10K spins, okay? He's doing 100K spins every now and then, okay? A guy who's doing 100K spins, of course, like 50 times a fucking day, doesn't understand that like my situation is not like that, okay? Like, it's crazy. Like, he loses 10 of my houses a fucking day sometimes, or wins 10 of my houses a day in cryptocurrency. Like, yeah, no shit. No fucking shit. And the greatest point, and there were two different points. There were two different points that I have to make sure people understood here. One, someone linked it actually towards the end where we were having a conversation about like how much money they thought I made genuinely. Okay. Them roasting you for not donating enough money when you are the broke boy in the Discord call with these mega millionaires is insanity. Oh, here. So this was one part. This is when I like. This is when I understood where the. This is when I understood where the difference in opinion was coming from. When they were like talking about, you know, the hundreds of millions that they have, and when Train was like, "Oh, you have 6 million in your bank account at least."
Listen, I think at the end of the day, we just need to.
Yeah, I think you guys both have like Like, I have a lot of money, okay, in comparison to the average person, but I think, like, your perception is a little bit warped about wealth overall, okay? Like,
well, how is it going to fix Twitch, which is the future of the world?
How much money you got? Like 10, 20 mil? You got at least 30 mil in the bank, yeah?
Oh, dude, you're fucking insane.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, like, he thought I had 10, 20 mil in the fucking bank, dude. 10, 20 mil. And then he's like, all right, what do you got? Like 6? Again, also insane. I might eventually, okay? Not that any of this shit matters, because it's not like I'm fucking making it off of like, I don't know, like Indonesian slave labor or anything like that, which was another part of the, it's like Radlib
totally
shit. It's pocket watching.
Oh.
It's just, that's all it is.
If I had to put a number on it, I'd say like after taxes, maybe like a
you got
cool
expensive
6 mil in the bank. There's no
you got expensive taste with their shirts and shit though, brother. Like literally, this is what I mean. I make significantly more than what I actually fucking buy. You understand that, right? Like every now and then I buy expensive shit, but like trust me, like the money that they're talking about is not like, you know, it's not even remotely close. You know what my most expensive taste is? Saying no to a fucking $500,000 sponsorship from a gambling company, from a poker sponsorship, because I don't want to do it. That's where my fucking wealth flex actually comes from. And the only reason why I can do that is because I have enough. Okay? I make more money than I ever thought I would make. This is something that I stress regularly. Okay? It's not like these deals don't come my way either. Do you understand? These deals come my way all the fucking time. I don't take them because I don't need to take them. That's why they're all so shocked when we have our conversation about like, when we have a conversation basically about like, oh, how much money you have in your bank account or whatever. It's like the reason why they're shocked is because I don't do all that. Like I don't do all the other stuff. Yeah, most people can't comprehend how much a million is. You buy a 6K shirt and it's not like an indicator that you have millions. Yeah. Do you think poker should be banned on Twitch? No, I don't care about poker being banned on Twitch. Let's be real. I think all gambling is bad, but I do understand like the entertainment value of something like fucking poker because ultimately there is like a level of skill. How do I know that there's a level of skill involved in that? Because I don't know how to fucking play it. I literally don't know how to play fucking poker. It's infinitely different than like unregulated crypto sponsored fucking gambling that is like being based out of the fucking Cayman Islands. I realized I can only think of one sponsorship that he did, and it was a game. Yeah, I every now and then will do a sponsorship, but it's usually just for a video game. Anyway. So, yeah, poker is also PvP. But there was that moment. And then the one moment that, like, I mean, there was a couple moments where he, like, I didn't really get an answer out of him at all. But yeah, this was when I realized, like, oh yeah, these guys are.
There's no shot.
Brother, you are. Yeah, no, yeah, 6. That's like half of what I have actually. I've tripled that. Yeah, I exist in this weird world where $50,000 in donating to a fucking charity is not enough, and yet $1,000 shirt is too much to spend. Like, motherfuckers would be like, bro, I can't believe you have a supercar, a Porsche, right? Bitch, how much do you think I've paid for that Porsche so far? It's a lease. Like, how much do you think I pay for that? Like I drive that as my daily driver. You know what I mean? I drive it everywhere, right? Like, it's a fucking car. It was stupid, though. I could have bought it outright, obviously. But, like... But I could have bought it. I could have bought it, and it wouldn't even have been that... it wouldn't have been that, like, big of a fucking issue. It wouldn't have been that big of a fucking budgetary destruction, okay? My point is, this is what I say when I say I live, like, well within my means, okay? Well underneath my means, okay? Not above. Well underneath. Because I still end up choosing to spend more of it on not just fucking shirts, even though every now and then I like my treats, but on whatever the fuck I want to spend it on. Whatever the fuck I want to spend it on is usually trying to make people's lives a little bit better, okay? Because things suck. It's not going to change it. It's not systemic change. It's nothing, okay? It's ultimately nothing in the grand scheme of things. Let's be fucking real. Make no mistake. It's not, I'm such a good guy, I'm doing this. I'm doing it for selfish reasons. It makes me happy, okay? When I am able to give money to people who need it, it makes me happy. There, I admit it. The fact that I have the capability to be able to buy a house where my family can come and live with me for months, the fact that I have the capability to pay off my brother's student loan debt, the fact that I have the capability to not even think about spending, you know, sometimes maybe $1,000 on a meal with all of my friends, okay? That makes me happy. That's why I do it. That's it. That's the big secret. It's not because, like, oh my God, it's going to be fucking great. No, that's it. That's it. It doesn't make me a good person. It doesn't make me a socialist Jesus. And it certainly is not socialism. Okay? Not. It has nothing to do with that. Can't live down a few expensive shirts, but 50K to charity is nothing, and people can't win for losing. Exactly. And now you're bragging, good God, the left is dumb. Why does it even matter what you spend your money on? It's your money. You get to spend it. None of them is asking what they get to spend on. Yes, XQC literally, when he found out that I fucking paid a mortgage for my house, openly stated laughingly that he bought it cash because it was easy as fuck. You will never hear a single person turn around and tell XQC that that is insane, which it shouldn't be. Like, yeah, he has a lot of fucking money. He bought a house. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
you know,
man. 6 is so... Bro, I put a... People think I own a fucking... Like, people think I bought this house, like, literally cash. Like, look, like I said, I have a lot more
It's
money
actually-
than the average
well,
person.
to be fair,
I've literally put a fucking down payment and bought it with a mortgage. Like, I have a mortgage.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
paying.
to be fair, that would be stupid of you to purchase that entire house with full cash, right? Like, if you had that kind of money, it's, you know, there's other ways you would go about that. So technically
You
speaking,
lose purchasing power and other things. That's not good.
No, I
Which
know.
I guess you would
I'm saying
argue
that people that
falls
were
right back
chirping
into
at me
the-
and still chirp at me all the time literally are like, why don't you take the $3 million and like, and live in a cardboard and instead like, you know, pay $3 million
Yo,
to me.
I bought the house
those-
as cash. It was cheap as fuck. I didn't give a shit.
those extreme takes are unfortunate, unfair. Realistically, listen, bro. One of these days, you and I will get together. We'll create some sort of system or push for one, right? Not a charity, something where we actually advocate for something and push for something and get it done to match the words. And then the next thing you know, who knows? Maybe we'll be, maybe we'll be president and vice president. We'll be running the country.
Like, this motherfucker has half a McLaren. He can't even drive. And it's nothing, okay? And no one cares. And no one should care. He's not doing anything. He's just sitting around eating his toenails trying to entertain 17-year-olds on the internet. People, understandably, don't give a shit how he spends his money. People literally go fucking bananas mode when it comes down to whatever the fuck I buy. I can't even pick my nose without like 17 fucking Twitter threads about how I didn't do it in an ethical Marxian way. Okay? Oh, Hasan, I heard, uses 2-ply toilet paper. That's not very communist of you, my guy. You should be socialist Jesus. Time for your daily lashing for the fucking crime of advocating for a better society for everyone. It's like, come on, dog. Shut the fuck up. And I hate it when it comes from the left. I don't give a shit when the right-wingers do it, but I hate it when it comes from the left because it's especially fucking frustrating when it comes from the left. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You're undermining your own goddamn cause. You're making it seem like being a fucking socialist means you have to be a fucking loser. You can never be successful if you're a socialist because your own allies, they're supposed to be ostensibly on your side, are going to shit on you non-fucking stop. I expect that from Train. I don't expect that from the fucking hammer and sickle Twitter users. Okay? It's actually funny and fun when right-wingers do it. We can make jokes about it. But again, notice how when push came to shove, and this is like literally what people consider to be a valid argument. We had a conversation about charities or systems, and I think like Train genuinely was trying to say like, I should basically create a government internally in this community and make a system, okay? And just like drop everything that I'm doing, literally learn how to fucking set up a 501c3 just so I can like, create an insurance system? Like that's insane, right? How the fuck am I going to fund it if I'm not streaming even then? Okay? How am I going to do Hasan Care, right? I don't know the first thing about running a fucking company. Part of the reason why I'm, I guess, the one of the best people to work with is because I'm so hands-off because I don't want to fucking manage people. Okay? I don't want to manage people. I'm so bad at it. There's no way I could ever turn around and fucking create an insurance scheme. And ultimately, at the end of the day, if I did that and it was like relatively successful, how many people could we even insure in that process? And that is ridiculous. Ridiculous assertion. It has nothing to do with socialism. None of it matters, right? But remember, ultimately, I lost my cool a little bit towards the end of it, and I turned the script on what Train was doing with respect to his merchandise. I said, look, I use union made, domestically manufactured manufacturing. Like, and the reason why I do that is because it's the most ethical thing I can do when I'm creating a commodity. But what about yourself? You use Indonesian child slave labor produced cotton and sweatshirts that you sell at an incredibly high markup. And his answer to that was, well, I never said I'm a socialist. And that, I think, and it went unnoticed, but that in and of itself is the main argument, is that the amount of scrutiny that you can hold someone who says things could be better is unimaginable. They want like tax returns, receipts. They want to fucking audit my shit like the IRS, okay? Down to that. You've made merchandise.
I am not.
Train?
I don't preach what you preach.
Hey,
right?
So it's okay. So when you make merchandise made in fucking like, Bangladesh or whatever, and you take the tidy profit off the tippy top with like some exploited Indonesian child factory laborer that you're drop shipping onto your fucking audience, then that's acceptable because, hey, you never said you were a socialist. How about let's talk about your ethics a little bit for a little bit. That's it. People got to realize what you do is entertainment, not politics. Actual politics, when people log off and go organize labor or protest or campaign, you being entertainment is great, especially if it points people in that direction of doing politics. But man, people got to figure out the difference. Exactly. And that's it. That's the point. I can do whatever I want because I say I'm a capitalist, and it's okay. But you try to at least engage in some agitative propaganda and try to instill class consciousness. And if you do that, then I have every right to look at how much money you make, to look at where you spend it, and to disingenuously frame it when your situation is as, maybe not the most airtight, but as airtight as you feasibly can make it. Just say you're a capitalist, and it's fine. Because considering from where I'm standing, I practice what I fucking preach. You are trying to poke holes in that. You think the moderator angle is an adequate one, so you're going to keep trying to fucking put that down. Go ahead. Tell us about how you make merch. Tell us about how much money you get paid from crypto gambling sponsorships. You've made merchandise.
I am not.
Train?
I don't preach what you preach.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah. You should start calling yourself a capitalist? I have. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm a capitalist. Who cares? It's not like my perspective on the matter is going to change. Sure, yeah, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I've said it many, many times. And the irony here is that this is why having like a debate around my ethics only is always going to be a failure ultimately. I think I did decently well, all things considered. And the goal for me in that situation was basically to just do everything I can to address some of these like super common concerns, because it was like Reddit and Twitter talking point. It was like it was talking to a Reddit or Twitter talking point bot, like everything I've heard so many times over and over again. But instead, this time it was in front of an audience that was at least somewhat receptive to what I was saying. Okay. But it's just wild. People are more concerned about perceived hypocrisy than the action being done. Exactly. But the reason why I wanted to do that is so that I hope that I could potentially get some level of charitability. I hope that people can find that in all of this, and it seems like they did. It seems like they did. And then there was a lot of fun moments or funny moments, like asking, I asked Train to, apologize for making it seem like my initial reaction to his vague tweet that was a little wild. He did ultimately, but then there were funny moments, obviously, and even at the end of it, we got together and shit on XQC together. We 2v1'd him a little bit with respect to Kick. So, and then we had some funny moments about like right-wing takes that they have potentially, or right-wing forms of governance that they have potentially, that they believe in, then, and how those things were usually just left-wing in general.
Creates the highest density of addiction. Want to know how I got addicted to gambling? Opening Pokemon cards. I got addicted. What can I say? And I'm a fucking gambler at heart. Yes, I was probably genetically more prone to addiction in that regard, and I don't mind fucking saying it again.
Okay,
the reality,
let's get back to socialism. Oh no, I did not see that. I didn't hear what he was talking about. It all comes down. Train doesn't care about any of the points he has. He just wants to get you in trouble and own you. His mental demons are telling him you are the enemy and he has to attack you. He couldn't care less or what you donate or whatever. I think ultimately, deep down inside, if you were to like examine what, Train like truly believes, like, which at the end of it, when we were having just like a regular conversation, he openly mentioned it. He has opinions that are closer to an anti-capitalist perspective than anything else. Okay? That's just how it is. A lot of people are like that. Not just Train. Just the average American is like that. That's why the average American is so brain broken by hyper-capitalist propaganda, is so brain broken by Red Scare propaganda, that they don't have any understanding of like the values that they espouse as being leftist. When you call it out as being leftist, they go, "Oh fuck, dude! Like that's actually maybe not leftist." I don't know. They get scared. They feel like it's embarrassing. You know? This talk was pretty good for changing minds. A good amount of the Juicer chat was hyping you up for once. And very surprisingly, even Reddit is defending you, even when the Juicer, the god of Reddit himself, was against you. Yeah. Are you a right-wing commentator now? Why the suit? The suit is because today's Trump's arrest day. Even though it's not, it's tomorrow. But, we're going to have some fun today regardless. We're going to do some hog watch. But yeah, that's it. I think I covered it fairly well. I hit a pretty fire top of the hour ad break there. Masterful debate. But yeah. I think if I were to pick one favorite part of this though, it would definitely be when XQC brought up a point in my favor and said, unfortunately. Unfortunately, there is evidence that Hasan has, been openly defending reaction content from the jump. And I was like, I didn't want to say anything at that moment, but I was like, unfortunately, motherfucker, you're supposed to be the mediator. Like, fuck you mean, unfortunately? That's the hardest part about being a referee is when, you have these kind of issues sometimes. Okay. Unfortunately, HasanAbi is not the piece of shit that Twitter says he is. Yeah. But I'm glad that they found it. I'm glad that they found the one clip of me saying, "Go watch Train if you want uninterrupted cooking streams." Versus me watching it with more interruption, literally at that very moment. And that was not the smoking gun that they said that I think they thought it was, but it is what it is, you know? Maybe it's out there. Maybe there's a reason for why Train thinks that I'm like the main evangelist. But I feel like if that was the case, you know, there would have been a bunch of fucking, just a bunch of fucking moments throughout my long and convoluted history of reacting to shit. Especially because, like, I've been very critical of train wrecks throughout our relationship. X's chat was so hilarious, shitting on X for being the moderator. What does he even do? Yeah. Okay. What is this? You Train versus X?
This idea of this idea of a trade-off is ridiculous. That because they gave a little bit more.
Yeah, Train literally was explaining how trade-offs are facilitated by those whose only interest is defending profit margins. Okay? Like, he literally was making an anti-capitalist argument in that moment. So I just let him cook.
More ad revenue, it justifies the taking of the sub revenue.
Absolutely.
Train, I agree with you. I agree with you.
It's leveled out.
You and I are in agreement.
Nope.
Listen, that's like a platform saying, "Oh, we're gonna give you 20%, right?" Which is unfair, and then saying, "Oh, you know what? We'll give you 30," and then everyone goes, "Oh, yes, you gave us more. You didn't have to." No, it is fucking they started at a ripoff rate, and they gave you another rate to make it look like it's better, but that's also a ripoff rate. Do you understand?
Yes.
He's right.
Yes. But
it's presented disingenuously. That it's disgusting. It's pure greed and pure.
It's still leveled out, though. It ended up being the same thing or better. It ended up being a raw positive.
The increased ad should not come at the cost of sub-splits being cut. That's ridiculous. The increased ad should come if the site's business.
They should.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Finally, we're done. Oh shit, what did I just close? Finally, it's time.
The latest,
ladies and gentlemen, it's the day. The day is today. Donald Trump's big day. Okay? Let's put on our big boy hats and let's sit the fuck down. Let's sit our white asses down and listen. Donald Trump claimed that he was going to get arrested imminently last week on today. Okay, now Donald Trump has done this very same thing time and time again, where he has made it seem as though he is getting arrested or like has greatly exaggerated. Okay, he has greatly exaggerated what the federal government is trying to do to him or what any kind of fucking local law enforcement is doing to him. And unfortunately for us, it seems like this is yet another moment where he greatly exaggerated it, but he got the fucking hogs riled up a little bit. But not enough, it seems. Maybe not enough. Let's take a look at what happened.
Former President Donald Trump claimed that he's going to be arrested later today. And while there is no evidence that that is going to happen, there are signs that the Manhattan DA is wrapping up an investigation into Trump's involvement in a hush money payment. Aaron Katersky is at the courthouse in downtown Manhattan. Good morning, Aaron.
Michael, good morning to you. This was the day former President Trump said he would be arrested. And while that seems unlikely to happen, the possibility of a looming indictment has this city on alert for protest. Overnight, former President Trump releasing an insult-filled statement on social media about prosecutors and Stormy Daniels after earlier making an unverified claim he would be arrested today, stemming from an investigation into a hush payment to the porn actress weeks before the 2016 election. It's not the payment, but the way Trump accounted for it that could make him the first former president to face criminal charges. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office has been investigating this for years, but in recent weeks called in former aides Kellyanne Conway and Hope Hicks, along with Michael Cohen, once Trump's fixer, who has already served federal prison time for writing the check, he says, at Trump's direction.
The facts are the facts, the truth is the truth, and the truth will always rise.
Robert Costello, a lawyer who testified for Trump and said he once advised Cohen, called him unreliable.
And I've listened to Michael Cohen stand in front of the courthouse and say things that are directly contrary to what he said to us.
Republicans, including one of Trump's potential 2024 rivals, said charging him now smells of politics and took a shot at the district attorney.
They weaponize their office to impose a political agenda on society.
On social media, Trump called for protest, and that has drawn the attention of law enforcement, seen here dropping metal barriers at court.
NYPD is doing their normal role of making sure that there's no inappropriate actions in the city.
Intelligence bulletins obtained by ABC News warn of a significant increase in threats and rhetoric.
I was still in the room. I just had to take my shoes off, but it was really hard to take my shoes off while also having the jacket on, because the jacket is so fucking ill-fitting, unfortunately. But, you know, I was just trying to get more comfortable. I'm still in the room. I'm watching all of it. But anyway, listen, there's a lot of things that these people have said thus far that I have to address here, okay? Now, Trump did, you know, violate the law. Now, it might come across as like an insignificant portion of the law, and that's, I guess, up for debate. Okay? But, like, didn't motherfucking Michael Cohen go to prison for this? Like, for his involvement in the matter? Like, why the fuck would Trump not also be hit with a RICO charge if Michael Cohen, who was operating for him, went to prison? Like, that's like, oh, your hitman went to jail, but you as the leader of the entire thing, you should deserve no scrutiny whatsoever. It's the same fucking thing. I didn't hear these motherfuckers crying when Michael Cohen went to prison. Friend of the show, Michael Cohen, my boy. So I don't really understand. So the irony is, people who are making it political are actually those on the right. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is they're literally openly stating, like, no, you should, if you're Donald Trump, or if you are someone who is, you know, a Republican at any given point in your life, you should be able to break the rules, violate the law, and do whatever the fuck you want and be able to get away with it. And it's actually political if you call us out. So what's up? What the fuck is up about that? What's going on there? No one told me Michael Cohen's... I've been on this podcast and I didn't know that was his fucking banger-ass opening intro music. God damn, he's popping. All right, I got to pee.
Some of Trump's most ardent supporters are still willing to fight on his behalf. And we're told there are no specific threats, but the NYPD and the U.S. Secret Service have started talking about security in the event Trump is indicted. Robin?
Aaron, our thanks to do. We're going to bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abramson. A lot to unpack here. So now we have a witness that Trump wants to testify before the grand jury, Bob Costello.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
So he was there, and he made a statement after he testifies. And the most important thing that he says, basically, is Michael Cohen did this on his own. That's what Michael Cohen told me, in effect, is what he's saying. That this was all his idea. Okay, fair enough. There's no way, though, that you can bring this case without corroborating evidence of what Michael Cohen is saying. Everyone recognizes Michael Cohen is going to be somewhere between a difficult and a terrible witness because he's pled guilty, because he's pled guilty, including to making false statements. So he's going to be a problematic witness. There's no way you don't have other evidence to back up what Michael Cohen is saying.
You also have Trump's current attorney and is also his former attorney, Rudy Giuliani, admitting that Trump knew about the payment. So what's the defense here?
The defense is that this was a nuisance lawsuit.
Wake up.
He paid the money.
Halt. You violated the law. Pay the fine or I will have to take matters into my own hands. That's what I would say to Donald Trump if I saw him right now. I'd say, sir, you have violated the law one too many times. This guy said whack fit. I'm sorry. Ethan Klein's thoughts would never say that my fit is whack. Okay? Ethan Klein would never in a million years say this fit is whack. And also, objectively good fit. Like, let's be real. Maybe you didn't see it when I originally posted it on my Instagram. So I'll just give you an opportunity to maybe recollect your thoughts here, okay? And even possibly give it a like while you're there on my Instagram, looking at the fit and seeing objectively that it is a good fit. Here it is, pretty classic, pretty clean. Maybe you can talk about the sizing of it a little bit. Obviously, the sizing of it is not great. It's a little short on the arms, and it's a little tight on the arms as well. I do have some, big ass biceps, but here, go ahead, give it a little like, give it a little like, give it a little comment in there. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's decent, but nothing special. I know. I tried to spruce it up a little bit with a bolo tie. Tried to spruce it up a little bit with. He said, all fat, no muscle. That's crazy. I think now we've just, are you trying to edge me into showing you some videos of me deadlifting or something? Is that what's going on? Because I'm aware of your games, okay? I'm aware of the games you play. How are you supposed to remove the tag on the sleeve? The tag is supposed to go. Dude, I know. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to fuck it up. Are you negging me a little bit? Is that what's going on? Huh? I see what you're doing. I'm aware of your cunning ways, chatter. 40-month subscriber. Oh, you're so fat. It'd be a real shame if you showed us how little muscles you have. So fat. You know? Yeah, I mean, I'll take the bait. Here's my fat ass repping 405 for 8 with no belt.
Oh my god! Just rip your weight. I know it's an interesting topic.
What's that about? What's going on there, chat?
After you rip this set.
Chatter, you see that?
All right, strong heels. Yeah. There's my trust fall. Flying. 5. Come on. 6. Jesus Christ. 7. Come on, baby. Come on. Pull. Yeah!
The streamer award fit was good, but this suit is better. Compensate much? I don't know if you know this, but like we're having fun, my friend. Like we're just fucking around. Like it was a joke. Like I was just playing off of what chat was saying. This is like when two people are having fun and then the third person comes in and is like, fucking got him. Oh, you were just kidding too? Okay, well, you know. I'll admit it's a pretty good ass fit, but if you consider being more consistent with your vows and creating a system for providing suits for all your fans, true. Yeah, I think they liked the form so much they bookmarked it, it seems. Not only 26 bookmarks, though. Not a lot of bookmarks. Yeah, I am wearing my Gators Daily shirt. Yes. Use a real bar, lol. Okay, certified bag chaser. How about you chase your own fucking gains instead of criticizing me? Sakura Gore! Thank you for the 50 gifted. God damn, you're crazy. You're crazy with it. 50 people. Holy shit. Yeah, but let's get back to it. Sorry. Honest question, do you ever think about getting some ad money on Insta? 50K likes in an hour, some serious numbers? I don't even want to do that.
But he didn't know exactly how it was going to be classified. He didn't know it was going to be classified, they're going to say, as legal expenses, which is the misclassification, right? Is this idea that this was hush money, but instead they called it legal expenses. And they're going to say he didn't know that it was being registered as legal expenses. This was nothing to him. It was just in passing. He wasn't paying attention, etc. The prosecution, of course, will come forward and say, we have evidence that Donald Trump knew exactly what this was about.
And we'll see. We don't know if an indictment is going to happen or not. But you say of all the cases that Trump is facing, this one would not be in the top of your list.
This is the worst one. Of all the investigations out there, you've got Atlanta, which is about overturning the election there. You've got the federal one, which is about the mishandling of the classified documents and obstruction of justice. There's a lot of evidence in those cases. This is about something that happened 7 years ago. This is about something where the Fed's already investigated. This is definitely the weakest of the group.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so here's the reality of the situation, okay? As far as things to hit Trump on, paying hush money and misclassifying it, paying hush money to a porn star after an act of sex work, and then misclassifying it as though it's actually, you know, something different. Yeah, it's the lowest rung. I mean, it's one where he is like objectively in the wrong, and people have gone to jail for it, right? For sure. The reason that this happened so long ago is because Trump's attorney general said that you can't prosecute a sitting president. Yeah, a sitting president. Yes. So there is that reality as well, okay? There is obviously that reality as well. They blocked and pushed for as long as they did, successfully. Okay? But it is kind of like putting Capone down for tax fraud, right? Nabbing him for tax fraud. That's kind of where that it's the similar mentality, basically. Okay? However, there is a very real RICO case that's taking place in Georgia at the moment, and that is around the phone call that Donald Trump had, the very perfect phone call that he had, where he was trying to desperately. I said that earlier, stole my take, lol. Yeah, exactly. I hadn't thought these things before. I'm stealing it from you. But he was trying to desperately plead I believe, Secretary of State at the time to find some votes. And the reality is he has done this a lot. There's a lot to hit Trump on. And in some respects, sorry, I just saw something. Things are going to be really fucking annoying for the rest of the day. But anyway, sorry. In some respects, the main point of defense from all of the Trump supporters Wait, hold on. Okay. I thought my internet dropped. No. Donald Trump's defenders and people that worked under him and under his administration routinely blocked and pushed any kind of fucking criminal investigation being conducted on him, even though he was violating the law all the time. They said he's the president. You can't do anything about it. This is political. Now that he's no longer the president, you could technically prosecute him for shit. And now they're saying, well,
it's been 4 years. You didn't do anything back then. How dare you do something now as though you weren't the reason why they didn't stop doing it? And then the other defense, that's my favorite defense, okay? My favorite defense is like, well, there's all these other things that he did that you didn't care about. It's like, bro, at this point, Donald Trump's like wanton corruption, they're using it like it's a defense mechanism. They're saying like, well, he did a lot of fucking illegal shit and you didn't talk about any of that. It's like, that's not a defense, dog. That's not how that works, brother. That's not. Like, what do you mean? You violate the fucking law, okay? And you get punished for it. That's how it works. That's how it works for the everyday man, the average Joe. That's how it should work for Donald Trump as well. Now, you know, obviously, one of the things I got to talk about here is how much the right is, you know, chirping in unison and going crazy, okay? But the other thing I got to talk about is how little the left has been pushing for this. Now, do I think personally that this is like trumped up charges? Do I think that this is personally the weakest thing that you could nab him on? Yeah, I do. But if I was a Democratic Party operative, I would never say that. If I was a Democratic Party operative, I would do exactly what Republicans do all the time. Why do we give you money? What the fuck is the purpose for us to vote for you? Not me, myself included, but like, you know, people that do. Why? Is it so you can sit there and not fucking weaponize something like this against Donald Trump and the Republican Party? If I was a Democratic Party operative right now, what would I be doing? I'd be screaming from the mountaintops that Donald Trump is so far removed from the everyday common person that like he thinks he can not only get away and ruin the rule of law despite running on the rule of law, claiming that he is doing this for the rule of law, that he very much believes that he's above the law, and the same Republican Party is defending that. Is it okay? If we were to, I would literally do focus groups and figure out exactly what is the most targeted, most effective messaging where you could just talk about the actual crime that Donald Trump did, the actual crime that Donald Trump engaged in, using campaign funds, utilizing campaign funds to pay hush money to a porn star, and ask individually in focus groups whether or not that is an appropriate thing to do, and figure out what the best, most effective way to propagandize against that position is, and then go off from the fucking mountaintops, constantly talking about like, wow, it sure seems like a lot of people are thinking that it's okay to take money from your campaign coffers and pay a porn star hush money to the tune of millions? You think that's appropriate? Sir, so much for the moral party, so much for family values. Explain to me where the family values are. I, for one, am shocked. This is disqualifying. I haven't heard any of this shit. What the fuck's going on? Maybe it's because Democrats are not doing that because they realize, just like we do, that, oh, it wasn't $1 million. Sorry, it was 100,000. But maybe they're doing that, one, because they don't give a shit, or two, because they are you know, they're worn out. They got nothing. They're fucking worn out. And they know that it's not going to do anything for them. You know?
Happened. Yeah. Thanks so much, Dan.
Please don't let this be true. All right. The Trump Clown Show. See key witness scorch Trump's allies' testimony.
By former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen. He hosts the MEA CULPA podcast. He's the author of...
Okay, now we got to play the MEA CULPA podcast banger before... Bro, what did he hire the fucking Sopranos intro music guy? Like, what the fuck's happening? It's crazy. I was on this podcast and I didn't even fucking know that this theme music was, I was on this podcast. For those of you who don't know, Michael Cohen is a former friend of the show, maybe current friend of the show. Who knows? I've been on his podcast.
This is Michael Cohen, and you're listening to a special broadcast of the MEA CULPA podcast. Well, folks, it's all finally happening. For the first time in our nation's history, an American president is about to go down for paying hush money to a porn star. So booyah!
None of this is a satire. This is real, bro. He literally is fucking, he is this guy. You'll hear him now.
Of the book, Revenge, How Donald Trump Weaponized the U.S. You have been in the news a lot. Thank you for being here on The Beat tonight.
It's always good to see you, Ari.
You went down there today. Did you testify?
I did not. I was asked to be a potential rebuttal witness. The prosecutors determined that my rebuttal was not necessary, and so I was released.
Not necessary today, according to them. Mr. Costello said several things. I'll start with a fairly narrow one.
He sure did. He said a lot of things today.
As a narrow matter, he asserted that he says you are testifying again on Wednesday. Is that true?
Okay, so very much like most of everything that came out of his mouth, he lacks for any sense of veracity here. There's no accuracy to his statement. I have not been asked to come back on Wednesday. And moreover, something that you would know as well. Prosecutors will not tell you if you are or you're not coming back. They just don't do that. They'll let you know at the last moment or at least the day before. So how he has this specific information just goes to show you he is exactly who he is. And that, of course, would be Rudy Giuliani's attorney.
Yeah, and in this process, and I've reminded viewers, there is a...
It's wild that, like, shit that the public should not know, Donald Trump is already aware of, and is, like, openly telling to the rest of the public. Like, these are... Like, a grand jury indictment is supposed to be, like, a private affair. Because you don't want the grand jury to, like, feel pressured from the motherfucking person that they're indicting. And that is precisely what Donald Trump did, by the way. Remember when everyone was saying, oh, I can't believe Derek Chauvin, who is definitely a murderer, by the way, and is in prison now, was being, you know, the jury was being pressured by the media constantly covering this high-profile case, right? Like, that's witness tampering. That's, you know, destroying the fucking actual, the veracity of the court. That's destroying the fucking actual sanctity of the court, whatever, right? Meanwhile, this kind of like actual fucking jury tampering is completely allowed because it's the president doing it, and there's nothing you can do on that.
Possibility for someone who may be facing indictment to ask for people to go forward. So that may be the way that we're hearing from him. Do you know about any future testimony from yourself, him, or any other witnesses? Or at this point, you're just on standby?
Right. So again, I wouldn't know about anybody else. Throughout this entire process, I didn't know who was coming in, nor would the prosecutors tell you.
Yeah.
I can tell you emphatically that I have not been asked to come back on Wednesday.
Okay.
As of this moment.
When he says he was speaking with you and advising you, was he your lawyer at the time?
No. In fact, there's so many things about his statement which is untrue. First and foremost, that I reached out to them. I didn't know Bob Costello from a hole in the wall. In fact, the senior partner of the firm, Jeffrey Citron, is the one who introduced us and said, we should speak. And so we set up a meeting. They came. I think either they brought me a retainer or they said they were sending one or a letter of engagement. I never signed it. He was never my lawyer.
So he was not at that time your authorized lawyer. Then he says separately, you did, he says, waive attorney-client privilege. Is that true?
That's another one. If in fact that I waived attorney-client privilege, I'd like to know when, how, where. I don't recall waiving anything, but again, this is I don't know what he's talking about.
Did you sign anything when you were dealing with SDNY like that?
Not that I recall. No.
All right, let's play this part.
Yeah.
This is, and by the way, he's got his point. You get to respond. Let me play it, then you'll respond. Because he says, oh, this was, quote, stupid, etc. Let's listen.
They notified me that Michael Cohen had executed a waiver of the attorney-client privilege for reasons I have no idea. Frankly, it was a very stupid move by Michael Cohen, because now we're able to tell the truth about what Michael Cohen was saying at any point in time starting in April of 2018.
Dude, this is like liberal media react meta. Yeah. Is Cohen a leftist? Why did you go on his pod? I go on people who I disagree with all the time, and it was for the memes for the most part. I thought it was like funny.
So that's why I wanted to get those materials that I gave to the U.S. Attorney's Office and sat for a 2-hour interview with them back in 2019, after which, you may have noticed, the Southern District of New York didn't do any business with Michael Cohen. There's a reason for that. He's totally unreliable.
You get the benefit of responding.
Yeah, so the reason the Southern District of New York didn't do anything with me is because of, just read Jeffrey Berman's book, and you already know the answer, that they were being pressured by Maine justice within which to do things. Bob Costello, if he was any more imaginary in the statements that are coming out of his mouth, he'd be a #1 New York Times best-selling fiction author. I don't know what he's talking about in terms of signing anything with the Southern District of New York. I'd like to see it. Now, if in fact that there was something that was signed, perfect. I will own the fact that I'm making a mistake, but I don't recall
But you don't
signing
remember that.
I do not. Not to mention, let's not forget, the Southern District on a Friday night contacted, after meeting with my lawyer at the time, not him, he was never my lawyer, and told me that you have to come in on Monday and plead guilty, or we're filing an 80-page indictment that's going to include my wife. So I don't know when he's talking about this meeting that I had with the Southern District of New York. I would like to know the answer.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, and this is something that, again, is worth responding to once. We're not going to be airing it over and over. But you and I know, as lawyers and the experience you've been in, there are people who face very serious pressure. That's why it's called pressure. And whether what they say under pressure is 100% true forever or a sense of their anxiety, I don't know. Here's what he said about that, because you're reminding folks that there was this idea that they were going to try to go after you and your family, etc. Here's what he said, and it includes, again, and I want to say this as respectfully as possible, because there are people who do have mental health challenges, or they do talk about suicide. That alone doesn't mean you're not reliable in a case. But this is the allegation he makes.
April of 2018, April 17th, I believe, we met with Michael Cohen for the first time at the Regency Hotel at his request. Michael was in a manic state. He told us that he had contemplated suicide, that he had been up on the roof of the Regency.
Okay, I gotta say something here. Like, I mean, one, this guy is cooking Michael Cohen, and Michael Cohen himself is really not reacting that hard. Like, not to be a guy who says, like, maybe react a little harder, forehead, but, like, honestly, react harder, Michael Cohen. Like, what the fuck's going on? What is this? What is this? I mean, there's an art to this. MSNBC is trying to do what I do, okay? And quite frankly, it's not working, okay? There's an art to what this is, okay? A lot of people don't understand the work we put in. Like, for example, sneaking in an order for a sweet green salad in between the MSNBC clip. You know what I mean? This is not easy. Not everyone can do it. But I can. There's an art to running the top of the hour ad break in between moments and pausing and acting like you didn't actually forget and that you were reminded by glancing over at the chat. But still, it doesn't matter. Fuck you. That still debated you regardless. And now everyone is going to say 3 out of 10. But it doesn't matter because we all know in your heart of hearts that it was a 9 out of 10. Not everyone can do that. Not everyone can serve the top of the hour ad break and then tell you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, while simultaneously logging my calories in from last night because unfortunately Chipotle was closed by then. So I had to order Chick-fil-A. Homophobic chicken. That's right. I had that. I fucking had that shit, dude. Straight up. I'll say it. I'll admit it. I had some homophobic ass chicken last night, and quite frankly, God. Want to know where I had that homophobic chicken? In the motherfucking bathtub, sitting in Epsom salt. Sauce, Chick-fil-A and Polynesian, you know it. Very confused MB, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Infinite Ryman, not Infantryman. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads as well. Yeah. Oh. Chicken in the bathtub is slutty. I am the biggest slut.
Hotel the weekend before, seriously considering jumping off because he couldn't face the enormity of the legal problems he knew were coming his way.
Is that true?
Well, parts of that are
Replay
actually
it
true.
back.
I was incredibly distraught. Remember, I have never in my life had an issue with law enforcement. Actually, one time in 1985, I was driving back to college. I was going 13, 14 miles an hour over the speed limit, and I got a speeding ticket, the one and only in my entire life. Other than that, I've never had run-ins with law enforcement.
Yes, so let me put it like this. I mean, it almost seems like in that pressure, you shared or confided in Mr. Costello.
Yeah,
and now he's trying to say that because you were stressed.
Bro, this is literally like Twitch streamer drama, but like with actual legal consequences, like legal implications, and related to the fucking president. I'm like losing my mind. Michael Cohen is like, you know, Michael Cohen is like saying like, you're leaking the DMs. I confided in you when I felt in my weakest moment. That doesn't make me a bad fucking witness in this situation. That doesn't make me a bad character witness. That also is really fucked up. And not only that, but also, can you give facts for once? Like, can you, instead of, you know, claiming that I did something, can you show me the proof of where I actually waived my attorney-client privilege? So that, and the other guy's like, no.
And I think we can all, everyone could, you know, judge not lest you be judged first, but people get stressed out. He seems to be trying to use that against the rest of your story. Is that fair?
No, it's not. In fact, it's a typical Donald J. Trump play out of the playbook. Figure out how you're going to muddy the water as best as you possibly can. Denigrate the person, disparage them. They did the same thing to Cassidy Hutchinson. They did the same thing to anyone and everyone that is for the truth. And the beauty that I have is I have facts, I have truth, I have the documentation. Let me rephrase that. The district attorney has the documentation in order to validate every single statement that I've made and to basically dispel anything that Bob Costello has to say, which is probably, again, why they didn't need me for rebuttal.
My last question on Mr. Costello's approach, and then I have another factual piece. When you watch that, what does it make you think of him?
Well, I think he's a clown, which is exactly why after the repeated attempts to get on my legal team or to be my attorney, which of course is all directed by Rudy and those that be there in Washington, D.C. at the time, I had no interest. And there's even statements of me hanging up on him, and we had some arguments on the phone where I want to be left alone by you.
So you think Mr. Giuliani and others may have been trying to use him to play like he was on your side and then use that against you, which seems like part of what he's doing today.
Yes, it seems like it to me, too.
Yeah, and by the way, I'll mention, and you know how we are around here, Mr. Costello's invited on. And if he wants to come to the table and speak the way you have.
And so he should.
I've invited him on that. Here's the factual claim he makes. Maybe factual, maybe not. But he, like Mr. Tacopina, argues that basically you were out here just doing.
This part is so boring. Like, I don't understand. Okay, let's watch this. All right, let's get to the fucking content, baby. Let's get to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Donald Trump. Okay? Settle your fucking Discord call beef in the Discord, okay? Maybe do it in front of a public audience. Maybe do it in front of a live audience. Ari literally is over here acting like XQC, being like, come on, dude. Do it on stream, dude. That's what he's saying, okay? I'm going to keep using a lot of like XQC train wrecks analogies, I think, today. This is working in my favor. My man is glistening. He looks so orange. What the fuck happened, dude? Holy shit. Let's take a look.
These 4 horrible, radical left Democrat investigations of your all-time favorite president, me, is just a continuation of the most disgusting witch hunt in the history of our country. It's gone on forever with Russia, 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 and Ukraine, 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 and the Mueller hoax. It's an absolute disgrace what's going on. They even spied on my campaign. And remember this, with all of the work that they did on Mueller, no collusion. That's what the answer was all no collusion. Whether it's the Mar-a-Lago raid or the Unselect Committee hoax, the perfect Georgia phone call, it was absolutely perfect, or the Stormy Horseface Daniels extortion plot.
Wait. Stormy Horseface Daniels? Like, I don't get it. Like, you fucked her, right? Wait, that's like a self-own, isn't it? No, like, I don't understand. Wait, what? Yes, folks. I ride horses, and I pay money to fuck someone I now call Horseface. I fuck the horsiest of faces. What does that mean? Ain't no way she gave Trump a buccal fat removal. What the fuck? Bro, this is unleashed, dude. This is insane. This is so unhinged. The most unhinged thing ever. When they make Trump sexy like that, it blows my fucking mind. Like,
They're all sick, and it's fake news. Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them, and they know it very strongly. And they're looking at the polls where, not me, but we are up by so much. They can't even believe it.
Holy fuck. All right, that was loud. All right, it's time. I miss him so much. Yeah, I mean, me too, man. Me too, me too, me too. Fuck. How many times do you think he tried to read the teleprompter for that video? I don't know. He looked like he lost a lot of weight and kind of hot. Oh my God, you are so horny for Trump. You motherfuckers are hornier for Trump than I am, dude. Holy shit. You said he looked kind of hot? That's wild, brother. That's like, you should have kept that in the drafts. You know what I mean? See, this is one of those moments where like there's one, on the one hand, you know, on the one hand, got a bussy, but on the other hand, you don't have to go overboard.
Do you want just like your name, your age, and weight? Yeah.
Okay, you want my name?
Yeah.
Who the fuck did Daily Mail hire to do this interview? They found the most Staten Island guy. Look at it. Hey, give me a fucking name and age over here.
So, do you want just like your name, your age, and weight? Yeah.
Okay, you want my name?
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
With a J?
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Shinko.
Hey, what's your fucking name? Give me your fucking name. I'm going to do a fucking interview over here. Fuck off. Dude. Give me your fucking name, dude. I'm here for the Daily fucking Mail.
Shinko.
And your age?
It's 63.
Okay. So, how come you're here today?
Hey, well,
wait, never mind. He's actually British? Wait, what?
More than the greatest president we ever had. You know, I mean, the guy, you know, he made a fool out of the whole Democratic Party, the Republican Party. He came in 2 years, turned the country around. Okay, like he made a fool out of everyone, all the politicians that's been in politics for, you know, 20, 30, 40 years, and this guy came in 2 years and turned the country around. Okay, he made everybody, you know, get out of debt. Everybody had a savings account. Everybody got their credit scores up. He created the greatest economy ever, you know, in the country. So everybody was doing good. So you know, I never, and me, I'm 63 years old now. I never voted at all in my life.
this was the very first guy I ever voted for, because when I was younger, my father said politicians are nothing but liars and crooks, which they are, and I never voted for any of them. This guy wasn't a politician. He was the very first guy I ever voted for, and I made the right decision.
So, what state are you from?
I'm originally from the Lower East Side here in Manhattan, but I live in Pennsylvania right now.
And how do you feel that this is going on in your backyard?
Oh, it's going great in my backyard. Listen, everybody's conservative where I'm at. Believe me, in Pennsylvania, they rigged the election in Pennsylvania. It was such a disgrace what happened there. You have to go back to election day, not election week, because election week was going on in Pennsylvania. Okay, they waited until Saturday to declare who won Pennsylvania, really? When they were funneling in all these friggin' mail-in ballots? You know, come on.
So what do you think about the rumors that he will be indicted tomorrow?
I'm not even worried about it. I'm looking like this is the third time with the Stormy Daniels thing. Okay, like for instance, her lawyer is in prison right now for what, 20 years, and she had to pay Trump money already, and this is the third time. So you know what? I'm not even worried about it. You know, I just think it's just going to make him stronger.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. The one thing that I and many others were afraid of in the Trump camp, because we are firmly in the Trump camp, okay, let's be real, was that the protests for Donald Trump, to defend Donald Trump from the unjustifiable corrupt DA, were going to be tiny. Like, what would happen if Trump actually was to be indicted and then people wouldn't show up? And it kind of feels like that's what's going on. And that's a little awkward, okay? That's a little awkward. I mean, I don't know where Trump goes from here. I don't know where Trump goes from here and how he turns this into a fucking situation. Like, he has to fucking rile them up somehow. Doesn't seem like Truth Social posts are doing it. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene literally said, hey, actually, you perhaps maybe shouldn't protest. Don't do that.
The only...
Oh,
they got on... Oh, the good liars got on the Trump RBSN. Oh, I love that.
Hey, tweet's supposed to go a lot farther.
I mean, it literally feels like a little bit of fucking legal scrutiny for the January 6th protesters basically shut the petty bourgeois, okay? The fucking petite bourgeois small business owners, it shut them down so quick. But they are petty too. All of the fucking HVAC business owners, all of the HVAC business owners from Florida did not fly anywhere. What is happening? I thought there was going to be a Patriot moat. Where are the jet ski dealership owners? It's not like they arrested everyone during January 6th. That's crazy. I have never seen an instance where like, you know, a little bit of legal scrutiny truly does stop further crime from happening. They're working. You think Trump supporters work? Yeah, working is in fucking, oh, he said 400,000 votes in the middle of the night. Yeah. Yeah, Trump supporters famously, were they working on January 6th? No. I'm an HVAC. Don't lump us all together. Brother, if you're an HVAC, you know better than anyone else the quintessential HVAC business owner, Andy, okay? Hogs didn't get pardoned, and it seems like people are upset. People are scared.
One thing. Name one back thing. What do you build? What do you build? Let me hear it. Build back better.
So wait, why do you always mention HVAC specialists? Is there like a big group of HVAC Trump supporters? No, it's a fun thing to say. No, it's just mostly because it's funny.
They talk a lot, they don't do a lot.
White supremacist.
Here, before we get to this, let's hear it, because there's more fucking like anti-Trump protesters at that courthouse than there were actually Trump protesters, from what I understand, pro-Trump protesters. But here is a Trump. Here is another Trump supporter chirping on Twitter, because that's like the only support that they're lending to Trump. It seems kind of fell off. I'm afraid to report. Very embarrassing. Not a good showing for Donald Trump, I will say. President Trump will be arrested during Lent, a time of suffering and purification for the followers of Jesus Christ. As Christ was crucified and then rose again on the third day, so too will Donald Trump. Violence is never the answer. Winning the election is. Vote for Trump. Even this guy's saying, like, you know, vote for Trump. Just vote. Just vote. Just vote. Just vote. It's like the Democratic Party being like, come on, just vote for us one more time and we'll fix things. Meanwhile, none of the fucking deep state pedophiles have been arrested. You know what I mean? Donald Trump is getting legal scrutiny. It's just like, it does feel as though, you know, the Patriots are not waking up. I think they're going back to a lovely, wonderful, comfortable little slumber, it seems. That's what it looks like to me, at least. Okay? That's what it feels like to me. Hillary Clinton is not in jail. And the Patriots are falling asleep.
We're better than that. We all are better than that. I think people here know it. And you've been following this president, this man who's a fake president. You've seen,
yeah, look at that. These are more like, these are fucking anti-Trump people.
Your stories, the things that you've written.
From New York?
Trump lies all the time. I am, yes.
You're from New York. How about you, Bill?
No, I'm from Washington, D.C., but I go way back. The NPR reporter found me sitting outside the courtroom waiting for Manafort to come in to try to get his ankle bracelet off, first time. And she asked me, how long have you been waiting? I looked up and I said, 3 decades. Because I started out working on human rights in the Philippines. Manafort worked for a dictator called
free speech, for our right to assemble and our right to language and free speech. And you're at the forefront of that. Know when you lie to them. Kids know when adults are not telling the truth. And then they become liars. And then they don't know what to do. They get confused by us.
Folks, you need to keep this place good. Sir? Clear pit.
Oh, you guys sit down? Just get me the fuck out of here, will you? Somebody bring me to Trump Tower. Let's see if they're on it.
This shot's
Yeah, I
gonna
know.
be because I'm literally getting in the shit.
I know.
Excuse me, why did you pick that spot? Well, it was
Hey guys, how's it going? Gavin Waxy with the New York Young Republican Club. This went a little differently than planned. We thought there were going to be no press, but here we are, so we'll just make it work. It's going to be a mini presser. Many people are asking why we're here today. We threw this together last minute, the last 24 hours. We were very on the fence about doing this. We weren't sure if we even wanted to come out because obviously some people don't like us. But we are here to show that there is support for President Trump in the bluest area in the country, here in Manhattan, right outside
Not
the courthouse
really.
where he may be arraigned.
Not
so
really.
We're very happy
Doesn't
to be
seem
here
like
to show
it.
our support and show that this is a politicized prosecution and persecution without any merit. We believe that the fact patterns that they've presented, or that have been leaked rather, are without merit, and many federal prosecutors have chosen not to prosecute this. His predecessor in this very jurisdiction chose not to prosecute this, and now where he's rising in the polls, both in the primary and the general, now they're choosing to do this. For us, the issue is clear. It's politicized. It is a politicized prosecution, and this is a disgrace to our country, to our judicial system, to our legal system, that the leader of the opposition, the presumptive nominee for president, will be prosecuted, will be put in handcuffs, will be dragged in front of a court for a novel legal theory that's never been tested. So we really think that this is a disgusting shame, especially out of an office that has refused to prosecute violent criminals, refused to prosecute lifelong offenders, crime, rapists, assault, murder. Crime has been going up, and now this is what he's choosing to do.
I mean, dude, they're so good at saying the exact same talking points, like in unison. They're you have to admit they're fucking great at that. Like, it's like, oh, dude, by the way, there's other crimes happening. I don't know if you know this. It's like, wow, really? Okay, so what should we do? Should we not cover this crime then? Okay, got it. Is that your argument? Great argument, dude. Like, what the fuck do you mean, dude? Wait. Oh, wow, there's other crimes happening. It's crazy. Yeah, is that what they're doing? They're just, like, refusing to prosecute other crimes? No. Shut the fuck up. But the one solace here, I guess, even though I wanted to see more hog chirping, the one solace, maybe if you're you know, into that sort of thing, is the fact that, like, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of support out there. Like, I know Kevin McCarthy and the National Republican Party is, like, firing off on all cylinders, running defense for Donald Trump, as they're expected to do every single fucking time. They're doing all that. But, like, beyond that, there isn't much momentum on the streets. What's happening?
So we think it's absolutely disgusting, and it's a total indictment, not on Trump, but on Alvin Bragg's office.
Could you spell your last name, please?
Wax, W-A-X, who owe their political, you know, career to Trump. They would have been nothing without him, and they've been completely seeing the president come down here and
Big friends.
They're all quiet. They're still talking about St. Patrick's Day and whatever else. So,
Big friends in the Republican Party.
You
Rhino.
guys all know this, if you go deep and inward, that our country and our city was in a much better place when Donald Trump was the president.
I can't believe he's dressed like a rat, bro. Look at it. Look at the his crazy self.
We only vetted everyone one by one, so we sacrifice size for peace of mind. It ended up being more of a press conference, but we're happy with that.
It's your personal thing, right? One is the president.
And there, no prosecution, nothing. He's near the president. Such a joke. And then President Trump, they go after him for impeachment, for Russia scandal, for Russia, and for Ukraine, and for this and that. It's all over. Okay, if you arrest him, he will win in a landslide.
Dude, this is my favorite take. I've heard this a lot. If that's the case, why are you protesting him being arrested? Do you not want him to be president again? You want him to be president again. If he's going to win in a landslide, if you arrest him, then fucking don't protest him getting arrested.
So nothing bad happened.
Right now it's cool. It's just when we're nighttime.
No, you forgot.
Bro. These hawks are terrible. These hogs are... They can't even find, like, good schizo hogs. Sad. There's, like, their numbers are dwindling. They got terrible form. They fucking fell off. There's more protesters against the hogs than there are hogs.
You have to receive the right education. Maybe, you know, like great. The basic fundamental value, Christian value, you know, family value. You know, for years, it's hard. It's hard. But I suggest them to watch conservative.
No. Ah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. You can get my drink like an Irish person I did. And we're here to make sure
I wanted to make something different. For yesterday, but it didn't arrive. Yeah. You know, the teacher game was there.
I think, oh yeah, I think it's going to be the pivotal, defining moment of our generation. I mean, a mugshot of the president coming out. I mean, this has never happened before. This is unprecedented.
Dude, I love like young New York right wingers. It's like, bro, every finance bro already shares your fucking opinion for the most part. Okay, you don't have to like go out and be the guy who openly gets clowned on. You know what I mean? But they still choose to do so, which I think is fucking awesome.
Unprecedented. I mean, it would be an iconic photo to be sure, and I definitely think it's going to send some uneasiness among many people, not just Republicans, but Democrats, centrists.
Were you here yesterday? No.
He's the single most resilient person I've ever met. I'm lucky to call him a friend. He was an amazing former president, and he'll be an amazing future president.
Oh, this was pretty funny. Brace got fucking clapped. Always rat up at the function. Okay, he took this photo. Huffington Post, a man wearing an ATF hat, a presumed right-wing internet troll in the wild, told HuffPost he didn't expect the January 6th style reaction to Trump's potential indictment. The prosecutions for the riot that day freaked a lot of people out, he said. But the man added, I would love to see what happens. I told the guy the truth. I had been at the Schwitz down the street since 3 p.m., got out and saw this Trump thing that was happening, so I walked over to look at the freak show. He thought I was doing some ironic thing with the hat, but I just told him I wear an ATF hat, lol, a lot. I was cagey if he asked if I supported Donald Trump because a man has the right to privacy at the ballot box. And then I was like, wait, but I can give you a quote. Donald Trump is just a squirrel trying to get a nut. That is the most Brace fucking thing, dude. What an incredible moment. Yeah. I mean, the fact that Huffington Post would look to literal journalist Brace Belden with so much disdain and just call him a right-winger is silly. Everyone knows he is a centrist liberal journalist. Also, yeah, beard in the back. This is crazy. That is wild, dude. I love that.
The amount of attacks this man goes under every day, and he conducts himself with dignity and has continued to press on. He's got a family. He's got a 16-year-old kid that people forget about. It's amazing how resilient he is, and I'm very proud to
Oh, he's got a kid, dude. He can't go to jail. Aren't these the fuckers who say if you can't do the time, you can't, you know, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime? What's up? Where's that about? Where's that in this regard? One thing about a 16-year-old kid when he was fucking Stormy Daniels and like paying hush money from campaign funds, right? I love Back in the Blue. Back it up all the way, baby.
I think it's just another witch hunt that's not going to result in anything good for the Democrats in the long run. The end result of this is going to be Trump's polls going higher and more support in the long run. I think that it's ridiculous that we have another witch hunt. I mean, they've been attacking the president for about 7 years now, and it's been a failed attempt over and over and over. They've spent millions of U.S. tax dollars coming after him instead of working with him to help our country, and I think it's ridiculous, but like I said, it's benefiting Trump in the long run because people see this and they know what a great president he is, and they're sick of it, and they're ready to get Trump back in office.
What makes you...
I've been supporting him for pushing 8 years now, but not doing this. I believe.
Now this is my shit. Oh man, they grow them different down in Florida, okay? They grow them different down there. Whole different breed. Why are you so dripped out today? Jacket is going nuts. Dog, he's dripped out. My political allies are dripped out. I too need to be dripped out. My king, my God, might potentially go to prison. Are you kidding me? I must also be ready to body block the police force from arresting my leader. All he has done is cut taxes for me. Well, technically, when I say that, it is true. He did cut my taxes. But imagine if I was a poor guy instead, and I was saying that. And then the juxtaposition would be funny. But, like, he literally did cut my taxes, actually. So there is truth to that. But those guys, their taxes didn't get cut. They're fucking stupid. Anyway. T-Pain just watched you saying it, and you're not changing his mind after this. Okay, guys, you got to stop mentioning T-Pain every time I do a fucking parody, okay?
Believe in him. He did a lot for this country. He's not done. He can do it again. We're not protesting. We're supporting, and we're going to keep it up. He's our president. Maybe in 4 years, we'd all be behind him. But most everybody know that for a Trump supporter is not happy. And with his comments yesterday, oh, that was wrong what they're doing. But I don't know about prostitutes and porno. I mean, that was a low slam. Trump can get away with that. He's not Trump. And he's never going to be. He's using Trump's playbook. I love our governor, but Trump's our man.
What? She's just mad that, like, bro. She's upset at Ron DeSantis for doing a snide remark against Trump, but not upset at Trump, like, doing the thing. Okay? Why can't Trump fuck my horse face? Yeah, she's wearing an Ashley Babbitt patch. Dude, I love that. Pretty privileged Trump shaking my head. Yes! Trump's got pretty privilege!
Lord, we stand here peacefully supporting. We are not out here protesting anything. We are not out here picketing anything. We are out here standing in your name that has been created. it came through the mother. Every life that has come into existence has come through the.
So what it means for me to stand with President Trump as an American. He loves this country and I love this country. I was born and raised right here in Florida. I'm a true Floridian. So to have someone that truly loves this nation, loves this country, and has done so much as a father's heart, it's just amazing.
God, I love them, dude. I love them so much.
We're joined now by someone with an intimate knowledge of how things work inside the Manhattan District Attorney's office, and that is Jeremy Salan. He worked as...
Bro, I swear to God, like, the CNN coverage of this shit is so boring. Like, it's just so incredibly fucking boring, dude. Like, they're just like, this is the reason why they have to do it. Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, just, dude, just put the fucking camera on the most psychotic right-wingers you can find, and let's just watch it. Like, I don't care about the real situation at hand. Okay? Yeah, Trump did, like, hundreds of fucking crimes. Okay? He does more crime from the moment that you wake up and get out of bed. Before you get out of bed, Trump has already done multiple crimes. Okay? He's doing crime all the time. That's kind of his shtick. As a matter of fact, he's so open about the crimes that, like, people literally defend him on it. He's like, at least he's just, you know, at least he's honestly dishonest, right? That sort of thing. Right? And here at the HasanAbi broadcast, we love crime. We are big fans of it. Okay? Part of the reason why we're big fans of Donald Trump. So, I just want to see funny shit. I don't care about, like, a guy who worked at the fucking Manhattan District Attorney's office and how, like, the intricacies of whatever. Yeah, here's my mind. I've made up my mind on this. I talked about it already. Do I think it's fucking a marginal thing to hit Trump on? Absolutely. Why? Because in the overall grand scheme of things, Trump has done so much worse shit. Will I still celebrate it if he goes and gets arrested? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? Absolutely. It's awesome. It's funny as fuck. Stop, like, getting into the dumb, like, weeds of things and the drama and whatnot. I don't even think this has, like, this doesn't have informational purpose. It certainly doesn't have any educational value, but it doesn't have any, like, informational purpose either. Like, it serves no purpose.
Assistant district attorney in Manhattan for 7 years before current DA Alvin Bragg's tenure. So happy. Good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. So listen, we heard yesterday from Mr. Costello. We heard from Mr. Cohen as well. Michael Cohen was expected to go in yesterday to rebut what Costello said, but prosecutors determined somehow it wasn't necessary. Does this speak to anything that we should be looking forward to in the future, that possibly what Costello actually had to say didn't affect what Alvin Bragg and his investigators believe about this investigation?
Well, the grand jury has the right to call a witness. So they very well say, today we want to hear from Michael Cohen or hear from another witness. They have that ability to call for whatever testimony they think is important.
Yeah. I want to play this. This is what Costello had to say about Michael Cohen after testifying yesterday. Watch this.
The only thing I'm doing is trying to tell the truth to the grand jurors. Listen, if they want to go after Donald Trump and they have solid evidence, so be it. But Michael Cohen is far from solid evidence. This guy, by any prosecutor's standard, and I used to be deputy chief of the criminal division in the Southern District of New York, I wouldn't have touched a guy like Michael Cohen, especially if he's a convicted perjurer.
Listen, Michael Cohen did plead guilty, right? Went to jail. But also, Robert Costello has credibility issues as well. He's mentioned in the Mueller report his role in this whole hush money investigation and cover-up as well. He has credibility issues. So why on earth would they call him to testify?
everyone's going to have credibility issues sort of when you're in this arena. There's a term swamp that's been thrown around, but if you're going to get evidence against those who are involved in these allegations, that's what you're going to get. You're not going to find a choir boy. You're going to find somebody who's immersed in it, and those people, unfortunately, may have some baggage.
Yeah. So we've heard from, at least the reporting is that Stormy Daniels, right, has appeared before the grand jury, at least by Zoom. Not sure if there's testimony, but saying that she would be available, she and her attorneys, that she would be available. We've heard from Michael Cohen, we've heard from Robert Costello and others. This appears to be wrapping up. Everyone wants to know when it's going to happen. What is the timeline? Is it going to be today? Is it tomorrow? Is it next week? Having worked in the DA's office, is it possible to put a date or a time on that?
Within reason, there is. This is an ongoing investigation. It's not a reactive investigation. It's proactive. So the DA's office should really know at this point, and in fact, well before, who's going to testify and what, if anything, is going to happen to throw that off course. So I'd expect that they should be summing up or wrapping up soon. And then once that happens, it becomes a procedural issue. The indictment is filed, and ultimately they reach.
You okay? I want Democrats to be slimy. I want Democrats to be gross. I want Democrats to behave like Republicans. Does that mean that they're going to do anything like that materially benefits working class people? Of course not. But at least it'll make it a little bit more fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm a Democrat, I'm behaving exactly how the Republicans did. Non-fucking stop. Non-fucking stop. You know what I mean? Like, remember what they did with like Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham himself. He was a part of the fucking Bill Clinton impeachment, you know? Bill Clinton cop dome in the White House. That's like unacceptable. All this shit. Like, come on. Behave like that. Look at like every single instance where like Republicans have manufactured outrage and just like do the same thing.
Reach out to the team for.
Also, if Donald Trump goes to prison, he has to tweet. Okay? That is my only like one rule that I'm putting on it, okay? If he goes to prison, he has to always tweet. Like Andrew Tate, you know, he's always like, in the darkness have I found the light. I'm fighting ghosts. I'm shadow boxing. You know, that sort of thing. Like, I want Donald Trump to do that from prison. It would be so sick, I think. Like, that would be so much content. Because at this point, it's like, it's just about content. I'm in it for the content.
For Trump to take those next steps.
You say wrapping up soon. So what are the considerations now? If you're looking at someone who has insider knowledge, if you're looking at what is playing out, seeing Costello and Cohen, et cetera, go in, what is happening inside of the office right now?
I expect that all the evidence that they've wanted to present, they meaning the district attorney's office, has been presented. And if anything, for lack of a term, rebuttal or to clarify or to bolster, if that's the right term we want to use here, the credibility or what may have happened, that's going to come out now. But again, it's the grand jury's determination to decide what witnesses, if anything, they want to hear. But once that's wrapped up, the DA's office is ready to take those next steps.
Jeremy, is it the grand jury's determination? Because the grand jury vote to indict Donald Trump and then Alvin Bragg say, even with that, I'm not going to do it?
Once a grand jury indicts, or what's we call a true bill, they have to take that next step. Ultimately, the DA's office can decide what they want to do going forward, but once there's an indictment, it has to proceed.
Yeah. Here's the thing. This investigation has been called a zombie case. Everyone thought that after Cy Vance, that nothing was going to happen, that nothing would happen for so long under the current DA, Alvin Bragg, nothing happened. So what happened? How is this resuscitated or resurrected?
Well, the argument from the DA's office is that it wasn't resuscitated. It's been going on all along. It's an ongoing investigation. These things don't happen overnight. It takes time to develop. There's those who will argue that there was political pressure with the Pomerantz book and what's happening sort of socially. But the DA's office will take the position that we've always been doing our due diligence. This is about justice. This isn't about politics. And now we're at the point where you have to move it forward.
Yeah. If you're looking at this, people are expecting, you know, will Donald Trump be handcuffed? Are we going to see him in a jumpsuit and what have you? It doesn't really work that way, especially when you have a high-profile defendant. Unless he wants to be paraded in front of cameras, there are means and efforts to sort of mitigate that, possibly going in, probably through an underground entrance and having this sort of expedited about him. My reporting is seeing a judge and doing it quickly, having the process play out quickly so that he doesn't have to be photographed or seen doing any of these things.
Well, he shouldn't be photographed once he's inside the building. But
Bro, oh my God, please prep walk him. Dude, holy shit. Perp. I have something wrong with my brain. I said prep. I think it's because I didn't sleep enough last night with your mom. So like now, I just have something wrong with my brain. I'm like saying the wrong words over and over again. Did you see the AI generated perp walk images? Bro, I posted them on my Instagram.
But he'll be taken in like
except for a mugshot.
Well, that absolutely. He'll be taken in. There will be a mugshot. There'll be a fingerprint. And then they're going to expedite him and walk him to the courtroom. He'll have to walk down the hallway unless for some reason they decide to bring him up through the judicial areas. So there's a separate set of elevators he can come up through. But otherwise, he's going to be brought in like anybody else. And to your point, he may very well want to be seen. He very well want to make this an issue that there can be a public showing or display where he can make sort of a statement. But in court, I would expect he'd be relatively quiet, and his attorney will be doing most of the talking.
So you think they'll expedite the court process of seeing of the judge part of it, right? Because that can take some time.
It can take some time.
You say, like, come on, bro, I already stole those. Yeah, bro, some artificial intelligence generator worked really fucking hard on that, dude. And then I stole the meme. Who am I supposed to credit? A robot? Like, what am I supposed to do there?
Time, but they have to wait for the fingerprints. They, meaning law enforcement, has to wait for the fingerprints to get back. But yeah, it should move pretty quickly and efficiently. There's no reason to keep him there.
Steals mid-journey AI memes, by the way.
Obviously, the NYPD has.
Are we talking hours?
Hours from the time of print, very well, potentially. But once he's in front of the judge, that's pretty quick. I mean, I wouldn't say snap of the fingers, but it could be a matter of minutes.
Images from earlier today of barricades being erected near the courthouse where the grand jury investigation into the former president is taking place. More security cameras are also going up. And we mentioned earlier the fears of violence from his most fervid followers after Trump wrote on social media to quote,
Bro, people will write some of the most unhinged shit in the chat, and then when I ban them for like a week, they become a lifelong hater. Like dudes will literally be like, I would fucking murder your entire family for the amount of like food noises that you hear from inside of the noise gate. Oh, was that your attempt at being funny? Like, what are you, a fucking anime villain? Who writes like this, dog? Calm down. Like, I'm not even going to ban you, but like, calm down, bro. Jesus Christ. But usually people will write shit like this, and then I'll hit him with like a week off or like an hour off, and they go, oh, dude. They'll be like this. Hold on. I'll ban them for a second, and they'll turn into this. It seems as though I have been unjustifiably and wrongfully banned. It seems as though my freedom of speech has been suppressed. Now, what I need to figure out in this very specific moment is that HasanAbi is actually anti-misophonia. HasanAbi actually has long gone in his entire career talking about how he is against ableism, and yet here he is doing an ableism. If I were to correctly predict in this hypothetical that HasanAbi is a hypocrite, I would be able to destroy his career entirely. Now I will search long and hard to find a Discord circle so I could join it and become the most powerful HasanAbi hater. Because, like I've learned from him, united, we bargain, divided, we beg. So all of our haters can get together and become more powerful. Possibly even find a death note. It's like, do you think you're an anime villain, dude? What happened? Like, what did you do it? Did you get me? Can I complain since I have misophonia? No.
protest, take our nation back. But there's also the question of how do you protect a former president during such an unprecedented and historic moment in time? I'm joined now by our senior crime and justice correspondent.
You played the good guys? Dude, you think L was the good guy? You fool. You simply did not understand. You have to have a really high IQ to enjoy Death Note in the way that you're supposed to enjoy Death Note. If you thought that L was the good guy, when in fact he was just a jackbooted thug for the international capital owners in the form of an international police officer fighting against one who actually purposely was eradicating crime by using the most simple measures possible, a swift and immediate punishment in the form of death. You are a fool, sir. L was a really bad guy. He used inmates as guinea pigs. Yeah. You shouldn't have stepped into my Discord, liberal. No, perish. Now perish! Light is a neoliberal? Oh, dude, 100%. I'm fucking joking, obviously. Light was literally the absolute fucking worst. Are you kidding me? No sociological imagination, kills criminals en masse without ever considering what might be driving them towards criminality in the first place, believes that society's flaws are due to individuals' failings rather than systemic ones. Elites who commit acts of evil within the legal bounds of the system are spared, operates purely under the definition of criminality set by the state, white. That part's funny. White. This is a fundamental principle of being a neoliberal is you're white. It doesn't matter if you're like Indian. It doesn't matter if you're anything else. Like you're still white when you're a neoliberal. I love that. That's funny. Light Yagami, classic white guy. Anyway, doesn't matter if you're Japanese. Yeah, more like white Yagami. No, I love that. That is actually really funny to say. Disincentivizes criminality by using fear tactics rather than rehabilitation and economic incentives that are proven to be much more effective as a means of reducing crime rates. Says he's going to eventually start killing homeless people. What the fuck? Who would you kill with a death note? Oh, brother, long list, okay? I'll just say. It would probably be the exact opposite, though, of what Light Yagami did. Do you know what I mean? Like that long-ass, convoluted-ass, fucking leftist-ass meme in and of itself is actually perfectly capturing some of the main issues. It's a death note, not a wealth redistribution note, my friend. You got to use the tools you are given. Brother, what do you mean? First of all, a death note could absolutely be used for wealth redistribution, okay? Literally by effectively eliminating some of the, you know, I can't even talk about this any further. Come on. Let's stop now. Let's stop now. Let's get back to it. How did the NYPD's preparing for a possible Trump indictment?
Shimon Prokupez. Shimon, what more can you tell us about the timing regarding the potential indictment, and how is law enforcement preparing for such a potential moment?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different dynamics at play here, Pam. When you think about you have a former president, never before in the history of our country have we seen a situation like this. Then you have potential protesters. You have the fact that law enforcement is thinking about what happened on January 6th and what they may have missed back then. And so all of that is factoring into the decision-making that's going on here from federal law enforcement to the New York City Police Department, state, and other federal agencies who have all been in meetings for the last several days. One of the things that certainly is very concerning was the posting, the social media posting by the former president, sort of calling on his followers to take to the streets, to take action, that he was going to be arrested tomorrow. We're getting indications that that is actually absolutely not true, that the soonest, so the earliest that we could see the president, if he was to be indicted, and we don't know when that would be or if that would even happen, would be next week. That's what law enforcement is working on right now, that his initial court appearance would be next week. So everything and all of that is playing into what law enforcement here is going to be doing in terms of increasing security around the courthouse.
47K watchers are like 3 hours behind on the indictment news, bro. This is old news. Oh, this guy. Read the tweet I sent you. You just had it open. Look at the tweet I sent you. You had it open. Dude, Terrible Posture is trying to get fucking clapped today. It's awesome. Like, what tweets has he sent me? Ed Krasenstein. Like, I know that, like, he's supposed to be indicted tomorrow. I know. But that doesn't stop you from being a petulant, annoying, pestering little fucking lib, okay? Sending me William Legate and Ed Krasenstein fucking tweets. Like, dude, you have to look at this Ed Krasenstein tweet. The only time you should be sending that to me, okay, which, by the way, spoiler alert, why the fuck are you spoiling what's going to happen in the rest of the fucking broadcast? What's next? Are you going to talk about the top of the hour ad break coming exactly on the dot at 3 p.m.? Huh? Is that what you're going to spoil next? Are you going to spoil that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe? What's up? You want me to give you the stream key? You can continue streaming? Huh? Is that what you want? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. You can also get gifted a sub. Is that what you want? Is that what you want me to say? You want to say that for me? Terrible Posture? Dude, you're just tracking the indictment and watching CNN. Wait, don't defend this. Come on. I mean, I'm lightly ribbing, but like, don't defend this by being like, dude, like Ed Krasenstein is the same valuable resource for news, breaking news coverage as like CNN. Oh, come on. Like that's, come on, dude. It's, this guy said no, actually. Anyway. 1010, by the way. Refresh again. Cy Nidlin, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Tink, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Before I forget, I should run that ad break right now. The only Krasenstein brother whose opinion I care about is Ken Klippenstein, the third Krasenstein. Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads. All right, let's continue. Oh, here it is. Breaking. Trump to be indicted on felony charges tomorrow. Secret Service surrendering Trump to police next week. Yeah, I know. Fucking spoiled it.
Bringing in barricades.
Are you happy?
Bringing in more cameras. And, of course, bringing in the former president into the courthouse. That is the #1 priority for the Secret Service, to ensure his security and that and sort of his arrival here at the courthouse, which could happen next week now. So a lot still at play as law enforcement tries to figure out the logistics of all of this and protecting the former president and obviously anybody who comes out here and the court staff and the people who live around here and work around here, Pam.
All right, so stay with us, Shimon, because I want to bring in CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe, a former FBI deputy director. So, Andrew, as we mentioned, over the weekend, the former president called for protests ahead of a possible indictment. What is law enforcement bracing for if he is charged?
Well, Pam, I think, if you're a security professional, a law enforcement professional, you have to begin by assuming that the president still has the same sort of sway and influence over his supporters that he did leading into January 6th. So they are taking...
I think we can all agree that this has been a bit of a dud, okay? Been a bit of a dud. The hogs are not hogging. They're not honking. They're not honking. It seems like they're honk-shooing and me-me-meing, as a matter of fact. Which is very sad. Sad to see. Did not expect it. Wanted to see more. Don't like the form that they're showing today. Okay? I put a fucking suit on for this shit, dude. This is tight. It's a tight-ass suit. Now, I know I look good. But I was expecting some motherfucking anger. Very sad to see. Now, tomorrow is actually where Donald Trump's going to get arrested. So maybe then, just maybe, we'll see some action from them. But it's kind of fucked up so far.
Before January 6th, I'm sure they're looking very closely at social media. They're trying to understand if there's chatter out there online in those places where the former president's most extreme adherents go to exchange messages and things like that. I would expect that my former colleagues at the FBI are speaking to their sources of information and informants in those communities to tap into what sort of interest there is in convening in New York or any other place around a potential arraignment and charges. And New York is relying on their deep experience in crowd control. There's no place in the country that does it better than New York City. I'm confident that they'll be well prepared. They'll take whatever steps are necessary to avoid what we saw happen on January 6th.
Do you think, though, Andy, that he still has the influence to mobilize far-right supporters like he did on January 6th?
I think you have to assume that he does. I mean, you know, this is a very different sort of event. I mean, the lead up to January 6th, the president and his supporters had many days to talk about coming to D.C. There was a date certain that they needed to be there. That all facilitates organization and transportation and funding for people who want to
Oh, this is a huge point.
They also had the
Actually, this is okay. All jokes aside, I forgot. This is a huge point. A lot of right-wing protests, like an unimaginable amount of right-wing protest, is actually astroturfed. Oh my God. I'm having a come to Jesus moment. They didn't fucking astroturf this shit because the Republican Party doesn't give a fuck about Donald Trump. That's it. And the reason why there's like actual leftists over there is because leftists, jobless, broke, love protesting. Okay? They do. They actually protest all the fucking time. And they don't have like a astroturf. I mean, sometimes they might have astroturf protests, let's be real. But in many instances, they're not like backed by the infrastructure of the party, because a lot of leftist protests, it goes against the Democratic Party. That's why it's always funny when someone goes, oh, look at this anarchist sign. And then right next to it, they're saying vote for Joe Biden. It's like, that's idiotic. I think one part of it, or the main part of it, I'm thinking right now, the main part of it is definitely because January 6th actually created some genuine fear in the minds of a lot of people who thought they had a sense of entitlement, who thought the government is, of course, supposed to work for them. But I think another part of the reason is actually because a lot of these protests were you know, astroturfed. And for those of you who don't know what astroturfing is, it's the opposite of grassroots. So grassroots funding or a grassroots protest means a protest that was genuinely put together by people, right? By a group of people who got together and said, we are like-minded on this issue. We need to go out and do something about it, you know? An astroturf movement, on the other hand, is like a subsidiary group or like a 501c4, pays agitators and protesters, or pays Turning Point USA, as a matter of fact, to bus a bunch of people into January 6th to the Capitol. That's precisely what Charlie Kirk did, as a matter of fact. If you remember, on January 6th, Charlie Kirk tweeted about how many buses he sent to the Capitol and then deleted that tweet subsequently. So that's the thing. I think that because the Republican Party infrastructure is not really interested in defending Donald Trump all that much, that they are not really putting any kind of like astroturfing support behind it. And that's why you're seeing some of the only psychotic weirdos that are genuinely behind Donald Trump go out there and put their lives on the line, I guess, in their opinion. They're putting their lives on the line. They're fighting against the police if it gets to that. Yeah. It's very interesting to think about. Because for people who are saying, was January 6th astroturf? Of course, dude. So much of January 6th was still absolutely pushed, facilitated by Turning Point USA and other conservative groups like that, shipping people, busing people, helping people with logistics to get over to a certain place. Obviously, left-wing groups try to put that shit together too, but they're not funded by billionaires in the same way that TPUSA is. Right? Like the DSA LA right now is fundraising for strikes that are happening. Currently, as we are speaking about this, the LA United School District is not in session. And the reason for why they're not in session is because the teachers, alongside with the staff members, have decided to do a strike, execute a strike, because not the teachers themselves, who do have a separate contract bargaining happening on the side, but the staff members themselves are not getting a fair shake. So while that strike is happening, there's needs for food and other kinds of necessities, which, by the way, I am funding as well. I'm working with DSA on that. But so there are, and I'm also planning on going to one of the picket lines, but unfortunately they do it before the stream starts. That's a whole different can of worms. We'll get to that in a little bit when I'm actually talking about the issue. But basically, like, that is grassroots funded because the DSA is not backed by like billionaires, right? It's backed by everyday people who are, it's backed by everyday people who are giving money to the DSA for the DSA to distribute it to, in the form of a fundraiser, give it to the striking teachers. So that would be grassroots versus astroturfed. So sometimes even a grassroots movement could potentially like fund the logistics. Okay, DSA LA leadership is racist. DSA LA have ignored black voices and ostracized them. Well, my friend, I would like to explain to you that I myself am a racist as well. I'm a racist guy. I only care about black liberation in the form of reparations, and also only care about black liberation in the form of allowing black working class people to have a life of dignity. So just, you know what it is. I am a racist guy who believes that, not only do black people deserve reparations, but also, I'm not saying you're racist. I just want to let you know, I don't care. You're a fucking wrecker, dude. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about how a viable socialist formation is literally helping out not only white teachers, but black teachers as well. And you're trying to fucking wreck it. Suck my fucking cock. I don't give a fuck about your fucking dumbass perspective, you dumb motherfucker. All you do is chirp. Suck my dick. Become a fucking hater. I'm telling you, I'm a racist already. You might as well clip this and become a permanent fucking hater of mine. I'm done. I can't be charitable to you dumb motherfuckers. Don't fucking bruh me. Don't. You know what you're doing. Do you work for the fucking CIA? Do you work for the State Department? Is your goal to undermine the efforts to fund a fucking strike fund? Because if it's not, then shut your stupid fucking mouth. Shut it. Why did you bring it up then? If it's old DSA drama, why did you choose to bring it up right now? Don't do that. There is no need for the CIA or the FBI. There's no need for capital owners to like create strike breakers. There's no need to beat anyone any longer. Because we do it to ourselves all the fucking time with this nonsensical sectarian infighting. Half the time it's just fucking bullshit. Shut the fuck up. And chat, don't fucking dogpile on that guy just because he's a fucking idiot right now. Notice how much more angry I get towards rad libs in the fucking left. Because that is still fundamentally standing in front of solidarity. Let's continue with how the NYPD is preparing for a possible Trump indictment. You want to see solidarity? There's your solidarity. The NYPD fucking loves Donald Trump, okay? They do. They endorsed him. They are in positions of power, and they love powerful people, and they will defend them at all costs. They don't give a fuck about sectarian, nonsensical bullshit.
Cover, if you will, of a legitimate, permitted assembly at the ellipse. So those are all things that don't really add into the mix here, which I think puts law enforcement and security professionals in a little better position, but they have to plan for the worst. That's their job.
There's so many questions, Shimon, that we're asking for the first time because of the unprecedented nature at play here. If this happens, is there any word in terms of logistics on how Donald Trump would appear in the courtroom if he is indicted?
Everyone expects him to appear here like any other defendant, right? So the Manhattan DA's office, when there's an indictment, they then notify the defense attorneys for the defendant, for the person who's going to be arrested, and that a person appears at the district attorney's office, which is just behind me, where they are processed, fingerprinted, photographed, and then they're brought over to the courthouse. Usually, the Manhattan DA's office, you know, they walk the defendant through the halls of the courthouse into the courtroom for all of us to see handcuffed. We don't think that's going to happen here, you know, for many reasons. But we certainly do expect that he'll be here. But I do just want to know one thing, Pam, that in terms of social media postings and threats, I actually spoke to a law enforcement official today who said they're seeing actually that things are pretty quiet on social media. Nothing like to the run-up on January 6th. They've been running down things. They've been sort of questioning people who are posting suspicious things.
I want to apologize to the chatter. Maybe he didn't fucking know what he was doing. Okay, I'm sorry for popping off. It's just like incredibly frustrating. Okay, I just hope that people don't do that. Okay.
But so far, from everything that they're seeing, while there may be a lot of noise, there's not a lot of concern for them right now. Biggest concern is getting the former president here safely, and that is something that they're certainly working on.
All right, Shimon Prokupecz, Andrew McCabe, thank you so much. Well, sometimes lost in the headlines about the president, the indictment, or his party's reaction to all of this is the story of the woman at the center of this alleged cover-up, Stephanie Clifford, who goes by the name Stormy Daniels. CNN's Tom Foreman has all those details.
He had a hit television show. She was in adult films. He was 60, she was 27 when they met at a golf tournament in 2006, where Stormy Daniels says Donald Trump shared photos of his wife, his new baby boy.
And you had sex with him?
Yes. And Trump has denied it ever since.
And to be bringing up that kind of crap and to be bringing up witch hunts all the time, that's all you want to talk about.
Born in Louisiana, Stephanie Clifford got into adult entertainment in her teens, taking the name Stormy. By her account, she thought Trump might help her get into TV. Instead, her allegations of an affair took over the headlines. A key claim, as Trump's 2016 campaign came to the wire, she says she was paid $130,000 to keep quiet about him. He denied any knowledge of that in the spring of 2018.
Mr. President, did you know about the $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels?
But that same summer...
Did you know about the payments?
Later on, I knew.
Her story has seemed at times confusing. For example, at one point she signed statements denying any affair took place.
If it was untruthful, why did you sign it?
Because they made it sound like I had no choice.
I mean, no one was putting a gun to your head.
Not physical violence, no.
You thought that there would be some sort of legal repercussion if you didn't sign it.
Correct. As a matter of fact, the exact sentence used was, they can make your life hell in many different ways.
Further complicating questions now at the center of the legal case against Trump. Did the alleged payoff come from campaign funds? And was that a violation of campaign finance laws? Former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen, who went to prison over that alleged hush money, says yes, and that Trump knew about it. But others in Trump's orbit say no way.
That money was not campaign money. Sorry.
As for the former president, just days ago he leveled an insult at Daniels as he insisted once again, I did nothing wrong in the horseface case.
Why is CNN using the TMZ guy to do this voiceover? This is the weirdest CNN coverage I've seen. This literally reads like a People's Magazine YouTube video. Which is wild. Also, ironically, for the past week, everyone's been asking, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on? Why is Trump getting possibly indicted? And the reality is, this is the first time that we've gotten a very clear timeline of events. This last TMZ-style sequence is probably the greatest, most concise summarization of the events that unfolded. Everyone's talking about all the dumbass bullshit. Now, fucking a porn star is the coolest thing Trump ever did. Why would I hate him over that? They're trying to put a player down, 1984. Straight up. It is true. It is absolutely true. Draft dodging and fucking a porn star consensually and then paying them is super sick. Both of those things are literally objectively not a bad thing. Okay? None of those things are a problem. What's actually a problem is like paying hush money and then also turning around and fucking claiming that like she has a horse face. Like, that's kind of fucked up, dog. And it also is kind of fucked up on you. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of owning yourself. You're like saying you paid a lot of money to like have sex with someone who you now are calling a horse face.
Never had an affair with her. Witch hunt. This story has been unwinding for years, and it is now full of many twists and turns. But it may finally now be time for a court to sort it all out.
The possible indictment of the former president puts the spotlight back on that period when the Stormy Daniels scandal broke. But this time around, don't expect Melania Trump to be particularly supportive of her husband. Here's Anne Mercogliano.
Melania has told Donald Trump, this is your problem, you fix it.
Dude, this is literally TMZ. Oh, I love it. It's so stupid.
Stephanie
Okay, Elise is... Whoa.
Who served as Melania's chief of staff and White House press secretary, says the former...
Bro, what the fuck? I thought her face looked like it was like widened, like a yassified widened face. Is this Entertainment Tonight? No, but they're behaving like it is, which is awesome because this story is like ultimately not all that serious. But I'm enjoying it because, well, I'm not even enjoying it as much because like I got all ready. I got fluffed up, puffed up, you know what I mean? Wearing my fucking suit, thinking that, like, we're at least going to watch some hogs cry and, like, get upset. And they didn't even leave their houses to go out and do something. Now, I know tomorrow is the actual supposed possible indictment, arrest, whatever. But they're not doing nothing. They just did a bomb call. Like, that's it. They did a bomb threat on the courthouse and just called it a fucking day. Like, that is... I wanted to see hogs having a panic attack, dude. And it does seem like they are not going to give us that good shit. It doesn't seem like it. I'm a little frustrated, I'm not gonna lie.
First Lady isn't planning to stand by her man if he's indicted over hush money payments to Stormy Daniels.
She's not lending him a whole lot of moral support. And I'm sure she's still thinking about, you got yourself into this mess. I'm certainly not going to stick around and walk beside you and support you as you try to get out of it.
Do you think that we would see Melania in court showing her support for him?
I would be very, very surprised. I would be very surprised to see her in court because it has to do with Stormy Daniels. It's just not.
Bro, she got some Nancy Pelosi's on her. Fuck, I'm sorry. That escaped my mouth. I'm not supposed to say that.
In her to stand by her man for something like that.
Did she ever express shock or discussed that he would have had an affair.
I'm sorry.
She, I think, like many wives, was more disgusted than anything. She always said to me, this is his problem.
In 2018, when Melania was living in the White House, she ranted about Stormy in a phone conversation, secretly recorded by her close friend, Stephanie Winston Wolkoff. It happened when Melania learned that Stormy had a photo shoot with legendary photog Annie Leibovitz for Vogue, the world's top fashion magazine.
Annie Leibovitz shot the porn hooker.
What do you mean she shot the porn hooker?
Stormy.
Shut the up. For what?
For Vogue.
Trump ally Robert Costello testified before the grand jury yesterday that hush money payments made by his former client Michael Cohen had nothing to do with the 2016 campaign, but because Cohen wanted to stop Melania from finding out about Trump's affair.
I said, why would you do that? He said, because I wanted to keep this secret. I didn't want Melania to know.
Meanwhile, Stormy Daniels is riding out the storm with her new husband, former porn star Barrett Blade, at her horse farm in Florida. She tweeted she is giving Trump a ride straight to jail. I spoke with her friend, Alana Evans.
Does Stormy want to see Donald Trump go to jail?
Stormy would like to see this end with him in jail. He called her horse face. She's absolutely...
I mean, that's not the only reason. It's one of many reasons that would be funny for him to go to jail, but it's just great, dude. I love, please, just give us something. Give us something. I want to see Trump like upset or something. I don't want to see some fucking hogs that are upset.
Absolutely beautiful. She's stunning. She's intelligent. And the things that came out of his mouth were pretty nasty.
Trump denies having an affair and any wrongdoing.
It's like he denies having an affair, but then he also admitted that he paid hush money, which he only found out later, I guess.
And today, hundreds of...
And it's like, okay, so why did you pay them hush money? To, like, quiet what? That you didn't have an affair? Anyway, the real update before we move on from this, before we get to the Los Angeles strikes, here is Ali Alexander.
I'm going to say this.
Here is Ali Alexander, everyone's favorite fucking, Habsburg-jawed weirdo, American domestic terrorist, white supremacist domestic terrorist, the Crimson Chin. He did a live stream on Telegram over the weekend in which he assured his followers that Trump is not the Antichrist. How does he know? I think that if Trump has to be begging for a protest, he's not the Antichrist. I think he looks really pathetic right now. When you lose the Ali Alexander vote, I mean, I don't know.
I'm going to say this. I think Trump lacks the muscle to be the Antichrist. I think that if Trump has to be begging for a protest, he's not the Antichrist. I think he looks really pathetic right now.
Except he's not wrong. Trump is looking kind of pathetic. But also, indictment watch. By the way, look at like how little even resistance liberals care about this shit. Like William Legate posted this. It got like what? How many likes did it get? 700 likes. That's crazy. This is like where this shit's supposed to be popping. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Fake socialist wearing $10,000 suit. Your mom likes it. I am wearing it to fuck your mom. Please understand that sometimes as a person of notoriety, you get sent a lot of free shit that's like really expensive. So just like remember that next time I'm fucking your mom. And your mom actually sent it to me. Just kidding. She didn't, but I'm using it to have sex with your mom because your mom likes the suit. Where mama at is what I said. And your mom said, I'm right here, sweetie. Also, I'm your new dad now, and you're grounded for being mean and showing lip to your new dad. But yeah, look, I think this is interesting. This is interesting to see. It's like, it's literally like this community was geared up for it a little bit because, like I said, that Donald Trump's most likely not going to get arrested in a public showing, but at least we can get some content out of this. But, like, other than this community, it doesn't really seem like anyone gave a fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like, the resistance liberals aren't even tweeting about it. So, Interesting. You ribbed me for 5 minutes after I sent it. I know this is the tweet you sent, dummy. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Ay, ay, ay. I'm using it in the exact opposite reason as to why you sent it. You sent it because you said it was a notable fucking news outlet. I'm quite literally, dude, oh my God, you're getting owned by Megaphonics. He said link perverts. Oh no. Oh no, terrible posture. Oh no, Megaphonics hit you with a link pervert, dude. He's the OG link pervert in the chat, in this community. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh no, now you know. You got to go back. You got to go back to the shop and cook up so much. You got to cook up way better links next time. My mega Bidenist Mima isn't even Facebook posting about it. Trump's really fallen all the way off. Yeah. You know, this is something I tell my friends all the time, and it bears repeating. The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference. And it kind of feels like Donald Trump's reign is coming to a close here so far. Maybe that'll change after he goes back to doing public rallies or whatnot. But in a lot of ways, Fox News loved Donald Trump and MSNBC hated Donald Trump. And right now, it kind of feels like both parties are indifferent. That's very sad because here at the HasanAbi broadcast, we still love Donald Trump. And sometimes we hate Donald Trump. Now, we'll see what happens. Obviously, this is like not the biggest deal to make an ordeal out of course. But I do believe that he's probably very frustrated because he sees a diminished, significant lack of support. It almost feels like he cried wolf last time with respect to the FBI shit. Like the FBI and the classified documents, like where he was like, they're raiding me, this is a witch hunt, they're gonna fucking kill me. And that like kind of pissed off a lot of people, but I've seen very little momentum from his supporters. Is that everybody talking about it on truth.com? What you mean, bruh? Yeah, all 8 people, all 8 divorced dad pedophiles are talking about it on truth.com. They're re-truthing it. They're truthing about it at truth.com. Like every single drunk uncle that has tried to fuck one of your classmates is on truth.com talking about how, you know, it's completely unacceptable that my family left me, and it's a reminder that Donald Trump is also being undermined by the family court, but not the family court, but instead the court of law, the attorney, the district attorney, you know. He's fallen off. You have to let go before he takes you with him. I will still love. I will still believe. I will still love. I will still defend. One other part of this story, the last part of the story that I wanted to also mention before we move on from this is that a bomb threat was called into the New York City court that was set to hear Trump's case. And even then, it doesn't matter. A lot of people are not paying a lot of attention to this. And these guys do fucking, bomb threats all the goddamn time. It's kind of weak sauce. It's weak sauce. Let's move on to some real news, though. 30,000 Los Angeles school workers are going on strike to support over workers' pay.
Thousands of students are unable to attend classes because of a 3-day strike in the second largest school district in the country. Support staff are leading this strike in Los Angeles, 35,000 teachers joining them in solidarity. The workers say that their salaries are so low that many are at risk of living on the streets. Carter Evans is covering this for us in Los Angeles. Carter, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. This is a school bus yard behind me, and as you can see, picketers are out in force here, and they're planning to be out in force around Los Angeles today. 30,000 workers for the union representing support staff like teachers' aides, bus drivers, custodians. They're planning to strike for 3 days. Also, teachers from the school district are planning to join in solidarity. So that means hundreds of thousands of kids will not be going to school for the next couple of days. Now, the news comes after failed negotiations between the district and the union earlier on Monday. The union wants a 30% raise. Now, they say average salaries for support staff total about $25,000 a year, and that puts many of them below the poverty line, especially when you factor in inflation and the rising cost of housing. The school district is countered with a 23% raise offer and a cash bonus and says the door is open to continue negotiations. Now, Los Angeles is the second largest school district in the country, so this is going to impact about.
Aren't LA teachers paid a lot more than support staff? LA teachers are paid more than the support staff, but LA teachers also are, you know, actively showing solidarity, so the support staff get paid more. That's what's going on right now. The LA teachers are also, the LA teachers themselves are also, you know, in talks, if I'm not mistaken, to also raise their salaries and maybe additional benefits as well. So, but this isn't the reason for the strike at the moment.
About 500,000 students, and in preparation for all of this, about 1,000 schools are going to be open today, but with no educational staff, so there's not going to be any instruction, just some supervision. Also here in Los Angeles, many families.
I mean, they're like not talking about some of the main aspects of this, but like the LAUSD is massive. It's the second largest school district. Is it largest or the second largest? Well, it's one of the largest school districts in the country, right? And one of the things is that, like, they have $5 billion in reserve funds right now that they're not tapping into, and I don't really know why the fuck they're not doing that. Maybe it's because they want to pay the superintendent. I don't know if the reserves are where the superintendent funds come from, but as we know, the LA USD superintendent is getting paid $440,000 a year. That's more than Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. It's more than the governor Gavin Newsom. It's more than the fucking president, as a matter of fact. So, so like they have a lot of funds, and it doesn't make any sense not to. Fucking put some of those funds to use here. But the guy that they put here from Miami, from Florida, is basically there to ensure that this kind of stuff gets washed away quickly. He'll say things like, "We want to pay them more. We are looking into ways of doing it," while never really doing that. You know, it's the entire purpose of people like that is, high-ticket fundraiser Democratic Party donors love also robbing the public education coffers and swapping those funds over to charter schools in an effort to undermine public education in general. So, you know, that's precisely what's going on here. It's like one of the last bastions of like socialization in the country is also being undermined. That's why you have a lot of these fucking freaks like Lauren Boebert or numerous others talking about how we need to abolish the Department of Education. Like, just really fucked up stuff, man. Really, really fucked up, terrifying shit. The EdTech for-profit company I work for is having tutors act as a scab and cover education during the strike via online tutoring. Many of us feel wrong about it, and I called out today a bunch of corporate bullshit. Their deposits are not reoccurring revenue, so it doesn't make financial sense to use. It's federal COVID relief funds, so they're going to disappear over time and they're not be replenished. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But that is just a in the meantime, we fund you using this reserve that we have, and then we put it on the fucking ballot. There's always dollars that you can also move away from one place to the other, for the record. I hope you understand that. Like, Los Angeles is not like California. The state of California is a fucking nation state, you know? A pretty big one too. $5 billion goes a very long way. It would absolutely be enough to, at the very least, hold people over until they either, one, find a way to make more dollars work, take it from other places, or two, put a ballot initiative forward after that to either replenish the reserve funds or by directly funding a pay increase for the staffers inside of the LAUSD.
Good evening, UTLA family. We are in the middle of some fast-moving developments.
I'll just say it like this, though: a lot of the rich moms and dads that I know that do have their children, because they're in nice neighborhoods, they do have their children in public schools, at least for like primary education. Maybe not high school. Maybe they'll move over to a high school that's private, because LA private is like pretty big. They're very upset. They are not very happy with this. They're not happy with the UTLA. They think what the UTLA is doing is really fucked up. They're like, why are you showing solidarity?
Tonight, we connect in our virtual space on the latest news. Up top, I have to say how inspiring last week's rally was. We put more than 45,000 people in the streets of downtown Los Angeles. We dominated the media, and we even caused LAUSD to trend on Twitter. That's the power of UTLA and SEIU United. Shout out to all the members who carpooled together, who metroed together, and who danced together in Grand Park. It was great to see folks who brought their 2019 strike gear, including those tricked out umbrellas I remember all too well from our soggy time on the picket lines. We bring the power and that spirit of the 2019 strike into our work now. Tomorrow, Tuesday, SEIU 99 begins its 3-day UPC strike, and we begin our solidarity strike alongside them. Folks, supporting the SEIU.
I'm asking, this is a genuine question. Do you think in your utopia world will there still be incentives? Yes, there are a million different social incentives that will always exist. And yes, I believe some people should, of course, be paid higher than others for, not for more hard work, but for the output. Okay? Especially in a transitional state that we're speaking of. Socialism in and of itself is about the value that you put in and how much more of it, or how much control you have over that value. Not about like equally giving everybody the same for the I hope you understand and provide a reasonable and provide a reasonable answer. I mean, this guy's a 5-month subscriber. He's just like fucking around. I got duped into talking about that, but in your utopia world, get the fuck out, dumbass. I mean, hey, listen, it was an educational moment for a lot of people who maybe also had that question. Right now, people do not get paid off of how much profit that they generate or how much profit the company makes, okay? Or in general, when we talk about profits, okay, it is not considered. Like what to do with that profit would never be considered. Like the people that are generating that value would never have a say in how that profit is discussed or wow, my brain is blanking today. I am really on one. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. People have no say in how those profits get distributed, okay? Whether it be more, whether it be like, you know, beefing up the marketing budget, whether it be fucking, whether it be increasing salaries, whether it be hiring new talent, all that sort of stuff. Okay? That is what people fight for. Unions are one way to at least have a seat at the table when discussions are being made.
Strike is the righteous thing to do. And it is also the strategic thing to do as well. Our solidarity strike is righteous because for far too long, classified staff have suffered with poverty, wages, and disrespect. Local 99 members are teaching assistants, bus drivers, special ed aides, supervision aides, cafeteria workers, campus aides, parent community reps, custodial workers, and more. Our schools do not run without Local 99.
What kind of other incentives might encourage future workers? I'm assuming everything not costing crazy amounts like rent and gas stops money from being as big as an incentive. Why? Like, what I do is not work because I love what I do, and it's you know, it's not for everybody, but it's for me, and I love what I do, and I think I'm very fortunate to be able to have this job. But it's not the money that motivates me to fucking stream 10 hours a day. There are other incentives there, okay? There are other incentives. You get it? It gives me a lot of fulfillment. Okay, I get welcomed by a community of like-minded individuals, like people that created how did you say this lady has a lot of AIDS? Oh, they were making a fucking South Park style joke. Jesus Christ. I guess agriculture invented itself since there was no money in it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was addicted to streaming before I made money. It was not because like I was going to make a fuckload of money. I never thought I would make this much money. Money isn't the incentive. Money is rarely ever the incentive for a lot of people who are passionate about what they do. The goal is to make sure that like you can pursue your passions when you don't fucking have to struggle to make ends meet.
The average salary of a Local 99 member is $25,000 a year. 24% of Local 99 members have reported that they don't have enough to eat. 1 in 3 Local 99 members have reported being houseless or at risk of becoming houseless while working for LAUSD. Keeping families in poverty affects our students and affects our schools. Their contract expired 2 years ago. They are demanding a 30% pay increase along with equity adjustments.
Bro, as someone who was fortunate enough to be able to find a place to live for free because of a second job that I took on when I first lived in California, and my salary was 21 grand. It is unimaginable to have a 25K salary in Los Angeles. That is insane, okay? I don't know how the fuck any of the... And that was like 10 years ago, too. So that is mind-boggling to me. The fact that these people are getting paid 25 grand is mind-boggling. That is literally unlivable in, like, Alabama, dude. What the fuck? It's unimaginable. Unimaginable. Hasan looking so sexy in the suit. Totally not my type, but still hot. Like, I could totally see why people would want him badly, but, like, not my thing. Thanks, man. These aren't teacher salaries, for the record. These are custodians and staff and you know, I guess special needs staff, like people that fucking drive bus drivers that drive the special needs kids. Like, shit like that, you know, still profoundly important, but it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, it doesn't even matter because, like, no one should be working a full-time job where the amount of money that they make is not a living wage. 25K does not even come close to meeting the bottom barrier of that. Okay?
Full-time hours and health insurance for those who do not have it. Carvalho, who negotiated a $90,000 increase to his own salary and who makes $440,000 a year, said Local 99 members were creating a circus by fighting for basic living wages. This strike is specifically in protest of the dozens of unfair labor practices that LAUSD has been committing against SEIU Local 99 members. Our solidarity strike is also
I also have a good propaganda point for this. Like, this guy is a Florida guy. Like, California has a lot of faults, okay? California has a lot of failures, but in many ways, despite being a neoliberal shithole for the most part, there are certain things that California does right? You know, whether it be like Governor Gavin Newsom posturing against Walgreens or shit like that, defending trans rights, things of that nature, right? And no, I don't mean California has a lot of faults like the San Andreas fault. Good one, though. So, you know, don't fucking Florida my California, bitch. I pay a lot of taxes, motherfucker, okay? All right? I pay a lot of fucking taxes. I don't want some Florida fuckface coming in here and making my California education system closer to Florida. I don't want that shit. Get the fuck out of here. As a rich guy, I don't like that, okay? Pay the fucking custodians more. What the hell is this bullshit? Pay a lot in fucking taxes. Why is that always going to the police force? Meanwhile, you fucking call the cops for anything, you're going to get put on hold. Let's be real. LAPD, always on hold, baby. Yeah, as a rich guy. Yeah, I don't like that. You know? Anyway.
Strategic move because it will help us win. This solidarity strike is one step closer for all of us getting a strong contract because it will show the collective power of worker solidarity in LAUSD in a way they've never experienced before. This is our opportunity to demonstrate that collective power in a way that will impact our relationship with the district for the beyond recovery contract demands this school year and the future of public education. Let's remember what we are fighting for: a 20% salary increase, lower class sizes, more.
Police departments are defunded. As a result, there's less cops for calls. This is what y'all wanted. Hey, man. Do you have what community? Do you have any idea what fucking community you're in? I think the police departments were defunded. Where? Point to me on the map where these supposed police departments were defunded. Especially in Los Angeles? Let me run that by you real quick. $8 million a day. Do you know what that is? Do you think that that's how much money I make? If you think that that's how much money I make, you'd be wrong. That's how much money the Los Angeles Police Department spends on the motherfucking daily. Okay? On the motherfucking daily. The police department budget is literally $2 billion. The Los Angeles City Council recently voted to cut $150 million out of the Los Angeles Police Department's $1.8 billion operating budget for the 2020-2021 fiscal year, says Cubano Kush, thinking that this is a good argument, thinking that I haven't even considered this. Oh, my God. That was off of the additional pay raises that they were going to get. That $150 million is off the tippy top. They already got it. Not only did they get all the fucking COVID money, okay, which was a fat fucking bonus for them. Not only did they also get additional funding on top of that, the only area where they shaved was $150 or $150 million instead of, you know, I guess an additional $150 million they were going to get on top of the additional money they're getting. So they still got a pay raise in their budget, just less, $150 million less, which seems like a lot of money. But, you know, give or take, that's what, 15, 20 days in their budget? Think about that. They got defunded by $150 million while they were getting funded more. So their budget increased, just the part of the increase got shaved off a little bit off the tippy top. That is not defunding, you fucking dense. Oh, you were, okay. I thought you were, so the defunded police are in the room with you right now, so defunded. Yeah. They just didn't get as big as a pay raise as they wanted. LAPD is missing more than 600 officers for all area commands. Don't come at me with some fucking blue flu nonsense. These fucking fat piglets literally live in a different planet, okay? They got Norway-style social democracy for them and them only. You understand? Even before COVID and before this supposed defunding happened, which I just showed you that it never really happened, notice how you turned around and didn't talk about how the police are defunded, but instead talked about how there aren't 600 officers for all area commands. Why did you shift the goalposts over to how there aren't enough police officers now? Now, let me explain something to you. Cops were fucking dog shit at their jobs before COVID and before this supposed defunding that didn't really happen, as I explained to you. Okay? Some of them died from COVID. Some of them also quit their jobs because they didn't want to get a boo-boo on their arms because they were going to retire soon anyway. They all got their fucking fat little pensions. All right? They have all the money. They weren't doing a good job before the supposed defunding that never happened, and they're still not doing a good job, and they can just get away with saying shit like this, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry will be like, well, I guess there's 600 less cops over how many police are in Los Angeles Police Department? Okay, LAPD, what is it? Leo number. How many law enforcement officers in LAPD? 10,000 officers. And this motherfucker's talking about how 600 less officers are the reason why you're always on hold. How many more fucking officers do you need to stop crime? How many more dollars do you need? I've had 2 of my friends have their cars stolen. In both circumstances, the cops literally laughed at them and were like, yeah, sorry, dog. You're on your own. It's like, that's Grand Theft Auto. It's got a whole ass different designation for it because of the severity of the fucking crime. It's got a different designation. It's not like your iPhone got stolen, which would be technically grand larceny, but it doesn't even matter, right? Because nobody's going to chase after that shit. Get the fuck out of here. You think if it was 10,600, would we have enough cops on the streets? Or do you think these fucking fat piggies never work? And they know they don't have to because dumbasses like you will subscribe to a fucking anti-capitalist Twitch streamer for 5 months and still not get this through their dense-ass fucking skull and will do propaganda for them. Like you're a fucking Minnesota wine mom watching local news, hearing about how terrifying young black children are in the streets and how cops simply can't do anything. Come on, man. Whew, I love the stream, and while I agree with most of my viewpoints, LAPD, like many departments nationwide, have seen a lack of police due to a call for less funding and increased violence on peace officers. Suck my cock. That is fucking-sane, dude. An increased violence on peace officers? What are you, the fucking Leo PR guy here? What the hell? What violence? The violence of COVID? Or the violence of getting out of your fucking cruiser for once and actually chasing a suspect and dying from heart disease? Or is it the violence of throwing up the fucking lights every time you want to cut a fucking red light and getting T-boned by a truck? Motherfucker said peace officers, more like death officers, okay? What violence? Is the violence of the vaccine? Vaccine injury violence. Brother, you have been propagandized. You have been lied to. You are doing the bidding of the police departments nationwide. Okay? We're not even fucking talking about how like violent and unaccountable cops are. Okay? I've moved past that point. Right now, I'm just talking about how bad of a job they do all the fucking time and how so many liberals turn around and let that shit happen. They go, they need $4 billion and then this would be fixed. They need another submarine. And then they can actually solve crime. You know, nautical crime. Nobody ever talks about that. They need a 15th helicopter. They need better batons to beat the shit out of homeless people. You know what I mean? Crazy. Crazy. It's a well-known fact, especially in cities such as mine in Las Vegas. There's also less civilian staffing positions, e.g. dispatch, due to low pay and high stress. Yeah. I mean, my lord, dude. It must be tasty, though. The boots got to be tasty as fuck. You know what I mean? Because I've never seen someone defend sucking on them this hard. Like, I think the LAPD already has 15 helicopters. I'm at 15 other helicopters. Yeah, I know nobody defunded the police. I know. Our analysis of over 400 American municipal budgets found that police departments in America got more or less the same amount of money in 2021 that they did the previous 3 years. The budget cuts that did pass in a handful of cities were modest compared to the size of the total budget. Notice how that guy, by the way, immediately shifted over and said there's not enough cops. And then notice how we started. He said police were defunded. Immediately said that's not true. Turned around and he said, well, actually, there's 600 police officers that are missing from the job for positions that they need, which is bullshit PR from cops. And I said, out of 10,000, you think 600 extra cops is going to actually, bridge the gap? Notice how he then turned around and said, it's actually because there's a call for less funding and increased violence on peace officers. So no real funding diminished at all, but it's a call alone that actually got cops to run away. And then turned around and said there's violence on peace officers, which is laughable. The goalposts are on a different planet at this point, okay? They've literally gone past California. They went all the way to fucking Las Vegas. They went to Nevada, okay? Yeah, their overtime budget is out of control. LA got the police budget, then put $47 million in overtime on the city's credit card. That was another thing. Overtime is the way that these motherfuckers make so much more money, too. If there's one point that I have been so consistent on, it is the violent crime has increased bullshit narrative, or property crime has increased bullshit narrative, and the defund the police movement destroy the police force narrative. I've been actively arguing against both of these fucking bullshit PR propaganda talking points that you hear from your local news all day, every fucking day. And you can shift the goalposts all you want. I know all the talking points, and they are all easily dismissible. Okay? Bullshit. And as someone who pays more for the police budgets than your dad did, okay, I think we should get something in return. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of work, guys. You know, do your job. Fucking do your fucking job, okay? Do your fucking job. When you pay $5 a month here, you get a top of the hour ad break and you avoid it. Simple. Imagine if you paid $5 a month and didn't have the top of the hour ad break get removed. You know, imagine if you watched ads at the top of the hour if you subscribed, which is a way that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Now, that would be bullshit. Subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime and you avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. It's that simple. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, and you will be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break then as well. Another way to do this. But I digress. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. Regardless, here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's white fragility baked into a profession is fucking crazy. Yeah, man, it is crazy. I just, like, I don't know any other job where there are people who are rewarded so greatly for being so bad at their fucking workforce, at their job. It's like mind-boggling to me. You know, it's very frustrating. And of course, because they are defenders of capital, they get away with it. I would be in favor of other people being shitty at their fucking jobs and still getting their, honest wages. Gucci down to the socks, but he needs your $5. I don't. It's not a donation. I'm not asking for it. I don't even have my TTS on. Also, my socks are Dolce & Gabbana, also stolen from Dolce & Gabbana. The rest is Gucci, also stolen. Socks are Dolce & Gabbana, also stolen. But that's the 5-finger discount, baby. Anyway, what are the cops going to do? Arrest me? Anyway, I'm joking. Yeah, a lot of guys joking today. So, how do we get here? We got here because I was talking about the 30,000 Los Angeles school workers who are going on strike over support over workers' pay. The Los Angeles Police Department with overtime, the unimaginable amounts of money they get while doing pretty much nothing, sitting on their fucking thumbs and eating donuts and looking at their fucking laptops and their cruisers as they cruise through the fucking red light, beaming, okay? Making everybody's lives less safe. Those fucking dipshits get paid like 10x what the average fucking LA United School District staffer gets paid. It's unimaginable. It's so fucked up. Just steal a car and they will never find you. You say that, but like kind of true. It's literally true. It's happened at least twice, anecdotally, to 2 of my fucking friends.
Families depend on the school district for meals for their children, so there will be food distribution sites around the county for the next 3 days. And of course, you can see all this rain here. We've got another one of those atmospheric rivers coming through, so it is going to be a very wet day.
That is the shittiest part about this. It's wet as fuck.
China's leader Xi Jinping is continuing his high-profile
Hey, let's go. Top Xi,
lads.
He's been
warmly greeted as an old friend by President Putin. Beijing's billed this visit as a trip for peace. Mr. Putin said that Moscow was always open to negotiation. But the Americans have already warned that China's negotiation plan on Ukraine could be just a delaying tactic. From Moscow, our Russia editor Steve Rosenberg reports.
Just 3 days ago, Vladimir Putin was named as a war crime suspect by the International Criminal Court. But that didn't stop China's president flying in and shaking his hand. Putin and Xi have met many times before, but never before has Russia's president been under such pressure. His war in Ukraine not going at all according to plan. Xi Jinping called Vladimir Putin his dear friend, his strategic partner. The Kremlin leader said they would discuss China's peace initiative. But there is no detailed Chinese plan to end the war in Ukraine. What Moscow would like from Beijing is lethal aid to help it win. Beijing's been reluctant to provide that to prevent secondary sanctions against Chinese companies. But it has been supplying dual-use technology, like semiconductor chips, that the Russian military can use. The Kremlin also wants to expand trade with China. With Russia under heavy international sanctions, economic ties with Beijing are proving a lifeline. If you burn bridges with the West, as Vladimir Putin has, what do you do then? You look east. That's exactly what the Kremlin leader has done. Recent events have accelerated Russia's dependency on China. Putin and Xi may speak about mutually beneficial cooperation, but Beijing looks increasingly like the senior partner. But Moscow hasn't just partnered with Beijing. Last week, Russia held joint naval exercises with China and Iran. There are signs the Kremlin is looking to forge an anti-Western alliance.
Putin is building his own bloc. He doesn't trust the West anymore. He's looking for allies and trying to make Russia part of a common fortress with China, as well as with India, Latin America and Africa. Putin is building his own anti-Western world.
Now, with Xi Jinping here, Russia can claim that it's not isolated, that Moscow has powerful allies who view the world through a similar lens, that it doesn't need the West if it has friends in the East. But experience shows China always puts China first.
Well, today the talks between the two men begin in earnest. Earlier, I spoke with our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, in Moscow, and I asked him how the visit was being perceived by the Russian.
Multipolarity is back. Get fucked, Fukuyama.
You see the word drug, friend, in the headlines on a lot of the papers since both leaders addressed each other as dear friends. Earlier this week, there was a little bit of scepticism. Some commentators saying, well, look, the reality is that China will always defend its national interests first and put itself first. So, yes, you can talk about a bromance, you can talk about a strategic partnership, deepening cooperation between Russia and China. But I think people are open-eyed here and understand that China has its interests at heart first of all. And also there is an understanding that despite the talk of partnership and a no-limits partnership, this is not a partnership of equals anymore. That very much now, China is the senior partner.
Xi knows life of P is close to the end, so he's just preparing for the transition. Preparing the transition? Wait, what? Why would he defend him then? Wait, that makes no sense, Moldova. Wait, what? Why would he like even in any way, shape, or form like go out to bat for him then? I mean, he might be, okay? Like Vladimir Putin might be on the end of his rope, right? Like he might just be fucking dying soon, whatever. I don't know. Sure, hopefully RIP, you know, fucking smoking on the Putin pack or whatever, right? But like, how does that make any sense with respect to like China going there and showing support now? Mama Liga just says things in the chat. Whenever Russia is brought up, he just says things.
Here that Russia is very dependent on China for diplomatic support, political support, and for economic support too. Russia needs Chinese markets since, you know, Russia is under heavy international sanctions right now.
Well, for the view from China, let's go live to Beijing now and speak to our correspondent, Stephen McDonnell. Stephen, take me through the logic of this. Xi Jinping has problems of his own. He's under huge pressure to improve the economy. But China's trade with Russia is relatively small. So how is he improving matters by building up his relationship with Vladimir Putin?
Well, it's a good question, and in some ways it could be making the situation potentially worse. And the reason is that the Chinese government here in Beijing has created this enormous expectation that this peace plan might work. Whereas I think most serious observers do not expect anything of the sort. They don't think that Xi Jinping is going to leave Moscow with a Ukraine war peace deal. And in fact, some would say that it's not even designed to do that. The Chinese government has actually been accused of using this as a bit of a smokescreen to enable the Chinese government to keep trading with Moscow, to keep supporting the Russian government mid-invasion in a way that's palatable. Well, now, at the same time as the day 2 of this state visit, we've got this surprise visit to Ukraine by Japan's Prime Minister. And if Xi Jinping leaves Moscow with nothing, comparisons are going to be made. I mean, people are going to be looking at those two leaders, where they chose to go to, what their priorities are. And I think
I'm confused as to what this commentary is saying here. Like there's no, here's what I don't understand. There's no there are no motivations that they're trying to fucking address. They're just literally kind of saying nothing. It just feels like they're upset and that they're just friends with one another. Like, what the fuck? Fuck it, I'm saying it. Xi's hairline is fantastic considering he's old. Yeah, the West really hates the idea of trying to help brokering peace between Russia and Ukraine. I don't even know if they're going to do that. I don't even know if China genuinely and enthusiastically is like advocating for Ukraine. And I wish I could know more about it, but I can't because fucking BBC is not telling me anything. Okay? That's the problem here. Do you get it? Like, you're supposed to be the news. Do the news, man. Do the news, fuckface. Do the news. Like I want to make an assessment, right? I want to look at the news. I want to hear what they have to say. I want to know what the conversations are about. And I want to know where the motivations are. I want to know what China's interests are. Other than reinforcing multipolarity, which I know we already know that, but they're not even saying this all that much. Okay? Now you know how us news andies feel. Man, shut up. You get literally so much content. You guys are the fattest out of all of my audience. Okay? You looked good in this photo. Not gonna lie. Oh, fuck you. How dare you? Don't listen to BBC. Well, who am I supposed to listen to? If I listen to America, they're saying the same shit. If I listen to Russia Today, it's sandwiched in between like how Vladimir Putin is defending the white race and how they're actually doing an action of anti-imperialism. Like, so I can't get anything there, okay? No, Russia Today is not good. Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. Just because they have Chris Hedges and shit on doesn't mean that they're actually good, okay? You know Gucci and Balenciaga are owned by the exact same company, right? Okay. And? Wait, hold up. Let him cook. What's he going to say? I want to know. I want to know what else he's going to say. What does that mean? He's like, I just wanted to let you know. Actually, there's nothing else behind that statement. Just wanted to let you know. Fun fact. Guys, wait till you find out who pays my paychecks, dude. That doesn't bother you? No. I don't give a fuck. Really makes you think, man.
The person this really puts the pressure on is Xi Jinping.
Stephen, a lot of people have drawn parallels between Russia's invasion of Ukraine and just even the threat of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Are we getting any signals through what Xi Jinping is saying, what Beijing is saying in terms of how...
Okay, I spoke too soon. Now I'm wishing they weren't making inferences, okay? I take it back. The moment that they add color commentary on it beyond like vibes, they're like, oh, it's because they're definitely invading Taiwan like tomorrow.
Oh, China's viewing Taiwan at this point, whether it's actually considering an invasion or is it just...
I just want to let everybody know I will defend Taiwan, okay? I will defend it. I will put the Taiwanese the flag on my Twitter, okay? Like I got Chinese relatives, okay? They're from Taiwan. I'm going to fucking defend Taiwan so hard, dude. You understand? Like you don't unimaginable amounts of defense. Might want to avoid the invasion takes, brother. Bro, I'm not saying shit. Notice how I just said I would defend Taiwan so hard. On the front line, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I'm learning. I am resisting. I'm resisting. I'm learning. Winnie the Pooh, I'm coming for you.
Throwing those ideas out of the water?
Well, the most bleak possibility is that the Chinese government thinks that the war in Ukraine is actually beneficial to it geostrategically.
Taiwan, the country which was under military dictatorship and martial law, executed 150,000 leftists. Yes, that country. They all deserved it. I think Western China is a part of Taiwan. Shut up, dude. I'm not trying to get canceled again, okay? Yes, I think that was good. I love Shanghai Czech. Did I even say his name right? I respect it too much to even Google if I said it right or not. Yeah. Just say Winnie the Pooh and you'll win over every Twitter leftist? No, I won't. What do you mean? There's so many. First of all, there goes the China trip, dude. I don't fucking let me go to China. Ooh, let me go to China. You don't even understand, dude. And the things I will do. Holy shit.
And that's because Russia is doing its dirty work at the moment. It's really taking it up to the West. It's eating up NATO resources at a time when, as you say, China's considering the possibility that it may at some point want to use force to take the island of Taiwan. And so, like I say, there is a pretty dark scenario which would suggest that the Chinese government doesn't quite mind the war in Ukraine in that it puts all this pressure on the West. The flip side of that, though, is that the West has hung together more tightly than many would have expected. The war hasn't been going well for Russia, considering how long it's gone. And it might make some of the generals in Beijing think twice about what it might...
Why'd they got an Australian guy to fucking do China commentary on the BBC? He's sounding like fucking me trying to do the British, trying to do a British that like slowly turns into Australian. China is unironically so sick, dude. No, I know. I want to go to a tier 1 city so fucking bad, dude. You don't understand. I will. That haircut is disqualifying. Straight up.
Mean for this country if they were ever to decide to use force to take Taiwan?
And Stephen, just briefly, how is this visit being portrayed in the Chinese state media and also on Chinese social media?
Well, lots of coverage, of course. We had the letter from Vladimir Putin published in the Remen Rubal, the main organ of the Communist Party, yesterday, but plenty of articles in state-run press. We've seen it on television here, on the 24-hour news networks, lots of pictures of the two leaders sitting down. Just like in Russia, all this talk of friendship, the two countries coming together. You know, if it wasn't for the war in Ukraine, people would think this is quite a normal visit. I mean, these two countries, they're neighbours. Sure, of course, they want to have good trading relations, and it wouldn't seem that strange. But the fact that both the leaders have been speaking about the war, about peace, that's what's put talk of this potential peace deal front and centre for this state visit by Xi Jinping.
Fascinating. It's great to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you very much, Stephen McDonald, speaking to us from Beijing.
If you want to know what a complete
African reporter hits back at Karine Jean-Pierre for not calling on him. If you think I'm gonna watch this, I got another thing coming for you. Just kidding. We're gonna do fun stuff now. Guess what? It's motherfucking fun time, baby. Fuck Tucker Carlson. It's finally time, dude. It's finally fucking time. I adopted every dog in the shelter. The HasanAbi puppy arc has begun. Ostinox delivered. Okay? While everybody was talking about Ostinox this, Ostinox that, he was doing the damn thing. He was doing the damn thing and popping the fuck off, cooking up another YouTube video on the second channel. For the record, for those of you who want to watch this YouTube video, obviously here, let's link it. I think it's already pinned to the top. But let's go. 129K views. I haven't even promoted it yet. God damn, in one day? The fuck? This channel is literally going to fucking this second channel, okay, which is hopefully going to be at Hasan, which we need a new name for, by the way. Boys, the plan is simple. We need a new name for this channel. Ostinox originally started off with Comicoms. I thought that was not great because he was like doing a mogul mail type thing, you know. But the second channel needs a new name. I think that Hasan or at Hasan YouTube is not great. Maybe HasanAbi could be kind of funny. HasanAbi I like a lot. That's good too. This channel is going to have my IRL content turned into vlog content. The vlog content that I shoot on my own, some fun stuff like the food tier review that we are going to do. Yep, Boomer also worked on the second day of the Japan trip. It's not just vlogs though. It's not going to be just vlogs. We're not doing just vlogs. We're doing other shit. Okay, we're doing fun stuff. We're gonna have some fun reacts on there eventually as well. So, you know, we'll see. I put forward HasanAbi too, possibly. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Someone in the chat said, Hasan, I want the punani. That sounds terrible. Anyway, regardless, without further ado, let's get started on this. I adopted every dog in the shelter, not clickbait. HasanAbi puppy arc. Let me start from the beginning, okay? Many years ago, I had a wonderful friend. You can probably see him in the emotes all around the stream. His name was Fish, okay? He was a beautiful, wonderful life partner pit bull that I got when I was in the market for getting a new dog, or getting a dog in general for my first ever dog. And unfortunately, we had 5 wonderful years together, but I was wrong about this, by the way. I don't know why I said 5. We had 6, almost 7 years. Passed away in the beginning of COVID because he had cancer. He was a beautiful pit bull. Well, after that, I took some time to, you know, recover and waited for, you know, a couple years now, almost on 3 years. Yeah. I told my community for a very long time that I was going to eventually get a new dog. I was eventually going to adopt a new puppy. and the time is now, folks. We're going to shelters today to kickstart the process. Now let me explain something. Let me explain something. This is just starting the process. So I'm gonna lay down some ground rules. Some specific ground rules are, I'm looking for certain breeds. Number one is a Bernese Mountain Dog. I think Bernese Mountain Dogs are very cute. I think they're very cool. I'm looking for a larger breed in general. I want a breed that I can wrestle with, you know what I mean? I'm looking for Bernese Mountain Dogs or a Cane Corso or maybe some kind of pit bull. There are some other breeds as well that are like almost impossible to find in the adoption in the shelter. Obviously, I will be adopting and not shopping. That's right. The puppy arc has officially begun. The time is now. Many of you already know that I used to have a wonderful furry little fellow by the name of Fish, and I will be getting a new puppy. I will be adopting a new puppy hopefully today. In order to help me out, I have March right here, who's going to be manning the camera. Myung coming hot off the heels of a 24-hour stream. She's basically delusional right now. Fusli, Leslie, who's here specifically for the love of the game. She has too many animals, and she might even adopt an animal. I think it's illegal for her to have more animals, though. Let's be real. She already has 2 cats. And last but not least, we have Valkyrie. Hi. Say hi. Hi. Okay. All right. That's it. Let's get started. We're going to go inside. Damn, this is so well edited. Ostinox really popped off on this, dude. Dogs right in here.
I think the dogs might be right past that door.
Okay. The door that's a good. You're so right.
Yeah, for you. Oh, dude, they have iPads with dogs now. You can just order a dog like a McDonald's kiosk.
Taylor.
There's a dog called Taylor.
The dog's name is Taylor. Dog. Look, it's like my shirt. How are you gonna name a dog Taylor?
Okay, so we can actually walk in and look at the kennels, but if we want if we want like to basically hang out with a dog, if we find a dog that we really like, then we're gonna need someone to help us out. So in the meantime, I think what we should do is just like go through every single kennel, take a look, and get started, I guess. So you're a volunteer that works here?
No, I work here.
Oh, you work here full time. How does it feel to have the sickest job on the planet?
Awesome. I love doing it.
It's crazy. You get to play with dogs and cats.
Yeah.
As your job. That's insane. This is a very important decision that I'm not taking lightly, because I want to, this is like a commitment. It's a very important commitment, and I think people should understand that if they're going to go out and adopt a dog. I want a puppy, obviously. I want a larger breed specifically, but if there are breeds that are available, the ones that I would like are obviously Bernese Mountain Dogs, Cane Corsos, which I think there are a lot of Cane Corsos because they're like kind of pitty. So I think people just like usually give them up.
Mastiff puppies.
Mastiff
They're only
puppies.
like 4 or 5 weeks old, so like I said, they're not able to be adopted up until they're at least 8 weeks.
My heart is racing a little bit. God, Mastiffs I really love, but they froth out of the mouth so much. They're so they're so drooly. That's literally why I was like a Bernie Bougie has adoption clinic, bro. Only in this community would you look at like literally better conditions for shelters as like a negative. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, man, these fucking dogs, dude, they have it too good. You know what I mean? These mountain dogs better than that. Fuck, I love Mastiffs. Yeah, probably not.
Like pit mixes or like Chihuahua mixes for the smaller breeds?
No, I
They're looking for something big.
I do not want a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
I definitely want like a larger dog.
Okay.
Is that Dopey?
She's so quiet.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This is gonna be so hard, I can already tell.
Yeah, this is great.
Look at those eyes.
Look at his tail. Look at her tail.
She's so baby.
Oh my god, look at it.
Okay, this is I'm gonna cry.
This is already gonna be. Yo, look at that husky.
Every one of my friends was always like, oh, just foster, just foster. It's like, I will love the dog too much. There's no shot I would ever foster. It's a trap. Fostering is a trap. I mean, I don't know how people do it. I guess a lot of people that foster already have a dog. But if I foster dogs, I would just have 1,000 dogs at the end of the day. So This dog is incredible.
Hi. He's such a
It's the best trap, though. It's not a bad trap. He's on it's a a good special one. diet. No treats.
Why?
No treats for him.
Get this girl some treats now.
She is
You're
on a
such a
special
good
diet.
dog.
Oh my god, she is.
She's so big.
She's working it. As far as like shelters goes, this is obviously a no-kill shelter. That's why you see a lot of older puppies in here as well. Like this is definitely probably one of the nicest facilities that they have out there. Obviously, it's like non-profit. You can donate as well. There's a donation fee as well. I think it's like $100. It's very cheap here, but there's other places where the donation fee is like much higher. Ray is just like not listening to the rules at all.
She needs pets.
I forgot to go. I mean, tell them on Instagram. I'm live at the shelter.
I love this man.
Ray found the new love of her life. She went back to Mrs. Darby.
No.
Please.
No.
I love her so much.
No. Okay, let's go in here. Let's go on Venice Boulevard. Take a look down there. Venice Boulevard.
Hello. Oh.
Look at the tail. Oh, the tail.
You're so handsome. I love him.
Which one?
Watch your
This
fingers.
one.
Please do not put your fingers in any of the kennels.
But
please.
Lionel seems nice.
This one was my favorite. One of my favorite dogs.
Lionel
is perfect,
He's
actually.
so beautiful.
If Lionel was a puppy, this is exactly the type of dog I'm looking
But
for.
why? Get him now.
He's 2 years old.
He's 2. He's still baby. Lionel.
I realized that I should have done this not with.
Yeah. His head is bigger than mine.
Yeah. Watch out, Rachel. Don't get too close to the kennels, please.
Thank you. I love you.
This one is. I love this. This one is
It's
like.
Tucker.
He's got the Scooby-Doo.
Looking ass.
Scooby-Doo looking ass. He's got the Scooby-Doo collar. This is literally exactly what I'm looking for. As far as like a puppy that grows to this size. Oh my god. Okay, we gotta move away from her.
I love you so much. You're so big. You're gonna find a good home, okay? You're gonna find a good home. Ah, fuck! I shouldn't have come here. I knew it. I knew this was gonna happen to me.
No, Lionel is literally exactly what I'm looking for in puppy form, basically. Again, I can't stress this enough for people who are watching. Dog adoption is a very serious process. The entire reason why so many of these wonderful puppies are actually here in these kennels is because a lot of people did not take that process seriously and then ended up leaving their dogs behind or ended up giving those dogs to kill shelters, which then luckily have made their way into no-kill shelters like this one, which is precisely the reason why I'm taking it incredibly seriously. As much as I love all of these animals, I want to make sure that I have the exact specific perfect fit for what I would like.
It's true. It's true.
You know.
Well,
This too, and then
all of these dogs are available for adoption if you are looking to adopt.
one hurdle in a lot of these places for, you know, one hurdle that many people can't overcome is at least like the adoption fee. So while I can't adopt all of these puppies, I wanted to at the very least pay the adoption fee of every single puppy in this facility, and I'm gonna do that in all of the other places that we go to as well, hopefully, if they let us. We're gonna go do that right now, and then we'll move on to the next place.
Leslie was just crying because sobbing, crying, shitting, pissing, throwing up. So Hasan just told his chat what he's actually, like, the plot twist was that he's actually paying off the deposit for all of the pets, so that it's easier for them to get a bit adopted, because the deposit or the adoption fees can be kind of expensive. So yeah, it was very, very sweet gesture for him to do. And now we're gonna go over to the 2 other shelters. I want him to adopt Lionel. I feel like it was so perfect. Leslie was crying.
Yeah, I had no idea. There's a plot twist. Tell us.
I need to show chat.
Oh, they're
these.
so.
I need to show chat these babies.
Cats.
And named them Charlie's Angels, and this is Charlie.
Lionel's getting adopted, you know? Surely. Yeah.
Incredibly brave to be working in a shelter all day, every day without literally kidnapping every dog or dog napping. Would it be dog napping? I don't know. I would be dog napping left and right though if I worked there. It's like dangerous. The reason why I'm not gonna like willy-nilly be like, oh, bring out a puppy for me, is because they take it very seriously. They want you to be seriously interested in adopting a puppy and for them to bring the puppy out. So I don't want to like fuck that up.
Okay, we're at the second shelter. It's called Wags and Walks. Hopefully there are some puppies here that Hasan will be interested in.
And what is your name?
Hasan.
Nice to meet you. I'm Bonnie.
Nice to meet you, Bonnie.
But I'm gonna get my home.
Okay.
That's so cute. You want to do it for
Okay, so it looks like you guys are coordinating with Chloe. These are
Wait, so if you paid all the adoption fees for those puppies, can some bad pet owner see this and take advantage of that? I don't know. Yeah, that's how that works. Because like, there's no other system in place. Like when you want to adopt a puppy from a place like this, okay, there's no other system in place. There's no background checks or anything like that. And like a lot of people who want to get like puppies and then do bad things with them, they will use this as an opportunity. No, man, no, they already do a fucking background check, and like literally some place will ask for references and shit. You know what I mean? It's like it's yeah. Someone in the chat said this. It's harder to get a fucking puppy from one of these places than it is to get a gun. Okay.
our newest dogs. You guys can come on in.
I'm looking for a puppy that will grow to like, you know, grow to be a very large dog. I know a lot of shelters usually have a hard time rehoming or homing larger dogs.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, especially when there's so many like restrictions and apartments and.
Yeah, I luckily do not have that any longer. I used to lie all the time though. Oh, this one is incredible. Is that a Rottweiler pit mix?
Oh my god. Oh, which one? Yeah, this one. Oh, Darling. Darling is.
Yeah, a lot of people were like upset at me because Wags and Walks is like that they specialize in pit bulls. So then like all the fucking 4chan dweeb lords, the 4chan dweeb army was like, dude, imagine fucking waiving the fees for imagine waiving the adoption fees for like fucking pit bulls, dude, so you can kill children. I was like, all right, dude. Like okay.
Is some kind of super nut, but totally has Roddy like.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, it's too much. Okay.
And then if you fall in love with somebody, we can always take them into the yard and do a little playtime.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm looking for a puppy. Oh, this is too hard. This is too hard. Okay, wait. So you said you have Great Dane puppies right now?
They're in foster right now.
Oh my god.
We can definitely figure out where we're at in the adoption process on those guys, and I'll bring Amanda, who's the head of our adoptions team, into the yard, and she can talk to you about some options.
I might just get a Great Dane puppy. That I saw. So why specifically a puppy? Because I want a puppy. Like I want to raise a puppy from the start. You know what I mean? Like that's just how it works. It's harder to take care of a puppy, but I have the experience. I have the money to be able to do so, and I you know, I just want a puppy. I don't know. Do I have to? Do I have to make a reason for it? Like, is there like a, do I have to write an essay about it? I don't think so, right? The mom and dad, they're
purebred Great Danes.
Like I want to be able to train them. You know what I mean? I want to be able to train whatever kind of puppy I get.
And burl like coloring, yeah.
I've never seen that before.
Oh, darling.
God.
And then I'll just give you a peek back here. So
I'm gonna eat her. Wait, are we going?
She looks so delicious.
She's so cute.
Huge thing. The only way that we can save dogs is through fosters because we have such a small facility here. So back here I can kind of show you. This is our shopping area for our fosters. So if you want to save a life, becoming a foster is a really good way. It costs no money to foster, and you just kind of come in here and grab all the supplies you need. And you usually say about 2 weeks is the typical time for a foster. And if anybody wants to donate supplies, food, that makes a huge difference too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. darling.
Okay.
Hi, darling. Oh, she's so
I love her so much.
She said, take me.
You come to town with the dog. Oh, look at this one. Oh my god, it's like a pit bull mixed with Sometimes you might lock yourself in. He's like a pit bull mixed with what is it, a Frenchie. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. This is too much.
Great Danes. The Great Danes. He said he's considering a Great Dane puppy.
No, 100%. If I mean, I gotta see those Danes, dude. I'm a big boy. I need a big dog. I love big dogs. Am I gonna fit in the gown?
Oh yeah. What?
You put one on too.
No, that's for you.
Okay.
Here, I'll hold while you put it on.
Where's yours?
I'll put it on after.
Yeah, when I got Fish was a straight puppy. They told me he was a Rottweiler. I was like, I don't even care what breed he is. And that's how I got him. Didn't see like his parents or anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're in here. Oh my god, March.
Oh.
This part is too much.
We don't have puppies in the bathroom because we want to make sure they're super safe, and we didn't have any fosters for them.
We can pet them?
Totally. So
No.
if you guys.
It's over. It's over.
I can go first. Oh yeah.
He's by himself.
This I've never seen a puppy this small.
You guys want one?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, you just picked them up?
Yeah, you can pick them up. Pick them up. Pick them up. Okay, what's it like being so tiny?
I'm dying. They're all over. Oh my god.
This one looks Fred. His name's Fred. Yeah. They look like Fred.
Which one's your favorite?
Yeah, I can't pick. What do you mean? These are all my children now. Oh, he's nipping at me.
Oh, they're so cute.
This is the greatest moment of my life. They need to eat my shoes, so I think I'm just gonna stay here. Yeah, I've decided. This is the. You also have the. I mean, I could get the Great Danes too.
Yeah,
possibly.
right now, as I'm sure you can imagine, the Great Danes do have a full list, but of course, if anything changes with them, I can let you
they're
know.
already okay. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Lots of people are
So
really
there's a list
interested, which
on
is
it
great.
already.
Yeah,
All right, who
on
do
the
I have
Danes.
to? Yeah, just give me the names and I'll go to their homes. And I'll steal them.
Okay.
Well, I still want to pay for the adoption fees of all the puppies that you guys have here today.
Yeah,
so it's at least
appreciate
like
it.
when someone wants to come and adopt a dog, they can get them. You know.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
awesome. That's so
Do you
nice of
wanna
you. Yeah,
do
Tiffany will
the
definitely help you guys
puppies
with
on side
that.
or the dogs and
No,
puppies
just
on side?
Thank you guys.
All of them.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I didn't realize the Great Danes were already up. All of them were up for adoption. I would have locked it immediately. No, this facility, unlike the other one, is $500 for adoption, and we paid for all the dogs in here, which totaled to $15,000. I don't know how many dogs that means. I think it's like, I don't know. I can't do the math, but whatever. It's called Wags and Walks.
Wags and Walks.
Bringing happiness home. And she literally was like, well, you are a big donor. Maybe we can make some for the Great Danes. Wait, what was the update written there? Oh, they emailed me after this video was done and said that they can't waive the fees because like the fees are not just for the fees are like a purposeful financial barrier to their place basically. So I asked, and that you know they're using it to adopt additional 30, rescue 30 additional dogs that they would not be able to, which is even better, and also will provide you know food and support for the dogs that are already on the facility. But I asked them, they haven't responded to me, I don't think, but I asked them if they could like potentially reduce some of the fees for eligible people. And they said they would consider it, but they haven't gotten back to me on it. But ultimately, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I don't care. I wanted to give the money anyway. Like, who cares? I wanted to donate regardless. How many dogs that means? I think it's like, I don't know. I can't do the math, but whatever. It's called Wags and Walks.
Wags and Walks.
Bringing happiness home. And she literally was like, well, you are a big donor. Maybe we can make some for the Great Danes. Maybe we can find something out. I was like, no, don't do that. I was like, don't do that. But like also, maybe. No. I was like, no, don't do that. But because they're big dogs usually, sometimes sometimes people back out. Like they get excited and they're like, yeah, I want this, and then they don't think about like the amount of time and you know, travel requirements, restrictions, things of that nature. What?
Let's talk in the cards.
Yeah. Okay. Very promising, in my opinion. Like the Great Danes are incredible. That is a very big breed. I love big breeds. I originally did not consider it. Like, I got really excited with the Great Danes, as you can probably tell, but I don't think I'm gonna. They said that they're all spoken for. Because like I thought that it's impossible to find in shelters. So the fact that that is like a dog that a puppy that I can find in a shelter is incredible. It's awesome. Who knows? Fingers crossed. Some of the other people that want to adopt them will back away from the adoption last second or something like that, and then we'll see. This is going to be a little bit different than the regular shelters that we go to, because this is actually the city government shelter. We are going to be taking a look at some of the animals here, and hopefully maybe I'll be able to get some additional help from someone that works here to see if there's any puppies. Without further ado, I'm trying to see what his breed is. He's sick. That's a dope. I mean, it's like a German Shepherd mixed German Shepherd. This one I love. Oh my god.
He's so cute. Look, he just passed out.
This is the dog. Okay, I need to see him. I need to.
He has a pink toe. Did you see his pink toe?
He's so cute.
What, may I ask why it is you want a big dog? Because you're a big man.
I'm a big guy and I want a big dog for that reason. But also I have a big home.
That's not a good reason, because the greatest big man I know has a little bitty dog and they love each other.
Yeah, I've always liked bigger dogs though. We'll put the donation links for all of the places that we went to under the comments in the description box as well, if you want to donate personally. These places are always looking for volunteer help as well. And yeah, the puppy arc is officially started.
The dog's awake.
Oh, he's like fully awake.
Bonus content. Bonus content.
Oh my god.
Cute.
Oh.
I love this dog.
He's fully awake. So awake.
What are you doing? You're gonna fall off.
It's a mountain dog. Oh my goodness.
He looks like a Congo a little bit. His paws are. Oh my god. Well, they said I can't. They said I can't look at him today.
He's on medication.
He's on medication.
No, not because of that.
Oh.
The reason why I can't look at him today.
He wants to hang out though.
Because he's at Love and Leashes, which is that open? This dog is incredible. I really like him.
This dog won't be as big as the husky.
I know. That's the
Paws
only.
are still relatively large.
Dude, I will steal you right now. Don't fucking do this.
He's
I like
lying.
this dog. I like this dog more than that dog. No, I like him. Yeah.
Don't get his hopes
He's
up.
got character. Yes, you're right. By the way, he does have the classic Inu tail swirl.
Yeah.
Oh, it's true.
I think
Yeah.
it's a cute. His face looks like.
He does look like an Akita Inu. You are absolutely correct.
He's so cute.
You're so sweet.
A contender has joined.
This is why I literally said, look, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I just throw away all the boundaries I have when I just vibe. It's vibes based. It's vibes based. I vibe with this dog. I fuck with this dog. Look at him. Look at him. He's a brawler. Get his ass. He's got big boy energy. Pee over there. Assert your dominance. I like him a lot.
It's vibes based.
It is vibes based. It's a lifelong commitment, but also like a vibes based. The Great Dane puppies is like one that I'm locked in on, laser focused.
You haven't even seen them and you're
It doesn't
locked
matter.
in.
They have a long list of people that probably want them already, or said a long time ago that they want them. So it is what it is. The only other pupper I liked was that little one, the last one. No, not the white one. What about a German Shepherd? Like I said, I'm not a big fan of like wolfy dogs. I don't know.
Really?
The only wolfy dog that really spoke to me was that little baby Akita, because he has like the same coloring of a Kangal, which is a Turkish Shepherd.
I mean, the dog is so beautiful.
No shelter's gonna let you leave with an unsnipped puppy, especially one over 6 months old. Yeah, we'll see.
I think that's probably gonna be the hardest thing to
We'll see.
get out of.
We'll see about that.
What are you gonna do?
It's called a 5-finger discount when I steal a puppy. Here I am. Wait, he does look like a Norwegian elk hound. What the fuck? They only grow to like 44 to 51 pounds. They're tiny. They're actually small. That's a small doggo. Ostinox put something funny in the end. Wait, I didn't even do anything. What did he put in there?
Let me start from the beginning. We'll see about that.
What are you gonna do?
It's called a 5-finger discount when I steal a puppy.
Tune in next time to see how I steal this puppy. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do that. 50 is a big medium. Nah, no way. Here. You want to watch this exact same video, but from a POV that's a little bit shorter. Here is Ray's video. It's actually has more content in it and different. It's shorter.
Never guess
I gotta
what
go pee real quick.
Actually, you probably know because you probably watched the stream.
This is the difference between a real vlogger, like a real YouTube content creator, like a real content creator in general, versus what you just watched from me, which was attempting to do fucking YouTube content. This is actually how you do it, okay? Literally. So much better.
Shelters today. Hasan is looking for a puppy to adopt, and we're coming along for the ride.
There's a non-zero chance that one of us also comes home.
Yeah. You actually might get one?
No way.
I might. Imagine Mika with like a little baby. A little baby brother, a little baby sister. Hasan and Mauricio are streaming over there somewhere.
Sorry, Chad, I have to cover you up. It's raining, so I don't want you guys to get electrocuted. I'm keeping them safe from the rain.
She just got off a 24-hour stream. She hasn't slept.
Have you ever dreamed with your where you're like awake but you're dreaming? I think that's what's happening.
Wake up,
man. We're at an adoption center.
You could go sleep in my car.
Wake up.
You slept in the car when you woke
I have
up.
a family. Oh no.
What?
Wake up.
Anyways, Hasan's here. Hopefully, find a
Oh, yeah.
puppy.
Ray's also
I am vlogging, yeah. Mauricio and I low-key don't have a video prepared for tomorrow.
Hey,
Oops,
it was in a row so far. We're doing good.
Yeah. This is Astro. This shelter is really nice. They have like photo shoots of like the dogs that are available. They have them on the giant TV. Bonnie. Boys. Lily's on that good. Look at that underbite. I love when their little feet like point out like. I think Hasan should look at Dopey. He is looking for a larger dog breed, so I'm not sure like how big a shepherd mixed with that. But
big, right?
She's so beautiful. Hi, honey. Oh my gosh, she's so baby. I am so in love with this dog. She is. Oh my gosh. I feel so bad. I wish I could take you on. I know, it must be so boring in there. This dog is jacked. You're so sweet too. I feel like it would probably get so boring.
The editing is really good. Like the Dopey.
Get this girl some treats now.
You're such a good dog.
Oh my god, she's
so big.
She's working it.
We need to open a shelter. I want them all. I feel awful. This is depressing. You're so good. You're so good.
Ray's editor rolled you, by the way. I think Ray's editor rolled Ostinox a little bit, but fear not. I already told Ostinox that we gotta learn from what Ray's editor is doing here and basically steal some of these ideas. I'm not gonna steal the editor, but Ray is just like not listening to the rules at all.
She needs pets. She's so sweet. I also love that Dopey. Look at Dopey just laying on the bed. No, baby. She knows.
What do you mean go back?
This is torture.
I know.
Oh man.
Ray
No, March didn't edit this. March is not an editor. March doesn't know how to edit.
You went back to Mrs. Dopey.
Oh, it's actual torture.
Your guys' house already has way too many animals. You do not need another animal.
She needs a home. It's like Charlie's Angels. And this is Charlie. So beautiful. Leslie was just crying. Sobbing, crying, shitting, pissing, throwing up. So Hasan just told his chat what he's actually, like the plot twist was that he's actually paying off the deposit for all of the pets.
I wanted to, at the very least, pay the adoption fee of every single puppy in this facility, and I'm gonna do that in all of the other places that we go to as well, hopefully.
So that it's easier for them to get a bit adopted, because the adoption fee can be kind of expensive.
So in my whole
Like
they didn't even tell us. We
had no idea.
there was a plot twist.
Tell the vlog the plot twist for the day that the chat won't know until the end. Do we know?
I don't even know.
Well,
I don't want them to know either.
What, there's a twist?
This is why you're Valkyrie. Oh my god!
Very sweet gesture for him to do, and now we're gonna go over to the 2 other shelters. I'm still so in love with Dopey. I want
That a
Dopey
Lambo?
so
Yeah, it's mine. I bought one. I bought 2. I bought 3. 3 Lambos. Fuck it. I bought 10.
bad. I just don't think we have so many pets in our house.
This place was called Best Friends Pet Adoption Center. If you were interested in adopting any of those puppies, that is what the place is called, and I hope, oops, I need to pay attention when I'm crossing the street. Okay, we're at the 2nd shelter. It's called Wags and Walks. Hopefully there are some puppies here that Hasan will be interested in.
Wait a minute, you want to pay the adoption fee for only about 3 hours?
Yes. Yes.
Well, hold on a second, and I will get somebody out to see you.
Okay. Okay.
That's so cute.
Hello. That didn't work. Oh my god.
What a great day. Taller than you. Oh, it's a fun. Chilling. Apparently they go on 6 walks a day, which is very nice that they get to leave.
It says so much about you that I thought that you actually bought 3 Lambos.
More often.
We're going in for surgery. Surgery time. I'll put it on after. Oh, there's
surgery time.
Surgery.
I've played Surgeon Simulator.
Here you go. You do it.
As your eyes close and you fall asleep, this is what you see these 4.
We want to make sure they're super safe. And we didn't have these. Watch for the poo-poos. We're in our surgical gear river to go see the little baby puppies. You guys want one? Oh my god. I want one.
10 Lambos, but still no Bugatti, not top G. Listen. Listen. The only reason why I got 10 Lambos instead of a Bugatti is because I am the real top G. Because of all your contributions at the top of the hour, where there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Or you can get gifted a sub. But that is all going to the Lambo Fund. The real top G Bugatti Baroque Lambo Fund. Because Bugattis are for people in prison. Lambos are for people not in prison. Real broke boys, real brokies are when you go to Romanian prison. That's when you're a real broke boy. I'm not. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. My favorite is whenever people go, bro, you didn't pay for those donations. Your fucking fans did. And it's like, brother, yeah. Like, yes, this is how I make my money. Like, yeah, exactly. They're like, I can't believe your fans are giving you money so you can buy a car or a shirt. I'm like, bro, like, what's it to you? Like, I just don't get it. I don't understand. Like, how do you think, like, what is the only way to fucking, is the only way I'm allowed to just like pay for shit? Only if some fucking shareholders went and forced me to do the fucking streaming directly. Like saying you didn't pay for that car, your boss did. So dumb. Only true labor is the oil rig, yeah. Then again, I am the government, you know?
Okay.
Oh my god, beautiful. Oh my god, there's just puppies everywhere.
You fighting ghosts like Train now? Wait, what? No, people say that
they
shit all the time. What do you
They
mean?
smell like puppies. We're at the last location. This is a very large. Oh my gosh, there's so many dogs here. Oh no. Yeah, I hope the inside part is like heated. No, the poo-poos. Apparently they have like rabbits here. This is like the government-owned shelter. Hello. Oh, they're so sad. This is so sad. This one especially. It just feels so cold and oh my god, look at these puppies. Hi, babies. Hello. What are you guys doing here? You guys need a good home. So this is a stray. So the strays have to be held here for a certain amount of time. And so in case their owners come back. Oh. Yeah, so she's not available right now, but apparently on the 24th she's available. Lost. Yeah, she's lost. We're looking at the huskies. Son. Please get this dog.
34 months, he's got big paws.
Yeah, that's big paws. Oh my god.
You smell like poo.
Yeah, they smell like poo. I like that it's like the coloring is like off-white. Oh my gosh.
He loved, he was a Lesler.
The paws are massive. Hi. Oh, the ears. Oh. That is so cute.
I thought this was my Lambo. I guess it's not mine. This is the person who owns the Lambo. Chat.
It's mine, it's true. Hello, are you hungry? Are you hungry? Sit.
Mika!
Mika, sit. Sit. Give
What a
him
good
some
boy.
Food. Wait. Okay. Good boy. I wanted to show you guys. Still moving in a bit. I want to give you guys an actual proper room tour eventually, but I have an ant infestation. The ants are like coming through my shower. Just dealing with that right now. Still moving in. Donated a bunch of clothes. Yeah, once this is done, I'd love to give you guys an actual proper room tour. Good boy, Mika. Do you have anything to say to the vlog, Mika? Sit. Good boy.
What a good boy.
What a good baby. We need more Mika in the videos, don't we? I can't even imagine Mika in a shelter. No. Ow, yo, chill.
Anyway, this was very good. This vlog was very good. It made me reconsider how I make my vlogs. And, you know, I got to figure out how to do... I gotta figure out how to do vlogs. You know what I mean? Fun reacts airplane disasters. Really? That sounds too fun. Trump special counsel news dropped.
Joins us now. And John, we're dealing with two different cases.
Breaking news.
As far as this first one that we talked about here, if an indictment does happen tomorrow, what do we expect? How do we expect that to unfold?
Well, first of all, it's important to say, again, that we don't know if an indictment is coming. Much of this speculation is actually coming from Donald Trump himself, who's actually said he was going to be arrested today, and that didn't happen. But if it happens, he would be required to report to New York for booking just like any other criminal defendant. And typically that would include things like fingerprinting and the taking of a mugshot.
And then with this other investigation, this federal investigation into the mishandling of documents, with this new order now coming down from the judge, what can we expect there?
Well, this process is going forward. There's much less that we know. These are all sealed documents. The significant new reporting we have tonight shows that at least one federal judge believes that the special counsel has provided preliminary evidence that suggests that Donald Trump committed a crime or crimes. And the reason why this is so significant is that the special counsel's investigation involves alleged crimes that are much more serious than what the Manhattan District Attorney is investigating. So this is really the thing that has Trump worried. In fact...
Wait, what the fuck? A judge ruled the special counsel has presented evidence that Trump may have broken the law in handling his classified docs. John Carl reports his probe involves alleged crimes that are much more serious than what the Manhattan DA is investigating.
Just minutes after our story hit, Trump came out with a statement, once again attacking the special counsel.
What the fuck, bro? It's like everyone's trying to be the first to cook them. Everyone's coming after him, dude. They all want the bussy. Oh, what the fuck? The walls are closing in. Oh, dude, it's so wonderful. You love to see it, dude. You love to see it.
Saying that these are, quote, false allegations.
And just to be clear, he's dealing with more than just these two.
The baby eaters are at it again. They couldn't get Russia to stick. Mueller couldn't bring him down. Impeachment failed. So now they're simply going to arrest him. Jesus Christ was persecuted by the corrupt government as well. Trump will overcome and bring down this cabal of evil. Honestly, I fucking hope he does, you know? Damn right, brother. Damn straight. Say it loud and say it proud.
Two investigations.
Yes. Yeah, there are, in fact, 2 special counsel investigations. There's the classified documents case, which is what this is about. There's also January 6th and all the surrounding, you know, his behavior and what he did on that day and leading up to that day. And also in Georgia, very far along is the Fulton County District Attorney investigating whether he improperly interfered with the election down there.
All right, Jonathan Karl for us, keeping you busy.
Yeah, it's a lot to keep track of.
Thanks so much,
Lindsay.
John.
Yeah, you know who else was arrested, dude? And wrote books from prison? Wrote a book from prison? Yeah, that's right. Adolf Hitler, okay? Yeah, think about that. Wait, why are you in a suit? Because I'm looking dapper because I thought this was Trump's downfall day today. Even when it wasn't actually Trump's downfall,
Hey.
I still wanted to wear a suit and look dapper. Let's be real. I knew that it wasn't going to happen regardless, though. Regardless, I wanted him to get all the smoke. Let's see. Sneeko and the Soy Boys. That's a good react. We got new John Oliver on timeshares and men rejecting each other with a button. Oh, this was an anime take.
Recently said, and I quote, Hasan Piker recently said, and I quote,
Attack on Titan is a mecha anime.
and given that I've written an almost 3-hour-long exhaustive analysis on Attack on Titan myself on YouTube, I thought I'd weigh in on this debate. Attack on Titan is not only a mech anime in every way that matters, but it's one of, if not the best mech anime out there.
Let's
Now,
go!
I can hear you all saying, Mark, mech anime.
Mark! Dude, I got the fucking weeb essayists on board. It's over. It's literally fucking over. It's so over, dude. Dude, this is it. I got literally automated. Thank you for the fat raid. Hope you had a good stream. But isn't automated Lud's like automation guy? Anyway. Said yep. Okay, welcome Raiders. Also, look away. I'm not a weeb. For all of you who are just joining in, I'm not a weeb. I'm just watching this fucking weeb guy, ew, who seems to be agreeing with my take that I was just saying jokingly. I, of course, don't know anything about, what is it, Attack on Titan? What? Anyway, weird. Guys, just don't pay attention to anything he's saying. But also, like, it's kind of cool that this actual weeb, ew, yuck, is in agreement with me.
Have giant robots to be considered mech anime. And to that I say, let's look at how Google defines the word robot. Robot, noun, a machine resembling a human and able to replicate certain human movements and functions automatically. Now, you might think you have me here with the word machine, but you've activated my trap card. This definition actually means I'm right. The word machine makes you think of a giant metal man, but if you Google the definition for machine, you get, and I quote, a machine is a physical system using power to apply forces and control movement to perform an action. The term is commonly applied to artificial devices such as those employing engines or motors, but also to natural, biological macromolecules such as molecular machines. So
I mean,
now
this is the most, like, this is like the most nerdy shit, but I'll take it. Fuck it. I'll take it.
That
Dub's a dub.
machines can
Shut
also
up.
mean giant biological monstrosities. What makes a mech anime isn't the tech, but the mechanics of the world and how the action and story is told within it. Mechanically speaking, Attack on Titan shows select humans pilot their giant avatars to contend with war, politics, and their world while telling intensely emotional human stories. Remind you of anything? Yes! Neon Genesis Evangelion, the mech anime of all mech anime. I'm gonna make some enemies here, but I'd even go as far as to say that Attack on Titan is a much better mech anime than most mech anime that use giant robots, because when Eren gets his body hurt or parts cut off during fighting or whatever, it makes sense that it hurts him specifically, takes energy from him. Whereas when you pilot a giant metal suit in most other mech anime, there isn't that same physical connection to justify the pain they feel, usually. It's almost like in Yu-Gi-Oh!
By the way, this was the exact same argument I made. The part about Eva is the exact same argument I made on the Trash Taste podcast. Release the podcast, cowards. Release the Trash Taste final cut. Release the Zapruder film. Let the world be known. Let the world know. Connor, I was right. When is it coming out? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when it's supposed to come out, but like this is the Sykkuno one came out last week. Yeah, they released the Sykkuno cut. Hold on, let me see. Trash Taste is 4 to 5 weeks behind, so it seems. Yeah, except I did the fucking interview right after Sykkuno did. So what's up?
People get hurt or injured while playing a children's card game. So yes, Hasan is right. Attack on Titan is a mech anime, and according to my anime list, it's the best mech anime out there. The real question is, if we accept that this is a mech anime, does that mean that we need to accept Parasite the Maxim as a mech anime too? Because the humans host is technically...
Okay, now you're going a bit far, but I don't know.
Right, I'm tired.
That one is that's a bit of a counter, so I don't know about all that. Oh, there was a K-pop QAnon idol update. She posted a photo of herself wearing a shirt with a swastika on it. Yeah, I know. Twice as Chaeyoung apologized after posting a photo wearing a shirt with a swastika. This came, well, like literally a week after she wore a QAnon shirt. Nar says anti-Semitism in K-pop is way too overlooked. Chaeyoung wearing a QAnon and Nazi shirt 2 days in a row, both being anti-Semitic. Stop hiding this. And mind you, these are her own clothes. Apparently, the QAnon shirt was a stylish choice, but a grown woman has the ability to refuse to wear an anti-Semitic shirt? Question mark. So wait, what was the Nazi shirt? I don't know what the Nazi shirt is. Oh, this has a swastika on it. I always wanted you to react to twice, but not like this. It's Sid Vicious wearing a swastika. Like, hello, this is Chaeyoung from Twice. I sincerely apologize regarding the Instagram post. I didn't correctly recognize the meaning of the tilted swastika in the t-shirt I wore. Like I have a okay, so here's the thing. I have a shirt that Heavy Black made for me, custom made. It has a swastika on it, but it's a broken swastika that a stripper is like breaking. In punk culture, and I've worn it before, you guys have seen it. In punk culture, there's a lot of anti-Nazi sentiment, obviously. And one of the things that they will do is like they'll have like a swastika that you break, or like a swastika that you're like destroying, you know what I mean? Just like I have that fan-made shirt about Sid Vicious was not that, sadly. Now, of course, I don't know. Sid Vicious might have been that Sid Vicious shirt in her shirt was made by Vivienne Westwood. Oh, okay. It could be. So usually, yeah, I have a no participation trophies that a fan made off of my takes about the Confederate flag, with like the Confederate flag burning, you know what I mean? With like a pile of skulls. So sometimes you show the symbolism while expressing anti-Nazi sentiment, or sometimes you show it while expressing anti-Confederate sentiment, even though it still shows the symbolism. But I don't know Sid Vicious like that. I don't know who fucking made that or why they made that. I don't know if it's like pro-Nazi, anti-Nazi. But that's why I would have waited for... I would have waited for further context. Originally, punks started wearing swastikas just because they were edgelords, and after that, the Nazi punks fuck off became a movement. Yeah, just like skinheads go both ways. Can we stop giving her a pass and come to terms with the fact that a rich, fair-skinned person who got surgery on her eyes to make her look more white and who has twice worn right-wing shirts is probably a white supremacist? Wait, I don't know any of this shit. I'm not even giving her a pass. I don't give a fuck. I thought it was really funny that she was wearing a QAnon shirt. Calm down. Why is it that there's way too much aggressiveness being sent towards me here, a person who is completely oblivious to the matter. Bro, the insane thing is that people are out here claiming she's an ideological Nazi. Yeah, I don't think she is. I don't know enough about her, but it would be very funny if some random fucking K-pop star was like literally ideologically like a Nazi. It's Q-pop now, chatter. I love the idea of a bunch of where we go one, we go all heads just like becoming a fan of Twice. You know, you got Barbara on fucking Facebook being like, stand Twice, stream Twice for clear skin. They're stopping the baby eating over there in Korea. The good Korea, the good kind. Of course, not that northern one that's bad. Stand Twice, brother. I ain't never seen BTS ever promote no baby eating. They never said don't eat babies. Okay? Seems unclear where they stand on eating babies. Stand Twice for the white race. Anyway, what was I gonna say? There's another. So stupid. Chaeyoung at the Nazi store. Oh no. Oh no, Chaeyoung, stop. You took all the Nazi stuff from the Nazi store. Listen. Wait, what is it? Jungkook is my bias. You didn't understand. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Stan Luna. January 6th would have never had to happen. If you stand BTS, you could have stayed home and staying BTS, and January 6th never would have had to happen because Joe Brandon wouldn't have been president. Wouldn't have stolen the presidency, brother. Bro, you had the barbs come after your ass. Do you really want the K-pop stands? I mean, I don't give a shit one way or the other. I just think it's funny to think that like a weird QAnon supporter is saying the same shit that Stans would say. Nah, but this one is fire. One of one shirt, graduation shirt. Tell me how the fuck their stylist found this shirt for Utah when it was a customized family shirt for someone's graduation during 2012. I have so many questions. What the fuck? Bro, how? Yo, K-pop stylists are literally on some different shit, dude. How do they source their shit? Like, what? I just want to know how this 2012 graduation shirt made its way to South Korea. Like, that's what I don't get. You're saying thrifted. Guys, this wasn't 2012 in America. Okay? I assume maybe someone like took the graduation shirt on a US base and then maybe decided to sell it to or gift it. Like, but even then, it's like such a wild journey. You could write a fucking whole movie about the journey of this t-shirt, man. I genuinely don't understand. Bro, I once got a Steelers shirt in Damascus, Syria. I mean, that makes sense. That brother, that's a Steelers shirt, okay? That makes sense. That actually makes sense because, like, you know, that makes way more sense than this. This is a custom 1 of 1. You know what I mean? Like, or a fucking 1 of 4, you know? That doesn't make sense. The other... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the fuck this works. I genuinely am confused. Not gonna lie, I kind of want that shirt now. See, yeah, you saw it on sexy ass Yuta, and now you want to buy it. This is why K-pop is such a fucking massive industry, dog. It's crazy. They're just, these motherfuckers are put whatever the fuck they want on, and immediately it's like, oh, I want it. That's crazy. Imagine how that kid on the shirt feels. Probably awesome. What if that pic is a very good edit? So here's the funny thing. When I first found out about like K-pop stars wearing like the most random fucking shirts, okay, I originally thought it was Photoshop as well. I was like, haha, really funny. It's edited. No. And then I found out this is like a very common thing. It's a very common theme. Guys, his family has seen the pic of Utah. Those years of listening to K-pop has finally paid off. Yeah. It's like this is a very common theme. Like Korean thrift shops go hard on like the most random shit. Your big 3 as questionable shirts worn by K-pop idols because I thought it would be funny. This one is sexy Marge Simpson saying believe in yourself. This is a heroin shirt. Hot local moms in your area want to fuck now. Problemboy.ca. Stinko de Mayo. Banned in 17 countries. This one's just says wanker on it. Like, MILF Hunter. It just says, what? The heroin shirt again. This one just says fuck off, which is fine. Like, how did they get there? This one says hentai on it. Is this any different than when Americans wear a shirt that says Chinese, Japanese on them that say bad, stupid things? Yeah. Kind of. But like, you know, South Korea is like a you know, client state for the United States. So they like, the assumption is that like Americans are dumb as fuck, can't speak a different language, but Koreans, given the history of the Korean state development, would know English. You know what I mean? Daddy. Blood and sperm all over the place. What the fuck? Oh my God, I didn't even see that. Oh, Jesus. Nah, you got to go back and read the fine text there. Yeah, no, you're right. I had to go back on that one. Okay, what is this? I don't have a drinking problem. I drink. I get drunk. I fall down. No problem. Pleasures, life, sex, death. I mean, I know this is not that weird. This is literally just a brand that I'm familiar with. Maybe that's the reason why I don't find it weird. School ruined my life. Dude, Japan is exactly like this too, by the way. Like, you go to the fucking thrift stores in Japan and they have this same exact shit where it's like the sickest cut you've ever seen. You're like, wow, this looks so cool. I can never wear this, right? It's not going to fit me. But if it did, it would look so sick, right? And then literally on the shirt, it will be like, quit your day job now or whatever. And it's like, why did you put that on there? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, where did this come from? How to disappear completely and never be found. That one's fine. Puberty silent. What? It says go ride a dick. You will find some sick AmeriCorps design. It'll say cheese hamburger in some crazy font. Yeah, that too. Why be blue when you can be gay? That one's great. Racy. That's just a bussy. Hold hands, take LSD, find God. There's no way these guys don't know what's on the shirts. I'm going to be honest. There's just no fucking shot this guy doesn't know what this is. They definitely don't. They don't speak any English at all? Really? No, of course they speak English. What do you mean? Also, this shirt's kind of fire. Like, I like that one. This one just says shirt. It's kind of funny. Lasagna Del Rey. Oh, no. Go to hell. Beauty dies in LSD orgy after sexy with 100 men. What? Satan is my sugar daddy. I'm like worried one of these shirts is just going to straight up say the N-word on it or something. Like, my kids think I have money coming out of my ass. Oh, so this is my favorite genre, okay? This is my favorite genre of t-shirt. It's like a boomer t-shirt. It's like a dad shirt that you buy on Facebook. You know what I mean? It's like a Facebook ad shirt, but like it somehow made its way into the hands of a K-pop stylist who sourced it. How, I do not know. Okay. It's also the type of shirt that you can purchase at a gas station. And your dad bought it. Boner. I love cold beer. This one's fire, though. This shirt's sick. Never wanted to piss on someone's face more than I want to piss on yours. Okay. Shoplifters will be killed and eaten. Please kill me. Keep one rolled. Everything is shit. Escort boys? Okay, what? K-pop stylists are actually insane. Oh yeah, we saw this. Like, this is when I found out that K-pop stylists go hard. The shirt is cunt, charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent. Pizza slut and stupid asshole. Yeah. So that was a brief aside about you know, one little K-pop controversy that is actually pretty funny. Overall, it's like a funny ass thing. You know, it's just like it's a thing that is real. It's not photoshopped. I thought it was photoshopped for but found out that, like, actually AmeriCorps goes hard in Korea, just like it goes hard in Japan. Her coworker Tsuzuyu, when she was 16, had to apologize for waving the flag in a hostage kind of video. She kind of got let off easily, just writing 6 lines saying, "I don't know what a Nazi symbol is. It's so fucked up." Wait, what? I don't even know what that is. When you said Tokyo people are so drippy, you weren't lying. Yeah, people in Tokyo dress like insane. She flew a Taiwanese flag. She's Taiwanese and had to apologize until she cried. Wait, that's the... Wait, why did that guy say Nazi flag? Yo, that was a weird assessment of events that unfolded there. What the fuck? Seems like it wasn't that fucked up. Like... Oh, Jesus.
好，我有话想对大家说。大家好，我是周子瑜。
Bro, this looks like a hostage video. A teenage singer made headlines in China on her home island of Taiwan this weekend, but not for the winsome K-pop music that she hoped would attract fans. Instead of a glum, shaken apology after a controversy over a flag landed the singer Cho Tzu-yu in the maw of tension between China and Taiwan, just as the island voted to elect an independence-leaning president on Saturday. Tzu-yu is pronounced Chewy. Wait, what? Really? Chewy? Korean companies love having other nationalities in K-pop, but if they talk about their country, they get intense hate. It's so annoying. They can't talk about China or anything freely. Yeah, Have you ever heard of the Thai band Slur? They have a song just called Hitler. I mean, that's like old school. This is like before. I mean, this was happening in this happens in America too. What do you mean? Hermes Hitler is Hitler Wears Hermes is a relatively new album that is actually pretty good as well, low key, from New York rapper what's his face? West Side Gun. He's New York, right? Yeah, and it's the 10th album. Like, Hitler Wears Hermes is the 10th iteration of the album. There's 10 of them. It's actually pretty good. Oh, he is from Buffalo. Okay, dope. Yeah. Hitler Wears Hermes and the Devil Wears Prada. That's what it's named after. Yeah. Popular Japanese VTuber was punished by her agency for reading Taiwan as a country when she was reading her YouTube analytics and had to leave the agency to avoid harassment. Dude, that's crazy. It's the name of all 9 except the 10th album. Yes, it's only recently was it not named Hitler. Hitler wears Hermes. Bro, it's just pronounced Herms. What? By the way, Hitler's kind of a funny way to mention Hitler. Hitler? Also, no, it's not Herms, dude. It's Hermes. Hermes! Hermes! It's because 10 came out the same week as the Kanye shit? Yeah, exactly. Greatest ad-libs in the game, straight up. Anyway, not Hitler. Fucking West Side Gun. Hermes. Hermes. Okay. We're gonna move on from the K-pop saga and back to Sneeko and the Soy Boys from friend of the show Noah Sampson.
Back to the channel. Unfortunately for everyone here, we have to talk about Sneeko again. I don't want to have to do this, but I've been advised by my Matrix agent that it's going to be algorithmically profitable. So here we are. Viewers of my channel may remember Sneeko from a few months back when he and I were having some disagreements about facial hair and pets.
Shut up, mustache! Are there any women in the comments who could see through the bullshit? Oh, okay, they're saying all BS. Isabella's saying LMAO. Bro, if you make an Instagram for your cat, just like reevaluate your life. I want to eat your cat, bro, on some Asian shit. Let me eat your cat. Like your cat, now you're, hey, yo. Chat, I didn't mean I was gonna eat his cat. I meant I want to like literally cook his cat and eat it.
Since that time, he's been banned from YouTube. He now streams on Rumble, an alt-tech site, and is currently traveling the world with his socially well-adjusted red pill friends, and somehow none of this has inhibited his ability to never shut the fuck up. Back in December, I caught one of Sneeko's Rumble live streams just to check up on the guy, you know, just to see how things were going on the new platform. The live stream was titled Free Andrew Tate, and it took place.
Okay, I want to explain something here. You would say that, Hasan, you would judge people for having cat Instagrams? Absolutely not. That's crazy. That is an insane take. No, I think it's perfectly fine, wonderful, and I welcome it. Make Instagrams for your cats. That's awesome. Why the fuck would I be against that? I will push that. I will push back on that.
Place the day that Andrew Tate had been arrested and charged with human trafficking. I ended up downloading it to my computer because I saw some funny stuff. He starts off the stream by offering some legal testimony.
Andrew knew this was gonna happen. Tristan knew that this was gonna happen. And as somebody who has stayed at
I'll be back.
in Romania, I've been there. They are not human traffickers. I know them personally. Andrew and Tristan Tate are not human traffickers. It's all a lie.
Your Honor, I didn't see it happen. Therefore, it simply cannot exist. I rest my case.
Everybody celebrating the fact that Andrew and Tristan got arrested looks like this. Why? They have lower testosterone.
Oh, brother, get a load of these guys. They don't even like sex trafficking. How embarrassing. The chat during this live stream was also pretty interesting. Content warning, content warning. Hitler was right. Revolution, hail Hitler. Mein Kampf. I hate this Jew faggot. Burn faggots in an industrial-sized oven. They want Jews to rule us all. Sneeko's new fan base, I guess. They seem lovely. Woke, lefty, dem, lib, new age, occultist, degenerate, pedo groomer, evil, globalist, hypocrites. Damn, man, take a breath. Jesus. There were some chats for Hasan specifically, which, that's cool, you know? It's always nice to get mentioned on the internet. There's no such thing as bad publicity. Lynch Lasan today. HasanAbi Jew faggot. Murder Lasan. W murder. W murder is crazy. That's the first time anyone's ever typed that outside of a live leak comment section. Wait, also, the user that called for Hasan to be lynched was named Hitler's grandson, apparently. So, just when you thought Hitler couldn't get any worse, we find out that he's related to a Sneeko viewer. This also happened to be the stream where Sneeko pulled out a gun and pointed—
Wait, what? The fuck? Wait, what is murder Hasan? Bro, HasanAbi Jew F word? Bro, these people are so crazy. What the fuck's going on, dog? Wait, what? Oh, God, I have such a bad headache.
Sneeko's new fan base, I guess. They seem lovely. Woke, lefty, dem, lib, new age, occultist, degenerate, pedo groomer, evil, globalist, hypocrites. Damn, man, take a breath. Jesus. There were some chats for Hasan specifically, which, that's cool, you know? It's always nice to get mentioned on the internet. There's no such thing as bad publicity. Lynch Lasan today. HasanAbi Jew, faggot.
They said low test Abi. Why do people who watch Lago say that I have low T? Like, that's insane. I have to unironically take a fucking pill to lower the level of testosterone that I got, at least DHT, so my fucking hairline doesn't fall off. And these motherfuckers are still like, dude, low T. Brother, I am 249 pounds now of straight A5 American buck steak. Okay? That's it. 249. Hopefully on my way down. On my way down. Hopefully gonna be at 245 soon. Anyway.
Murder Lasan. W murder is crazy. That's the first time anyone's ever typed that.
W murder. I love that.
Also,
that's funny.
The user that called for Hasan to be lynched was named Hitler's grandson, apparently. So just when you thought Hitler couldn't get any worse, we find out that he's related to a Sneeko viewer. This also happened to be the stream where Sneeko pulled out a gun and pointed it into the camera and at an image of myself and a bunch of other content creators. It's kind of an insane clip because for a lot of it, his finger is on the trigger. It's also funny though, because that clip spawned one of the more viral internet moments that I've seen in a while, which is from Penguin Zero, aka Charlie's recent video responding to Sneeko. This moment is fascinating because it basically single-handedly turned the entire internet against Sneeko. Even the people who once defended him started making hit pieces, which is fun, but also kind of sad that it took them that long to figure it out. But when Sneeko isn't waving a gun at his camera or dancing to Nazi edits on his stream, he's on Twitter posting, which brings us to the topic of today's video. Last week, he posted the following tweet. Pattern recognition. This collage is everyone who advocated for my cancellation. Fight back and follow my Rumble. Attached to the tweet is a collage of 9 content creators, which you may recognize from that stream we just looked at. From the top, we have Hasan Piker, Nick is Not Green, Jake Doolittle, Hunter Avalone, Noah, the handsome chill guy, Samson, why is that in the script? Jay Aubrey, Ryan Beard, and Ethan from H3. He's posted this image once every few weeks for the last 6 months or so as a way to promote his Rumble stream. The common denominator of this group is that we've all made content about Sneeko. YouTube videos, video essays, stream reactions or debates. We've all goofed on him for his wacky red pill antics, and these videos have all done pretty well for us. But the other common denominator of this group is that to Sneeko, we are all soy. This image has been dubbed the soy boy collage, and the pattern in question is that we all look
true. I'm soy
soft,
as fuck.
Weak, beta, like women, you know, you get it.
You're basically women. You all look like trans women. This is what they want you to become. These men. They will never get canceled. They will never get arrested for some bullshit.
And, you know, if you...
Like, this is a wild thing to say for, like, such a pretty boy. You know what I mean? It's just such a wild thing to say. You know what I mean? You're a pretty boy, man. What do you mean? You're like a power twink. The fuck is this? I just don't get it. I truly don't understand. I mean, my whole life I've been a monstrosity. You know what I mean? A big boy. I've always wanted to be pretty. I've always wanted to be able to fit in the nice clothes, you know what I mean? I can't even, this is the largest fucking suit they got at the store. And I can't fit in, I'm about to bust out of this shit. And this dandy lad with his delicate ass, soft ass features, barely can grow fucking facial hair is like, you Hasan, you are a soy boy. It blows my mind, but it makes me happy. I mean, thank you. You looking for some clips and smoke, asshole? Yeah. You gonna do smoke my penis, dude? What the fuck? I've always wanted to look. Twinko. Yeah, exactly. Like I always wanted to look pretty and be like you know, like a pretty boy, you know? And I guess the grass is always greener on the other side, but I don't know, I find it strange.
Bullshit. And you know, if you squint, I kind of see where he's coming from with that. Like it's a bunch of guys with glasses and okay, well, most of them have glasses. They have brown hair. Okay, most of them have that. They're smooth on the face. They have no face. Okay, well, pretty much all of them are smooth little guys with no beards, and they kind of look, you know, they're white, right? Pretty much all of them are white, minus the people that aren't. And it's these traits that all make you soy, you know? It's a very coherent categorization. In this tweet, when Sneeko uses the word cancellation, we have to understand that this is a crucial element.
By the way, it's funny because like nobody knew who the fuck Sneeko was before I got canceled like 700 times. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean I'm a trans woman and therefore I'm not allowed to be canceled? Like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of take is that? You know what I mean? What? On that list of people, I get like it's like me and Ethan, we get canceled the most, but I think I might be winning. I don't know. Ethan does say a lot more unhinged shit every now and then.
Element of his
like,
branding.
what do you mean?
He streams on Rumble, the free speech platform. He talks about the things that they don't want you to hear. He was banned from YouTube because, according to him, government officials and big tech CEOs are afraid of his message of self-improvement.
A lot of these booster shot, indoctrinated, brainwashed YouTubers are trying to take credit for the fact that I'm banned, when in reality it's bigger than you. The government is watching me. The senator of Michigan played my clip of a stream in the committee. The chair of Homeland Security said that I'm a domestic threat.
Meanwhile, the self-improvement in question is just him doing 12.
Yeah. Sneeko, you gotta stop, brother. You gotta stop. You're a domestic threat to the American birth rates, dude. None of these dudes are getting pussy. They started watching one Sneeko video and it's over. You know what I mean? It's like Shinzo Abe tried to prevent this from happening in Japan. Look where that got him. Sneeko is literally doing things that is making Shinzo Abe turn in his grave, okay? Just birth control, automatic birth control, automatic abstinence only sex ed. If you watch Sneeko videos,
all of the saddest half rep push-ups you've ever seen.
Yeah, 3 bros on a webcam after screaming at each other and jerking each other off for 30 minutes, doing push-ups and grunting in front of each other is gay. No shot.
Why do you appeal to females? That is cringe. You can't take criticism. Take criticism. Brenton Tarrant is my hero. What? I don't even know what he's... What is that? It's the mosque shooter. Nice, dude. Dude, you're so... Bro, you're so edgy and base, dog. Wow, that was sick, man. Oh, the Christchurch shooter. That was so sick, dude. You really got us, man. We are so scared. I'm sure your family is still gonna keep hating you though, and act like you're not around when they're doing family reunions. But it's okay. One day you might have a happier life, possibly. You just got to get off those fucking forums. You know what I mean? I love Twitch streaming because I get to hear from literal 14-year-olds where their parents have to lie to the rest of the family like they had cancer. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, he's sick. That's why he's in his room right now. He's not feeling well. Like I can sense your parents' disappointment from here, where I'm standing, miles away. That's sad, dude. That's extra sad. Let's continue with the video.
Wait, what do you think about porn?
Porn is awesome. Just don't abuse it. Don't use it too much.
So did all of these creators advocate for Sneako's cancellation? Well, I'm sure you already guessed it, but no. Watch any of this content and you'll find criticism, sure, dunks, absolutely, but canceling, the closest thing we get to the actual definition of canceling insofar as one even exists, is this video from Nick Is Not Green, where Nick calls on viewers to report Sneako's channel. I think this is probably what Sneako is referring to when he uses this cancellation narrative. But given the context of this video, I don't think that calling it canceling really paints an accurate picture of what happened. Sneako sexually harassed a prominent female content creator named Chad. On his stream, he simulated himself having violent sex with her. I'm gonna play it now, so if you'd rather not see this, just go ahead and skip to the timestamp that's on the screen.
And you know, sister was so predictable. You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly. That's true.
YouTube's terms of service on harassment and bullying, and Nick's video drew attention to this. It's very likely that this is what caused Sneako to receive a strike on his channel, since he claims a strike came shortly after Nick's video was posted, and that the strike was specifically labeled under harassment and bullying. Because this was his third channel strike, with the first two being for vaccine misinformation and election fraud misinformation, according to him at least.
What were the strikes for?
COVID misinformation, election misinformation, and cyberbullying.
His channel was immediately terminated. Now, even if you consider what happened here to be a cancellation, which, you know, I would hope you'd think more thoroughly about before anything like this ever happened to one.
No Jumper had him on. Yeah, that's where he talked about how he's like terrified of pussies, right? Does anyone have that clip where he's like, man, I'm so scared of vaginas, like, ew, gross. Which is, of course, what you would say if you're an alpha dog. You know what I mean? Yeah, here it is. That interview was I saw this clip going around. I love this clip. It's pretty good.
Well, maybe not,
That's not
but
true.
you could get it wet.
Yeah,
you could
that's not true.
slobber on it a little bit.
A pussy's just like an open wound. It's a gaping hole in a woman's body.
Yeah, and that's why I hate when women are like, I give head all the time, and these dudes don't want to eat pussy or whatever. It's like, listen, it's not the same.
No.
If I stuck this lighter in my mouth right now, which I won't, that would be like sucking a dick. Licking a vagina is like a pit of mucus and fleshy tissue, and
babies come out of there.
Periods. And
but
like, I know this dude fucks, okay? He literally shoots porn. What the fuck are you doing, bro? What kind of take is that? Like, you have eaten and fucked enough pussy to know better than speaking about pussy like this.
To insinuate that the lighter is just like a dick, that's a big...
I'm just saying, it's like, it's not the same. Well, maybe
That's
not,
not
but
true.
you could get it wet.
Yeah,
you could
that's not true.
slobber on it a little bit.
Pussy's just...
Fellas, is it gay to enjoy sex with women? Yeah. Anyway, let's
one of your friends. But even if you think it was, can you at least not understand where Nick might have been coming from in making this video? Nick said what most of us, you know, socially well-adjusted people thought when they first saw that video, which is, what the man, what is this guy doing on our platform? And YouTube happened to agree. Not because Nick called up Susan and asked, or because of some woke agenda.
Stop sucking Susan's dick. Stop dick riding YouTube and try to be the fucking police over here.
But because Sneako fucked around and Sneako found out. Like it or not, platforms have rules. And when you keep pushing the limits of those rules, it's only a matter of time before they reach a breaking point. Like others in this right-wing media grift bubble, Sneako wants to cry that he's been canceled, when what he's really talking about is consequences. The logical endpoint of this worldview is, of course, that he wants to be able to act with total impunity. Thankfully, that's not the world we live in.
The woke moralists don't want us to watch our girlfriends get piped. Yeah, dude. They don't want, dude, they don't want bukkake happening to your girlfriends in front of you. You know what I mean? They don't want you to experience the pure joy, the pure elation that you feel from being ritualistically humiliated by everyone on the internet. Once you fire off a nut right after 12 million people watched you absolutely get eviscerated, okay? There's no coming back from that.
Not on YouTube, at least. So Rumble is his home for the foreseeable future, with his new pals who definitely aren't Nazis that want to revive Hitler. Now, the last thing I want to talk about today is one of the replies I saw to this tweet. Quite a few people responded to the soy boy collage by posting pictures of people like Hasan and Charlie showing off their muscular physiques. Some people even posted photos of me, like this one of me lifting weights, or this one of me at 16 years old back when I looked like some sort of Channing Tatum tricep mutation. Now, I do understand this response, and for what it's worth, I can see how it's effective. However, I don't think it's a good response, and I want to explain what I mean by that. I understand this response because it speaks Sneako's language. It meets him where he's at and points to a contradiction in his worldview. He's calling us soy because he thinks we're weak, but what if the guys that he thinks are weak are actually strong, very strong, ripped even? What then? That makes sense rhetorically, right? It's great for Twitter, and for that reason, I'm not mad at the people who tweeted it. The point I want to make here, though, is that we don't have to do this. We don't have to post Chad Charlie to help him beat the soy boy allegations, because being a soy boy isn't a real thing. Soy boy, in this sense, is just a signifier for men I don't like. Sneako and his ilk place that label onto the men.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, literally. The fresh and fit, the bald one, the bald fed one constantly calls me F-word Anabi. You know what I mean? Like always. I've seen the fucking posts on Ethan's subreddit on H3H3. Like always. He's like, I'm at the gym right now. It's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. And, you know, what's F-word Anabi doing? And it's like, bro, you're at the gym at 2 a.m. fantasizing about a man who was much larger than you. Like, while also, like, calling me the F word? Like, what's going on? It's not even rent-free at that point. I should be charging for you to be fantasizing about me as a grown-ass man like this, dude. Did the top of your dome fucking run away because you were thinking about me that hard? That's weird. It's like you're a stan at that point, okay? But at least they show love and say it in a positive way.
Men who disagree with them and their patriarchal politics. We get put into this soy boy box, and then they sell their audiences on the idea that the worst possible thing you can be as a man is like any of them. Pointing out the numerous contradictions and hypocrisies inherent to this worldview might be fun, but it's a fool's errand if we aren't also challenging the framework itself. The fact that some of these guys are ripped doesn't make—
That's soy, bro. Shut up. You're soy. Classic. Typical soy boy, dude.
Make Sneako's politics any more dog shit than they already are, in the same way that it wouldn't make them any better if we all looked exactly like the stereotype of the soy effeminate man. In Red Pill land, there are strong men, and
that's the funniest part, is that, like, if we're talking about like the traditional, oh, that guy's gay type shit, you know what I mean? I will forever think about that tweet where someone was talking about how, like, dude, a lot of these people that are on Twitter that live in like Brooklyn, that LARP is like, you know, trad cats, or like understand what gay people look like, have never been to the Midwest, because like if you were in North Dakota, they would just call you gay for wearing a cardigan. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, like, the funniest part about it is that, like, Andrew Tate, literally, he's just so twink coded, just like Sneako. Like, these motherfuckers are straight yassified, bro. Okay? Just, it blows my mind, like skin tight shit. Like, they're so zesty with it. And there's nothing wrong with that. They're so zesty. So what's up with that? Like, what like, do these people not understand? I genuinely don't understand the audience that's like, man, these guys are so soy because they're advocating. That tweet about Tate manages to look gay in every scenario. Yeah, he had like a photo shoot that he planned with a bunch of Instagram models, or with a bunch of OnlyFans models or whatever, right? Which we now know were probably sex trafficking victims, but that's besides the point, I guess. And like it looked like he was doing a sleepover with the girls. I've never seen a photo like that where it's like you so clearly are trying to fucking like present yourself as this like hyper masculine, very straight, super macho alpha guy, and yet you just look like when you take a photo like that, it just already just literally just looks like you are having a sleepover. This is the tweet. Yeah. Why is Andrew Tate giving off gay porn vibes? I mean, I had a really good fucking quote tweet on that popped off. But I'm talking about like the sleepover tweet that was like really good. Yeah, I guess, but y'all preach about how to better yourself. Like you guys are giving these dudes a ladder instead of how you're just fucked up by the system. My man's kind of got a point about it. Doesn't help the viewers off Lago. Wait, what? I do give people advice all the time. I'm probably fucking unbearable with how much I talk about fitness and how much I talk about fitness top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour. And how you can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. No, but I mean, I talk about my own personal fitness journey all the time. I talk about self-improvement all the time. It's something that is truly important to me. And I think that is like very important for others to follow as well. There are plenty of people who have been inspired in this community as well. That have, lost a lot of weight, started training, started improving themselves, and seeing the results of said improvement. So I don't know. I don't know where that idea comes from. The idea is yeah, this is it. This is it. Dude, exactly. How does this motherfucker manage to look gay in every photo regardless of what's happening, Lamau? They look like they're looking like my gay uncle. They look like they're having a Taylor Swift music video marathon. This reminds me of the time my girlfriend invited me to girls' night and we watched a critically acclaimed romance fantasy movie About Time 2013 starring Rachel McAdams and Domhnall Gleeson, and we all ugly cried. Like, in his eyes, he thinks this is badass, right? Like, he looks, in his eyes, he thinks like, oh, dude, everyone's going to see this. And like, honestly, I'm going to look so straight. Meanwhile, I look at this and immediately I'm like, dude, you're one of the girls, which is sick. Like, make no mistake, I'm not using this as like a joke. I'm not saying that like, lol, being gay, you know what I mean? I'm not doing any of that shit. But I think that like a lot of these guys would be way more open-minded and way nicer. Maybe not fucking Tate. Tate is like a little bit more irredeemable than everyone else. But they would probably not be the fucking annoying, pestering nuisance that like everybody dunks on if they were just like a little bit more open-minded about their own sexualities, possibly their own sexual journey, and maybe the experiences of others, right?
And there are weak men. Strong men will reclaim their former glory by rising to the top of society, while weak men, soy men, must be ignored and cast aside. Weakness itself must be stamped out. Don't open up to people, don't show your emotions, because women will leave you if you do.
If I lined up 100 women, right, and I told a guy, all right, man, each of these are your girlfriend, go ahead and cry and be vulnerable with them, etc., I would argue that somewhere between 85 to 90 of them are not going to like it. Most women hate soft men.
Don't skip the gym for a day, because if you do, a stronger, more dedicated man will come along and take your place and fuck your wife. He will literally fuck your wife. That's your wife, bro.
I want you to see life as a man as a competitive race. And there's a bunch of men running this race. If you take a break from that race for 2 hours to watch that movie, the guy who was behind you races ahead, and now that woman who was supposed to be yours, who was supposed to be your wife, who was supposed to have your children, is attracted to him, and he fucks her and he impregnates her.
Instead of arguing against these ridiculous premises, it's better to just look at that world. The one that Sneeko and his friends are trying to sell us and say, that sounds like an awful place to be. I don't like it, and I don't want to be there, and why would any of you? Anyways, that's all I had to say about all of that. Thanks for watching. Let me know what you thought of the video. Thanks again to all my supporters over on Patreon. Also, shout out to Felicia Grable. What's up, Felicia? Good job having cool friends that love you very much that told me to shout you out. Good job.
Thinking that soulmates exist and you get cooked into it, kind of gave you asked me. I don't, dude, there's so much I don't understand. Peter Park, good. Says nice fit. Thank you for the 25 months, man. Holy shit. This is Noah Samson's channel, Noah Samson. The video is titled Sneeko and the Soy Boys. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on in these dudes' minds, actually. Like, I just genuinely don't understand. Also, I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break after I said I was going to run it and did the segue. But mix the V-Loan with the Rick. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the actual top of the hour ad break, which is now. My man's name is Mix the V-Loan with the Ricks. Being a leftist hasn't helped my mental health really, but it got me away from mindsets like this and now just doomer. I mean, your soy compared to this. I mean, this is what a Giga Chad looks like. It's true. This is XQC's real photo, by the way, leaked. Actually what he looks like. All clouds are bunnies. That's a good one. That's a good name. New Jarvis video on
Hello,
TikTok Gurus.
Welcome back to Jarvis Johnson Gold, the premium channel that is free. It is free, but if you're watching this, you're premium. And today we're talking about podcasts on TikTok. You know the kind where a guy says things into a microphone with a lot of confidence, just throws it out there for the algorithm to nom 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 nom. So this clip has been going around and my friend sent it to me and I have not watched it yet. It's from someone named Sebastian Escada. From what I've heard, Sebastian here says some pretty outlandish stuff and I'll be the judge of that.
If you're a guy in your 20s and you don't have a Lamborghini, you should actually sit down and have like a serious discussion with yourself as to why you don't have a Lambo.
Yep. Okay. First of all, the guy in the background going,
I love that guy.
As if he didn't just say something ridiculous. If you're a guy in your 20s, you should have a serious, and you don't have a Lambo, you should sit down, preferably in your Lambo. But since you don't have one, you've got to sit down in like a regular car or chair and have a serious discussion with yourself about why you do not own a Lamborghini. A discussion like, why don't you have a Lamborghini? I don't want one. Or,
boo.
Why don't you have a Lamborghini?
Soy.
I cannot afford a Lamborghini. These
Double
are the types
boo,
of discussions
lame.
you can have with yourself. Subscribe for more discussions. Is this even a Lamborghini? I don't know what kind of car this is. I'm not a car guy.
I realize now that it's so incredibly easy and there's so much money out there, and 200 grand relative to what is out there in circulation and what you can grab.
Okay. His argument for why you should have a Lamborghini, you should have $200,000 for a Lamborghini, is that there's a lot of money in circulation, which is true.
Sorry, address his points, please. It seems like he's making some points. It seems like there is a lot of money out there. Last time I checked, a lot of money, okay? Yeah, just trillions. Yeah, so kind of awkward.
There are trillions of dollars in circulation, but
He's right.
You cannot just
see, you recognize
grab
it.
them. It's not like you're in one of those money boxes where dollars are flying around and you just, all you have to do is grab $200,000.
Just create a system to get everyone a Lambo. Dude, I was just thinking that, dude. We could just, I mean, yeah, a system. We could do a system, actually.
Why aren't people grabbing the 200 grand? Everybody should do that and buy a Lamborghini. Also, if, you know, not financial advice, but if you have $200,000 lying around, I think that you should not invest it in a depreciating asset like a car. You should probably put it somewhere else. But money is abundant to this guy. So that's why you should just waste the cash on a fancy card. It's a status symbol. It doesn't really get you anywhere more effectively than another vehicle could, but this guy insists because why? I don't know. Let's listen.
Now with AI tools that you can leverage like never before,
hell yeah,
200 grand is chump change. And people will say I'm out of touch with reality.
Yeah. We will say that. He's pretty on the money there.
Suck it, because it's just not true.
It's not true. This is just another one of those gurus who their whole message is, why aren't you rich yet? We've seen them before. We've talked about them countless times. And that's just not how the world works. I think that this guy probably has an abundance of privilege. I would not be surprised if he comes from money. And that is why he has the view on the world that he does, because he's probably been exposed to things that the average person has not. So because he probably has access and privilege that the average person doesn't and is unaware of that. But I could be wrong. I'm still getting to know Sebastian. So here's another video about money, average salary A. But before we get into why you need a Lambo, or else, we have a word from today's sponsor, also online, who is sharing her information right now. Thanks to Aura for sponsoring this video. Now back to our very successful boy.
How old are you?
22.
And how much did you make last week?
Last week was like 100K profit.
Dude.
No, that dude has that's a Porsche hat, right? We established that was a Porsche hat last time. Because you can't really tell. That's a Porsche hat. Yes. No. Bro key. Is that a Ferrari hat? Is that actually a Ferrari hat? Are you guys fucking with me? I said a Ferrari hat last time and you said, no, it's Porsche. You have a Porsche. How the fuck do you not know? Be honest, because there's a horse in the middle and it's like kind of fucking with me. So when I see the horse, I'm like, that's the Ferrari horse. No, it's a Porsche. Come on, dude. I literally don't know. I don't know what the fucking... That's not a joke. Porsche logo. Okay, I will remember this, except I won't, because I will forget once again, because it is totally irrelevant. But why the fuck did they put a horse on it? I don't know why they put a horse on it. It's weird to put a horse on it, because Ferrari has the horse also. And to be fair... It's not that weird of me to mistake the two. The Porsche logo just looks like the Ferrari logo, but like, you know, with modifications. Okay? I mean, come on. It's not that weird of me to mistake the two. Anyway, let's continue.
And how much did you make last week?
Last week was like 100K profit.
Dude, it's always these...
Just drive your cars on the steering wheel. Bro, it is so dumb to say this. There are certain things that you see every day that basically become a part of your normal life that you never even consider, okay? I know that it's literally on the car. I know. Except I never look at the fucking steering wheel and go, oh, let me analyze the fucking logo. That is silly.
On these podcasts that just say words. They say words and they say numbers. You ask them how they did it and they tell you to buy their course. Where somehow drop shipping is involved. It always is. Or maybe, I don't know what it is, but you're setting up some sort of cheap business and you're taking advantage of people and you've got a Shopify storefront and you're posting screenshots of your PayPal and your Shopify revenue numbers and talking about how easy it is to make cash.
Make this month.
Probably $500,000, maybe a little more.
Profit?
Yeah, profit. It's fucked. I accept that. I accept that amount of money is fucked. But it's like, it's weird because even at that level, dude, we have so much more in the tank.
It's such a short clip. And it's like, okay, I guess you got to listen to the full podcast.
I just paid someone $700K and that person was you. No contract.
No contract? That's just bad business.
Majority of people to do that. I don't know why I trusted you.
I mean, haven't you heard about the Logan Paul thing? He's pretty rich and things can go wrong even when it's rich people doing stuff. Having a contract, not a bad thing.
How many people in this world would completely screw over their friend maybe even their family for way less.
Oh, for like 10K,
I had
20K.
700K. I owed you $1 million at one point, and there was no contract or anything. And I remember like I owed you like 140 grand.
This is just a flex, though. It's not good advice. I don't understand why they're flexing. Oh yeah, and we're just playing fast and loose with life-changing amounts of money. It just sounds like you're a child.
Well, the point is like they're claiming. First of all, they're lying. But secondly, they're also like not even lying well, but they're lying about how like you know, how that's not even life-changing money for them. I think that's the point, right? Like that's literally, bro, they don't even have a real podcast, right? Like I think we established that they don't really have a podcast. They just like do a fake. When you're able to throw around six-figure numbers in any conversation, does that give you dopamine? Does that give dopamine? I don't fucking know. Why are you asking me? When I talk about six figures in any capacity, I know I'm going to get shit on, okay? But anyway, on the other hand, though, they actually get praised, I think, or I'm not entirely certain what these guys do.
Child that should be more responsible. But of course, they're the gurus, the 22-year-old like finance gurus. We still haven't learned what they do.
Like 2 weeks.
I was gonna say like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I was just checking the time.
But you would never be like, hey, like when's the payout? When's the payout? Like you were just like, yeah, whatever. And then we were hanging out with people, and I brought it up again. I was like, I'm pretty sure I still, yeah, like I do definitely owe you. And you're like, yeah.
These clips annoy me because they don't have any resolution. Like, and they're so short. Discover TikTok dropshipping. Do not go to this person's course.
Hello. I see that you have discovered Discover TikTok Dropshipping, which is our free course on TikTok dropshipping. This course is taught by two people, me and Sebastian Escueda. So it's the power duo, the two Sebastians.
Oh. So is this guy Sebastian Escueda? I guess that makes sense now because they're two Sebastians and they have a podcast. He's a YouTuber, real estate, 5x COVID survivor. What the hell?
Flex, dude, you don't get it. He's flexing, dude. That's fire. That's like him and Jair Bolsonaro, dude. Big time flexers, you know what I mean? Big time flexers.
Why would you put that in your bio? And how did you get COVID 5 times? What are you doing, dude? Are you like licking petri dishes? Like what is happening? And most importantly, nice guy. That's how you know he's nice, when you have to say it. I think my Twitter bio is the nicest YouTuber, so you know that's I'm joking. Dude, ChatGPT could create this personality. You know what I mean? They always sound the same. Dressing well, getting fit, and being interesting will get you far in life. Spoken like a true NPC. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure this guy's nice. I don't want to like rag on him as a person too bad, but I do think that like these messages, maybe I'm too cynical. Maybe I should be like making my millions dropshipping. Okay, future Jarvis here. It's been a few weeks since I recorded this video because I was waiting for a sponsorship thing to happen. And since then, I have noticed some behavior from Sebastian that kind of makes me feel like I would have gone a little bit harder on him. One of those things is that he retweeted Aiden Ross's "There are only two genders" thing, which sucks. And just, yeah, I'm starting to get like weirder vibes than I got during the video while I was like learning about him. So I just want to say that. I think this kid, he's an adult man. I think he's misguided. I think he's very
Dude, I love when like, you know, TikTok fuckboys say the same exact shit. Say the same exact shit that your granddad is saying. Like, and they think it's like this bold, brilliant, brave take. Fucking love that. I'm not a bot. I'm a truth teller.
misguided. I just wanted to say that in case I don't cover that in the rest of the video. Here it goes. Here's the screenshots. Here's the Shopify screenshots. Since this guy's saying his course is free, I am curious. Usually people are charging money for their course. He does allude to the fact that it might eventually cost money, but maybe I'll take the course while it's free. Maybe I'll discover TikTok dropshipping and become the next big millionaire, making 500 milli. These courses, they tend to just teach you how to find a cheap product that is already mass manufactured. Find a supplier, you create a Shopify storefront, you create some advertising and marketing materials to market the product and make it seem really unique and interesting. And then you blast it into Instagram stories ads and in TikTok ads to try and convert sales. If you can trick a lot of people into thinking they need something, then maybe you get a lot of sales. Maybe you go viral on TikTok with your product and then bada boom, bada bing, 500K ain't nothing to you. You got a Lambo and everybody should have one. You know, that's.
I just don't believe that like these guys could be popping this hard with like these multi-level marketing schemes. I think like at a certain point, you got to realize like they're con men, right? Like this isn't new. It's just super old school con men shit, but they're just doing it on the internet where you can basically con even harder, right? Drop shipping is an MLM. Yeah, no, it's a drop shipping course. I don't think it's a multi-level marketing but it's the same principle behind like scams. Like drop shipping courses, like teaching you how to drop ship courses are scams. They are 100%. It's every single thing that you can learn about drop shipping, which already is like going to most likely make you lose money. Many people just end up losing money. It is a scam. Drop shipping is a scam too. Where for the most part, you get on this and they just like kind of give you like money-making tips and it's bullshit. But you just jealous, bro, Lamau. Oh, fucking. No, don't. Oh, come on. I'm unbanning that guy. I come on. And like, he said, you just jealous, bro. Lamau, like, that's a goon. You know what I mean? I need to hear from this fucking guy. That guy's dumb as fuck. Even if he's not joking, I want to hear from him. You know what I mean? I literally make 8K from drop shipping. Good job. I'm happy for you. I don't know if it's sustainable for you, but it's usually not sustainable for a lot of other people. People dump a decent amount of capital in the drop shipping schemes after they literally pay a lot of money specifically to learn about drop shipping. And then they end up not making any money at all. So they just fucking wasted money. What is drop shipping? Apparently, I live under a rock. Drop shipping is a process where you basically go to Alibaba, find a product that you think you could upsell, okay, and then set up a website or a process in which you just literally mark up the price of the product. You just resell shit that you find on Alibaba that you can maybe sell on Amazon Marketplace, on Shopify or Amazon. Okay? That easy. There you go. I just gave you a free drop shipping course. Don't do it. A lot of people end up dumping a lot of fucking money into it for no reason. But it's just you're basically a middleman. It's a similar principle to like people who bought sneakers and resell them or PlayStation 5s. But surprisingly, a worse process overall. It's literally harder to make money drop shipping than it is to just be a fucking sneaker reseller. Like, it is a similar process to scalping. Yes. For those of you who don't know, it basically is scalping, but not really because there isn't like an insane amount of demand. You're basically creating demand for the same bullshit product that literally every other person is selling. on the same website. You just need to make sure that your marketing and your copywriting is like on point, I guess, to make it seem like you are different than the rest of the people selling the exact same shit. I think the shit that I like is when people find stuff at Goodwill and Salvation Army and upcycle them or modify them in some way. I love TikToks like that, like a little bit of restoration, you know what I mean? I love that shit. You know what I mean? You find like an old ass you find an old ass furniture on Craigslist, restore it a little bit, and then actually put a little bit of labor into it, like legitimate labor into it, add some value, and then resell it. And I think that's great. I used to sell resale shoes with them white boys. Used to buy every drop. Yeah. My buddy and I did build a platform to auto buy items on Amazon, then resell on eBay, but we didn't hold inventory and it was automated as fuck. However, the server cost to automate it all and the time I spent coding it, not fucking worth it. Plus, you got to build up a good amount of feedback to sell decent on eBay. This other drop shit is stupid as fuck in my opinion. Yeah. The anti-thrift flippers are going to get your ass. Wait, there's anti-thrift flippers? Really? Why? Wait, what? How the fuck do you get mad at that? Taking items others could possibly use? Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, okay? That's insane. What are you, a capitalist or something? What do you mean, bro? What the fuck? There is value in finding shit that other people have discarded, okay? And then making them nicer and then selling them. You're literally doing labor in some capacity as well. That's so weird. Some people call thrift reselling gentrifying. Some people claim that you're destroying vintage clothing. That is wild. I think I know what you're talking about. I've seen that one video. I've seen that one fucking video. Oh yeah, I follow this girl. I'm pretty sure. My mom makes new clothes out of upcycled vintage clothes and towels and fabrics. Reselling is way different than drop shipping. I've also made a good amount from reselling vintage stuff but didn't upcycle it, just cleaned it up a bit. Yeah. Taking items from the poor to sell it back to them for higher prices is crazy. Yeah, that is like the literal... Taking poor people's clothes and reselling it is dog shit and is not a job. Taking items from the poor to sell it back to them for higher prices is crazy. Yeah, no, you're absolutely wrong on that. No, you're just wrong. You're literally getting, you're trying to find a way to get mad at like literally another form of reducing and reusing and recycling. That's crazy. Taking from the poor? What the fuck do you mean taking from the poor? What? I don't know how anyone could be opposed to thrift flipping considering the vast majority of donated clothes ends up in landfills. Yeah, dude, shut the fuck up. I hate first world dumb motherfuckers, dude. First world Zoomer, shut the fuck up challenge, okay? Impossible difficulty. You will never tell me. You will never be able to convince me that I'm sorry, you can't get the fucking luxury item that you perceived this person to be stealing from you, okay? Because they arrived at it before you did. Plus they cleaned it up and now, or maybe even made something cooler out of it and now they're fucking selling it. Yeah, get another piece of luxury fabric that you find then, I guess, at the thrift store. There's no downsides to fucking recycling, okay? No matter how much you try to turn around and flip the narrative and act like, oh my God, this is so incredibly fucked up, you're literally crazy. Because they hoard all the clothing from low-income thrift stores and sell it at exorbitant prices on Depop. Fuck those people. Their reason clothing at thrift stores costs hundreds of dollars. Buying is problematical because someone else could have bought it. Yeah, what? Like, as someone who thrifts, I get why people get annoyed when, look, I've been thrifting for many, many, many years, okay? Many years. Way before I was, like, actually fucking rich or anything like that. I was thrifting for a very long fucking time, okay? And I will explain it to you like this. Over the course of many years, I started seeing thrift stores, whether it be Goodwill or any other kind of fucking thrift places, actually turn into a charlatan factory where, like, shit that you would normally buy for $1, okay, turned into shit that you would buy for $50 out of it all of a sudden, okay? That sucks. I understand why that's frustrating. But the only thing I will say to that is get good, okay? Literally, there's nothing you can do about it other than the fact that, like, the capitalist machine is going to keep fucking churning. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. That is the same exact principle, though. You feel like you found something beautiful and people just fucking stole that from you and made it expensive. And it's very, very frustrating. I understand. I have no solution for it other than you can't stop it. Okay? And the reality is that there are still, you know, plenty of thrifted finds that you can get into. They're mad at the concept of recycling. It sucks because of capitalism, though. Yeah, like, I've been thrifting for 25 years. Okay, Punani man. No, I mean, it's true, though. I have been. I've been thrifting for a very long time. But the unfortunate reality of capitalism that it literally bastardizes, like, buying used clothing. I remember a time when people used to look at me like I'm a fucking psycho because I would buy secondhand clothing. People were like, what the fuck? You're wearing someone else's clothes? They could have died in it. And I was like, I don't give a shit. This shirt is something I would never be able to purchase by any other means. And it looks fucking fire. Like, that's how long I've been fucking thrifting for, okay? But, you know, there's nothing, there's not really much you can do about it. Luckily, there's so much. There are so many fucking clothes that are being made, that are being thrown out, that are being sent to Goodwill, that you can ultimately find something regardless. Okay? I think people forget that clothes in malls are also worn by people. Yeah, but it's not the same. And Goodwill throws a shit ton of clothes too, by the way. You are only talking about coastal thrift stores? Well, yeah, I've only lived in fucking New York, or not New York, New Jersey, by Coastal Elite, and California. I've only thrifted in places like that. Well, that's not true. I've thrifted in Oklahoma. I've thrifted in plenty of other places, actually. And it was fire. The shit I got in Oklahoma was infinitely better than anywhere else. Oh my God, it was so sick. I still wear a lot of those shirts, like the Harley Davidson shirts and shit from Oklahoma. But yeah, it's sick. It's actually sick. But regardless, no matter what happens, like, I think people fundamentally misunderstand that this is, like, ultimately still recycling and, like, marketing, I guess, a product. And there's always going to be more and more and more shirts. No matter what. How the fuck do we get here? What's your take on the Salvation Army and the controversies that have been surrounding it over the years? I don't fucking know. I don't really care. Yeah, what are they like? They're anti-gay, right? Weird. I don't donate to them. I promise there's thrift price gouging on people that go into warehouse before they ever hit the local shops. Toronto thrift is like 5x over the last 10 years because of these agreements. It sucks. Yeah, no, I know. But like ultimately, a person that is like literally going to a fucking thrift store, finding an item that is actually really valuable at a cheaper fucking price, okay? And then cleaning up the item itself, marketing it, and putting it up on like Depop or whatever is still doing like is still doing something. You know what I mean? They sourced it for you. They're providing some level of service for you, whether you like to admit it or not. And that's what I mean. And that person is usually not necessarily a fucking super caked up, incredibly wealthy individual either. You know? But I know a lot of people consider them landlords, which I think is pretty funny. Anyway, let's get back to the original video that we were watching because I got to leave soon.
You start a podcast with a friend who has the same name as you, and now you're selling your course. It's the circle of life. Typically how these things work is that you get into a course and then they ask you to pay more money to like get additional services. There's also pyramid scheme element of things where they give you the products that you're supposed to sell, and then you're getting all your friends and family involved. It doesn't seem like that's where this is going, but that is definitely a way that it can go. A lot of these scams kind of start the same way. Now that we know that these guys are drop shippers, which I wish they weren't always drop shippers. You know what I mean? Because they speak so confidently about business and stuff like that, and then they always kind of have they always do the same thing. They've always got a course. They're always drop shipping.
How much are you gonna make this month?
Probably $500,000, maybe a little more.
Profit?
Yeah, profit. It's fucked. I accept that. I accept that amount of money is fucked.
So watching this back now, why are we watching a clip where this feels like it's built for a TikTok clip? Because it's like he's interviewing this guy, but this is the guy that he runs his business with. So it's like, how old are you? Sebastian, we have the same name. We've been in business together. What do you mean, how old am I? I've owed you $1 million last week. Also, not everybody has the position in life, especially.
I agree with this, by the way. As a vintage seller, my value comes as a curator. I spent a long time learning what people enjoy. I mean, that part seems like silly, but ultimately, you are correct. You are providing a service. You're not only curating, but you're also sourcing these things. These are things that like are not 100% a given going to be sold. Like you have no guarantee that like the clothing that you fucking found is actually going to be sold. It very likely could end up in a fucking landfill or worse, in the hands of a K-pop stylist. And then Jungkook is wearing it, but it has a picture of a penis and it says like some weird shit on it in English. And I'm like, Jungkook, don't do that. Stay away from the t-shirt, please. Okay? No, don't do it. And I'm yelling. I'm like, no. Nice petite bourgeois. Ew, petite bourgeois apologia. They are still petite bourgeois. It doesn't suck for us, though. It sucks for actual poor people. They are still petite bourgeois. Dog, how is this different than a man buying thrift and selling in your pseudo thrift $50? Selling it in your pseudo thrift $50 a pot? Wait, what? Dude, I'm sorry. If you want to have like a super hardcore, if you want to have like a super hardcore ethical conversation about like the ethics of fucking thrifting in this regard, that people are doing this, you're TikTok brained. I can sense that this is absolutely a TikTok conversation. This 1,000,000% started on TikTok and ended on TikTok. In the real world, if you describe this to a person, okay, they would laugh at you like an adult with a fully developed human brain that doesn't go on TikTok all that much, or when he goes on TikTok, he watches like funny restoration videos or whatever. They would literally laugh at you. You want to know why? Because it's a laughable concept. Like, no, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, there are still an infinite amount of fucking clothes that arrive at the Goodwills and at the Salvation Armies, okay? Like, if we lived in a world where the clothing supply was somehow finite, okay, and that all of a sudden we had eviscerated global capitalism, and like there wasn't a concept called fast fashion, or there wasn't a concept where like, you know, there's so many new pieces of clothing being churned out non-fucking stop, right? And like all of a sudden everyone's fucking naked if the poor don't find you know, the best possible piece of clothing at a fucking thrift store, it's over for them. You know what I mean? It's done. Maybe then I can understand the argument that you're making, but like it literally doesn't stop. Like the clothing doesn't stop. The churn doesn't stop. Go to the fucking Goodwill, okay? Go to the Goodwill in your neighborhood. You're not going to see the same shit every week. You want to know why? Because motherfuckers are still donating clothes. Because motherfuckers are still buying clothes. Okay? So the idea of like yelling at a group of individuals who are literally sourcing fucking pieces of clothing and then basically adding additional labor on top of the sourcing by like cleaning it up, sprucing it up, maybe making it a little bit nicer, and then putting it on a marketplace to sell it, especially when that dude is not necessarily fucking wealthy themselves either, okay? Like, but they're adding value. You've lost the plot by the largest of margins. I highly recommend, like high key, absolutely want you to just, you know, go back, take a deep breath, and try to reconfigure your values, okay? TikTok brain rotted Gen Zers that fetishize being poor is so fucking weird. Yeah, I don't understand it. Especially because like half the time the people that are doing that are not necessarily caked up either. Also, chat's acting like the racks are left dry because of resellers, which is absolutely not the case. That's what I mean. Poor people don't care if you took all the good clothes. Yeah, that's like I'm not saying that like poor people shouldn't be able to find like nice clothing or whatever, but I think it's like you have created a fantasy in your mind. I get why you're angry at it because I have been in your shoes, okay? Where like I would get mad. Like it's like me getting mad when fucking big clothing became more fashionable. And then I used to get mad at like a motherfucker who's a size medium wearing my fucking size clothing so I can't fit into anything. Like I'm mad at that. Right? I'm like, fuck you, you piece of shit. You're wearing my shit, okay? But like also at the same time, I know that that's an insanely toxic, insanely narcissistic, insanely fucking idiotic thing to get upset about. But of course, back then, I didn't have TikTok, okay? I had the Zoomer fuckboy haircut, but TikTok wasn't around, so I could make a video about how it's actually unethical for skinny motherfuckers to buy the XXLs because it's now fashionable, allowing me to literally not find fucking clothes at the thrift store. Okay? It's just like, your brain is broken. At a certain point, you got to realize, like, oh shit, the content I'm consuming is like genuinely changing the way I view the world. Like that kind of shit is like significantly more understandable and even more ethical than like putting a bot up so you can buy up all the fucking supplies and price gouge it for like whatever new item that's coming out. You know what I mean? I love how you're wearing this while wearing a suit that's too small. Doesn't matter. I still look good in it, okay? It feels patronizing and infantilizing as well because there's always people saying this on behalf of other hypothetical people who are upset about that. Not to mention that thrifting in a way is a luxury. You have the time to be able to dig through items. Poor people are often more likely to shop at somewhere like Walmart. I mean, no, those are people who are poor themselves who think that like they could have found like a sick ass vintage Gucci bag or something, but now it's on Depop. That's what it is. I know what it is because I've fucking been there. Like I know. Okay? It's people who don't have a lot of money but who want like luxury items, okay? And I get that. It is a perfectly understandable, perfectly fucking understandable desire, okay? But like, if you have never been to a thrift store, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it feels like you've never been to a thrift store, I think. Because you're like imagining that people are like taking items that you are supposed to get. Luxury items? Yes, luxury items. No, I don't think thrifting itself is necessarily a luxury. But yes, when you thrift, the things that we're talking about are vintage luxury clothing. In a way, it's a luxury piece of clothing. Let's be fucking real. Okay? It doesn't have to be a brand that you consider to be a high-priced brand or whatever, but that's what it is. When you find clothing that was made in the United States of America from a brand that no longer sources their fucking clothing from the United States of America any longer, and you see that tag, that's still technically a form of you know, luxury clothing. Don't say so out of touch that, yo, shut the fuck up. I've been fucking thrifting in stores before you were born. I gave birth to you. Put some respect on my fucking name. I am your dad. I fucked your mom. I don't think anybody's fucking mad that you found a Hanes t-shirt and upcycled it or thrifted the Hanes t-shirt and like are selling it for $5. No one's buying that. $50. No one's buying that shit anyway. No, you're mad because you found something super sweet. Okay, you found like a old school vintage fucking Chanel purse or some shit, or like shoes like that. Okay, boots. And that's what happened. Like that's you think that you were supposed to find that yourself, and someone else got to it before you. And that is inherently, you know, luxurious items that you want to get for cheap, which is an understandable desire, and you deserve it 100%. Could the same argument be made about Airbnb then? Like a person takes a house, which are plenty of, and makes it nice and then charges more for it. I'm not saying they're the same thing at all. Obviously, clothing is a commodity and housing should not be. But isn't this the same argument? Please don't yell at me. I'm here to learn. Why would I yell at you? You already diminished your argument before I even fucking retaliated because you already admitted to it. Yes. You already personally know why your argument is not correct. You mentioned it. Because here's the thing. Okay? People are not upset because thrift stores are bare. People are upset because all the nice shit is getting fucking stolen from the thrift stores by people who want to sell it at a higher markup. If you ever were to make an argument that like thrift stores are going bare, you are delusional. You've never been to a fucking thrift store, and I don't know what to tell you. Okay? That's why I'm saying there's an element of luxury there. Whereas, like, if you can't find, you know, a Chanel purse, you can have a different purse, right? But if you can't get a fucking house, you're dead. You can't thrift a fucking house. It's not a luxury, man. Wait, what? It literally isn't luxury. You can't say fashion is capitalistic in and of itself and then go, it literally isn't luxury in the same 30-second sequence. Not all clothing is the same. Okay? People are not upset that people are, you know, taking fucking Hanes t-shirts. Okay? Dude, a tie-dye sweatshirt is for $100. No, exactly. It's fucking bullshit. Get mad at the fucking stores, not necessarily the Depop Andy is what I'm saying. Luxury does not have to be, yeah, when I say luxury, I don't mean expensive. People on TikTok need to moralize their inconveniences, otherwise their suffering is trivial and they can't handle that. That's the take. That's always the take. That is the greatest summary of the Zoomer existence. It's like literally this minor inconvenience is actually a consequence of a much larger systemic problem, and it is immoral. It is by immoral people that are destroying my livelihood and my regular means of existence. I think it's mainly an issue if when people are snatching up like a low amount of cheap winter clothes or shoes or stuff people need cheap access to. There is never going to be a situation where you go to a fucking Goodwill and there is not enough fucking snow jackets or whatever. You're like looking for a possible hypothetical scenario. That is not a thing that has ever happened. That's what I mean. It's not a thing that's not a thing that happens. There is an endless, infinite supply of clothing. It is at the heart of the fucking problem. I am not we need to scale down Andy, okay? Mr. Eco-socialism in the building. But holy fuck, dude. You're currently attacking one form of recycling and reusing shit. I'm not a degrowth guy. Don't call me a degrowth guy, but this is in some ways a degrowth guy. Okay? It is in some ways a degrowth guy take. Stop. I'm not a degrowth guy. I work in production. The thrift store is not a thing that happens. The resellers are not touching the Walmart and Target ski coats and sneakers. They want Air Jordans and shit. Exactly.
Especially in their early 20s, to drop everything and start a business that has no guarantee of succeeding. So I just want to call that out also. Okay, here we go. Someone said, bro, Def grew up in a very wealthy family. And his response was, Google me, buddy. Came from the mud. All right. I went from $1,000 to $8 million. My story. All right. I'm curious. 4 levels to getting rich in 2023. There's the red pill. There's the blue pill. There's the yellow pill. That's new. They're inventing new pills in 2023. The green pill. I don't remember that from the Matrix. That one's just NyQuil, actually. I just want to say that Googling him didn't tell me anything about his background. He said he came from the mud, but then all I see is that he's been drop shipping. From immigrant to self-made multimillionaire in 4-ish years. Being an immigrant, by the way, doesn't mean that you are not wealthy or come from a wealthy family. If anything, if you immigrated to the United States and had the capital to start a business, you're in a more privileged position than a lot of other people. His first business was a car flipping business, but soon switched over to drop shipping. He had near instant success with his first drop shipping store. Well, that's not very common. Let's watch his story.
This is my story. From $1,000 to $8 million in 6 years or something.
He started with $1,000. So that's, not everybody has $1,000 to start. Just got to say that. I know it doesn't sound like maybe some people are coming from a place where $1,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money. And some people are coming from a place where $1,000 is life-changing money. So just want to call that out. $1,000 investment in a business, considerable investment for a lot of people, especially at 18.
Now, keep in mind, my parents are from a communist country. They're from Romania. They moved here in 1988. They came with...
Okay, so he's first generation because his parents moved before he was born to the States, which makes him not an immigrant. That makes him a U.S. citizen. So I think that's misleading.
We grew up in Detroit with her and my 3 older siblings living in a 2-bedroom apartment in a pretty ghetto area, not being able to afford much, obviously. So that's the starting point to now. I'm 23 years old. I have my dream car, my Audi R8 V10 Plus.
And somehow he's managed to become he's become out of touch in record time. I don't know how you could say all of that and in the same breath say, if you're in your 20s and don't have a Lambo, you're doing it. You need to take a look at yourself. It's okay, acknowledge that you've been very fortunate. Not everybody is going to have the same story as you. It isn't coming from the same background. I don't think I'm going to watch this whole thing, or at least I don't think I'm going to show you the whole thing. I'll see if I learn anything from it. I have to say, I do see a little FTX ad here. Trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other crypto with 0 fees on FTX app. And we all know how that ended. I do wonder if this guy made a bunch of money on crypto somewhere too.
I started investing in cryptocurrencies. I started trading.
There it is. There's the crypto.
Red flags galore, baby.
Into 600K. I got really into that world. I bought some new cars.
Okay, that, I mean, it's like, it's pretty modest. And then suddenly I got like rich off of crypto. Like, I think that is where he like kind of is very fuzzy about the money he makes, probably because it was a lot and sounds more impressive that he like worked really hard on building these other businesses. But I don't know. It's 100% gambling. If you made money in crypto, that doesn't tell me that you're like a brilliant businessman. So if this guy's worth like $8 million and he trusted this other dude with $1 million, that does not seem like good business decision making. You know what I mean? Giving somebody like 1/8 of your net worth. This kid doesn't seem like a bad kid. He just seems out of touch. Yeah, it just like seems like this guy's just super motivated by money, and that's like his only driving force, or at least that's what comes through in the content, you know, which is fine. I don't want to, you know, yuck anybody's yum, but that's not for everybody. Obviously, like, don't believe everything you see on TikTok. These clips are they're made to seem as enticing as
I love that you motherfuckers are already running the top of the hour ad break, already throwing tomatoes because I fucking clicked on this link and said, just do it, Hasan, get it over with. Okay, yeah, at the top of the hour is a streaming ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, even though this is the last 3-minute ad break of the day. That was Jarvis Johnson, gold. TikTok gurus are out of touch. Great video by Jarvis. We've covered this TikTok guru. Apparently, he's going to be on Ethan Klein's YouTube channel tomorrow. That's GigaChad XQC. We are done for the day. Apparently, Alex Jones talked about me as well. Don't forget to watch I Adopted Every Dog in the Shelter with Fusli, Myung, and Valkyrie, my new puppy vlog.
Let me start from the beginning.
138,000 one day. Not bad, not bad. I'll take it. For the new channel. Also, subscribe to the new channel. Hit the fucking bell on the new channel. And yeah, I gotta go. I'm late. I'm late to a dinner, so not even why I'm wearing the suit, but I think I might have to end up wearing the suit to the dinner as well. Love you all. See you tomorrow, and that's it. Bye bye. Okay. Okay. All right.
Starting off the day.
Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow. I'll be wearing a suit again because honestly, 1, I look pretty dapper and I like the way I look. And 2, and more importantly perhaps, Donald Trump's going to get arrested tomorrow. I know it. I know it. Copium, copium, copium. I know it. Anyway, bye guys.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Anne at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go.